Welcome to J is for Justice podcast. If live breaking news and following true crime is your thing, then please consider subscribing to my channel. And if you like what you see in my videos, please consider giving them a thumbs up. Hey everybody, good evening, good Sunday evening to you. Welcome, Roberters.
Roberta.
I see April Mofo down. How are you, April? Happy Father's Day to all the fathers and all the mothers pulling double duty, because it's your day too. So I hope you guys had a relaxing day and had a nice Father's Day. We are, in light of Father's Day, I guess we're going to be we're not going to be doing George Anthony. George Anthony and his what was it that he liked that we were all flipped out about? It was something pancakes. We're not having pancakes in honor of George. So, yeah. Without further ado, though, Roberters, I'm going to bring on my panel guests that have joined. Hey, Plant Diva. And we got Krugman in the house. Judy Blue Eyes. We'll just call you Judy Blue Eyes. Who else do we have in here before I bring my lovely panel in? Heather the Hot Dog, Cousin Tracy, Amy Cummins, Angie B. Look, Streamlabs has a palm tree too, Angie. All right. Well, I'm glad you guys got rid of your potatoes and you got your potatoes out of your system. CEO Supreme wants to know, what's a reverter? Like, what the heck is a reverter?
Roberta.
You have to join and be a member to find out what a tried and true reverter is. So, and you can be a Robertolino if you're a male. But at any rate, we are going to bring on our lovely, lovely panel, our J is for Justice team panel. And first and foremost, I have the Malagata. Hello, my lovely. You're muted. Cut her mic. Cut her mic. Hey. And then we also have Incognito Potato.
Hello.
Hey.
I hate this camera. It's gonna drive me
So
crazy.
She's worried about her camera. You guys look wonderful tonight.
So do you.
Happy
I feel like
Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to Steve. And happy Father's Day to you, Potato.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. You're welcome. We have to recognize the chicks that pull double duty, and we have to recognize them and give them a Father's Day shout out.
Truth.
It's tough. It's tough pulling double duty. It is, man. It's hard. And as much as you try to be mom and dad, you can't. You can't take on that full role, but we do the best we can. And, and you guys, you guys both are wonderful mothers, and I'm proud to have you on my panel. So happy Father's Day.
You too.
Okay, so are we ready to talk about Cindy Anthony?
Yes.
Oh yeah. So we have Cindy Anthony's testimony starting from the get-go. I'm gonna have to pull that up because I lost it. What are you gonna do? Hey, Mallory.
You lost it.
I lost it, and on my way, I lost it. I thought I had it open, but I have it open on Safari, so I have to transfer it over. But I have a little bonus video I want to play first, anyway, so that'll get me time to get my shit together.
Potatoes scooting around too.
Yeah, get comfy, get cozy.
I feel like my camera is like looking down at me, like.
Mine was too close, so I'm trying to push it away.
Yeah.
You guys look wonderful. You look wonderful tonight.
Oh my God! Now this ring light's coming on.
Name that tune.
Sing it again.
What did you say?
And my darling, you look wonderful tonight.
Isn't that Lionel Richie?
Did she say Lionel Richie? You're going to get smacked. No, it's not Lionel Richie, Maligator. It's
Sorry.
Eric Clapton.
Oh, my bad.
Big difference between Eric Clapton and Lionel Richie. Just saying.
Yeah.
That's okay. We'll do a little behind the scenes. Name that tune with Maligator and get her brushed up on her business.
Oh, you got your yikes on.
She does.
I do.
Yikes.
Mhm.
All right, I think I've got my shiz together. Yes, Sugar Britches. She got it. And I bet Tracy S got it too.
Wonderful tonight.
Oh, Sharon Tuck thought I was singing Lady
Lady
in Red. I think he's British because she's dancing with me, cheek to cheek. No, she's not dancing. She's dancing.
Dancing.
Wait.
Wow.
Allie
Really dance.
M, True Crime Girl, said Lionel Richie recently passed away. I
What?
didn't hear that.
What?
No, fake news. I would have heard about that. I love Lionel Richie.
Yeah, that's the only reason why I watch American Idol.
Somebody, huh? I don't think he's
watch
on American Idol.
He's the host
Oh, Lionel Richie is?
with Katy Perry and Luke Bryan. Yeah.
I haven't seen what's that show called again? American Idol. I haven't seen that since that Simon guy hosted it.
Oh God, no.
I thought he
He's
was
now
still the
doing that
host. I
British
don't
one.
watch
No,
this shit, you guys. When I say I don't watch it, I truly don't watch it.
he's
So,
the British
Lionel
show now.
Richie is the host of American Idol?
Yeah, he has been for like the last 4 years, 5. Yeah, at least 4 years. Him,
He
Katy
didn't
Perry,
die.
and Luke.
Yeah, that's fake
We would
news.
have heard that.
Yeah, it's fake
They
news.
just
Yeah, that's
they just
true.
did the live like show for the season.
Dude, I
finale.
thought Simon Cowell was still running that shit. I had no idea. But you know what? It's better off that way. I'm much better sometimes with my head in the sand, I've found out.
Mhm.
Do you guys want to
He's
see my
doing-
bonus video? This is
Yeah.
my pre-live bonus video. Okay. This is Casey Anthony pertaining.
Mm.
This is her in jail. You guys should be able to see. Let me know if you cannot. Okay. So this is her finding out that Kaylee was found.
Hyperventilating and bent over in grief. A newly released prison video shows a grainy image of Casey Anthony as she learned a child's body had been discovered in a swamp near her parents' Orlando home. It would be more than a week before the body was identified as that of her 2-year-old daughter, Kaylee. This video, shot in 2008 but released Friday, had been under seal, considered too inflammatory to show jurors.
When we addressed this issue the first time, we had specific concerns, and the main concern, of course, was keeping this from the public view initially to not prejudice Miss Anthony's right to a fair trial.
We, the jury, find the defendant not guilty.
Anthony was acquitted of killing her daughter in July, and 10 days later, she walked out of jail a free woman for the first time in 3 years. In the 3 months since Anthony's release, she's become a different kind of prisoner, forced into hiding due to threats from a public that largely believed she was guilty. And though cleared of murder, Anthony's legal troubles are far from over. Anthony remains in Florida on probation for check fraud and looking for work after a court ordered her to repay taxpayers $97,000 for sending police on a wild goose chase in the weeks after Kaylee was reported missing. Begad Shaban, CBS News, Miami.
Okay. So
We now know
they didn't show that video during the trial.
To me, I don't think it showed anything other than her leaning forward.
She was hyperventilating. She was very upset.
To me.
I couldn't really
She was
tell.
And I think that's why they didn't want anyone to see it because she did look like she was freaking out to me.
No. So
Tomato,
where'd they get
tomato.
hyperventilating from then? Just because I couldn't tell anything in that video.
Mm-mm.
But
Unless there was sound.
Maybe. But I think that even if she was like freaking out, I don't know if it was real.
I think that's what they said, though. The people that were there seeing her doing it said that she was hyperventilating.
Like the
So there was
prisoners.
Mhm.
Or maybe because she thought, dang, I just got caught.
Yeah, exactly.
Or like, oh shit, yeah, it's on now, right? I don't know, man. $97,000 she was ordered to pay back. Do you think she's paid any of that? And is there any way that we can find out if she did?
I think if you look on the court site under, like, you know how it says, like, fees paid or whatever, it would say outstanding.
Good idea. Yeah, we'll have to check into that. I'm wondering if she paid any of her restitution back.
I'm sure whoever's been harboring her has, because, you know, they have money.
Harboring?
Yeah, like keeping her hidden.
Is she hidden, though? I feel like she's
I mean,
Not anymore.
She kind of is. She kind of is.
I think she's been pretty much like putting herself out
I feel
there.
like she's still protected, though.
Yeah, I mean, probably.
I mean, she's
yeah,
not
by those
running
men.
up and down the streets. Yeah.
Hold on, I'll be right back.
Okay.
I feel like.
Do you think she has security?
Mm,
I mean, you think about it. He's a private investigator.
she didn't,
you know?
but she didn't have security at that bar when that girl threw that drink on her. She called the cops.
Who won? She was fighting over a cop that she dated. So I mean, how?
Right.
I don't know, and that's what I don't understand. Like, and these people that are like dating her, like I would never date somebody that was even accused of that. I just wouldn't. I just could never.
Well, especially being a law enforcement officer, right?
Yeah.
It kind of makes you question their integrity and their motives for wanting to even associate with her. I mean, there's plenty of girls out there to pick up at the bar, though. You know, that's the thing. Maybe they get off on it being her. You know, I mean, people are strange. People are strange. There was people standing in front of her house, guys, like with signs. Will you marry me, Casey? So.
Yeah, why is it that they flock to like killers in prison too? These women.
I know. It was weird to see men do it though, because you don't typically, you know, it's usually the men that are in prison, right? So we see the women writing the men. Very rarely do we see it the other way around.
Yeah.
But people wanted to marry her, and I wonder if the same went down with Susan Smith.
I don't think so, because she straightly drove them kids into the river. I mean, she didn't really get persecuted, you know, or prosecuted, or, you know.
I know, but Chris Watts like put his kids in oil tanks, and he has women wanting his ass. That's like the worst of the worst. And he still has women that are like, oh, he's fucking hot, right?
Yeah.
That's perplexing to me. But I think those are the ones that say he didn't do it. But you can't deny the fact that those kids ended up in those oil tanks. But then there's people out there that will say he didn't put them in there. So that's how I think they put it in their brain that this is okay, you know?
Well, I think is he's still saying he did. And if he knew somebody that did, he's just as guilty. I mean,
they're seeing him as a victim though, right? They see these men as poor Chris or poor whomever, you know, like my ex-podcast host was in love with a federal death row inmate, and I just couldn't understand it. I was like, you're going to divorce your husband for a death row inmate? I don't understand that. I don't know.
Insane.
I've watched so many shows on that subject, and it still perplexes me, you know?
People like a bad boy, though, don't they? They want to be the person that's going to change them.
Is that what it is? It's like this hero syndrome?
But if he's on death row, what is there to change? He's on death row. I mean, like,
well, maybe they feel like
they're
they can
only out like an hour a day.
Maybe they feel like they can make him a better person. You know, they spent many hours on the phone. Believe it or not, they have a lot of privileges on death row, more than you would think. So there was hours spent on the phone. There were numerous letters. I can't even imagine now with technology. I mean, this was years and years ago. Now with technology, I mean, they could be sexting nowadays. I don't know. Did I say sexting?
Dead.
Roberta.
Girl.
Mr. J. Quinn, what up? He says everyone is drinking Coke, or she says, I'm sorry. I always think, are you a male or a female?
Can we get a sponsor?
I know. Hashtag Coca-Cola.
I'm going to try and close my blinds.
What kind of Coke are y'all drinking? I need to see your Coke cans.
Cherry Coke.
Cherry Coke. Potato, do you have Coke as well? British Coke?
No, I've got coffee, actually.
Okay, you're going to totally see my behind getting up to do this, so. Sorry, guys.
No one's seeing my behind. Coffee in the best mug ever.
Mike Sander says, was he insured or owned property? No, I don't think so, because he was like a bank robber. He was robbing banks and they killed a guy in a bank or some shit. Mr. J.
I
Quinn
have
says
the best
male.
mug ever. See this? Best ever.
That is cool.
Ooh, let's see that up close. So, you guys, Tracy, cousin Tracy in chat makes these. Check this out. That's the Maligator logo.
And then this is the back side. I picked the back
What
side.
does it say on the back? And then I
just snap.
Fuck yeah, she does. That's how she knew too. That is the best. Like, who came up with that saying? I need to know.
I don't know.
Was it cousin Tracy?
No, we just like it was part of like a.
Oh, it was already on there.
Mm-hmm. No, like yeah, there was a bunch, but we removed stuff from it.
I love it.
Kind of added our own.
Because that's how the Maligator rolls. Like she's nice. And she's nice. And she's nice.
So you
and then
me
she's
off.
like, you know what? I can't anymore. And then I just snapped. It's perfect.
Then it's like, see ya.
Yikes.
Damn.
It's so nice to talk to you guys. I look forward to a Sunday evenings. I think we should make this a ritual when we can. You know, when life doesn't get in the way.
I was gonna say, you guys are lucky you got me tonight.
Yeah.
I almost spit my pop. Damn. Tell us like it is, Maligator.
Well, I was supposed to work, and now I'm on call. So if they call, I have to
if she mutes, it's because she's taking an important call.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Heather the hot dog brat said, "Hey, Maligator, nice butt." You gave us a nice view there.
I was trying to get rid of some of the glare on my glasses because I know Heather comes at me with the glare too, so I gotta watch.
Oh, you haven't lived that one down yet?
No, Heather.
The interview from hell. Is the interview from hell still up on the channel? I can't remember if we took it down.
No, I think you privated it.
I was gonna say that's for your viewing pleasure.
But she always says, "Hey, the glare."
Monkey Biz is drinking Pepsi. Yikes.
Yay, Pepsi. Oh, cherry Pepsi. Wow, that's my favorite.
Really?
Hey, we're trying to get a Coke sponsor.
Right, yeah.
I like zero as well.
Thanks, Maligator. Keep us on track here. It's crumpets. Look at Judy says, Sunday tea and crumpets with J is for justice. All right. Okay. So Heather says it's out of a pure loving place. We know. All right.
Yes. Oh, I know.
Oh, don't you know?
Don't you know?
Don't you know? Only Jay says, "Don't you know?" We do not say that here.
I really
like,
do not.
I've never heard anyone say that though. Here,
It's
say
or no.
or no.
Or no.
And you
Or
did
no.
it the other day.
I do say or no.
Yeah,
But I don't.
You say
I don't quite use that same. Or no.
Or no.
Or no.
Or no.
Or no. Y'all are crazy over there in Wisconsin. I don't know how you do it.
Oh my god.
I'm in rare form tonight, you guys. I've been too quiet today. I haven't talked to many people today, so I'm like, I need to talk. I'm one of those people, like, it builds up. You know what I'm saying?
Well, let loose.
Yeah, I am. Okay, so we're going on day 5. Okay, so got to bring this over to Chrome.
I was kind of disappointed in Cindy's testimony. I was really sad that she went.
Why
to
do you
bat for
feel like
her.
she kind of lied a little bit?
Oh, she 100% lied. Come on, she didn't lie. And I don't know how she didn't get in trouble for lying. They had
Would
proof
you
of
lie
her
for your
time
kid?
card. If they murdered their child, no.
No.
Actually not. Would I love them and still be there for them? Yeah.
You would.
But I would not protect them. I would not protect them.
But what if you felt, okay, but you've never been in that position. Okay, so this is just something to think about. I'm playing devil's advocate. No. So let's say that you were in that position and your mindset was that, you know, I've already lost my granddaughter. Like, I can't get her back. And I don't want to lose my daughter as well.
I'm going to share something personal for you to just show what I mean, which you know, one of my daughters is kind of, you know, sometimes she puts herself before her daughter, and I turned her into CPS, and it was the hardest effing thing I ever had to do in my life, but I was petrified for my grandchild, and ultimately, like, that's most important.
I'm sorry that you were in a position where that was your only recourse.
It was my only, because
really
no
sad.
matter how much we all tried to come together as a family to talk to her, it didn't matter. We were all wrong, but there's 30 people seeing it, but we are wrong and you're right. And it didn't change. So I had to actually call twice.
Yeah.
And she wasn't taking her to get her shots and to the doctor. And so they made her, and she was mad at me. But now I'm watching her next week, and it is what it is.
So the Maligator had to take action. That's where you had to. Let it go. You let her try to, you tried to guide her, make her do the right thing, show her what the right thing is to do.
Yeah.
And then when that wasn't happening, you had to step in to protect your granddaughter.
And that's my grandbaby, and she's helpless. And I would do the same if it was any other situation. I would not be okay that I still love her. Don't think of her any less. She's my daughter, but I would never protect someone that hurt one of my grandkids. Never.
Yeah. I mean, I agree with you. I was just playing devil's advocate, but being a grandma myself.
Yeah.
You can't turn a blind eye to stuff like that, because then it just carries on. And then how do you feel if something even worse happens?
Yep. And that's what I kept telling myself. Like, if something bad happens and I don't do something, I'm never going to forgive myself. So you can be mad at me and get over it, or I can live with that horribleness the rest of my life. And I wasn't going to do that. So it was.
And you guys got past it. You guys got past it, and that's all that matters. But yeah, I mean, no, if my granddaughter, if God forbid this happened to my granddaughter, no way.
And I mean, the CPS worker, like, I was crying hysterically, and she was like, I said, I feel like a horrible mother. And she goes, no, you're being a good mother. Don't ever feel like you're a bad mom because you're protecting her and your granddaughter. Because I was worried about her too.
Yeah, of course.
And that's how everybody should be. I think, see something, say something. That's how all these kids end up dead. Because people don't speak, whether it's your family or not.
Well, they don't want to get involved.
Every day.
Yeah, people either don't want to get involved, or they just turned a blind eye, or they're really not around enough to even notice it. Those are the three reasons why these things, I think, slip through the cracks with families. Like, oh, we'll tell Aunt so-and-so and hope she handles it. Or, whatever the case may be. I think that happens all the time. Like, oh, hey, I saw this, and they tell another family member. But then it's all just talking behind the people's back and no action. Yeah. So, all right, let's get on with Cindy Anthony. This is the mother of Casey Anthony.
May the witness bring water?
Yes, she might.
You guys can hear and everything okay? Get comfy and cozy. She's got the Dorothy Hamill do going on, circa 2011.
Cynthia M. Anthony, CYNTHIA-M, Anthony, ANTHONY.
Good morning, Mrs. Anthony.
Good morning.
The monitor kind of blocks our view of each other a little bit.
Yeah.
I don't know if it would be better.
How's that?
Perfect. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry.
She's nervous as all hell, man.
Maybe I'll go this way.
Nervous as all get out.
Okay.
We go that way.
I mean, I would be too.
Yeah, I can see the monitor.
What's up, John?
Please tell us your address.
4937 Hope Spring, it's one word, HOPESPRING Drive, Orlando, Florida, 32829.
That address is within the confines of Orange County, Florida.
Yes, ma'am.
How long have you lived there?
Since October of 1989.
Have you lived there with anyone since 1989?
Yes.
Who would that be?
I'm sorry. My husband, George, my son, Lee, and my daughter, Casey.
In 1989, when you moved into that residence, had you lived somewhere else in Florida, or did you come from a different state?
We moved from where I was born. We moved from Ohio.
And prior to 1989, had you lived in Ohio your entire life?
Yes, ma'am.
She's really nervous.
When you moved from Ohio, how old was your son Lee that you mentioned?
I believe he was almost 7. I think it was before his 7th birthday.
And you also mentioned your daughter Casey. How old was she at that time?
She had turned 3 in March of that year, so about 3.5.
Sister Knives.
When you moved from Ohio, were you immediately employed?
I didn't realize I had to wait a month for my temporary license for Florida. I had my Ohio nursing.
Okay, so we do remember from George's. I'm going to skip over this shiz because we remember from George's. She was the breadwinner. Her ass was working. He had the failed business up north in Ohio with his dad, or after his dad and him split. Then they moved to Florida. She had to hurry up and start working with little kids, right, at home. Hello? Oh, my God.
Sorry, I'm on mute. I'm like answering you, and I'm like, mother effer. I'm
I'm like, I see them moving. I'm like, hello?
You're rubbing off on us, Jay.
I don't know if that's a good thing.
I mean, I'm sure she's nervous. I mean, she's going through her grandchild gone, her daughter on the stand. She needs to make sure she doesn't catch herself up and stuff. I mean, it probably is a little nerve-wracking.
Yeah, your daughter's on trial for murder.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But he seemed very cool, calm, and collected.
He was way more together. She's very, very nervous. But I think
she's
that...
about to lie, though.
She's what?
She's about to lie and try cover for Casey, so that's
maybe that's why she's nervous.
Yeah,
good point, potatoes.
Mm-hmm.
That could make anyone nervous, right? You're getting ready to lie under oath. Okay, so I'm going to skip forward just a little bit just to get through their background because we already know
that you or your husband would continue to care for her and the child.
And this is sped up a little bit, you guys. So if it sounds a little bit weird, that's why.
Did you make some preparation for Kaylee's arrival?
Oh, absolutely. I believe the day that we found out, it was, I think June 30th was towards the end of the week. Because June 30th, I remember it was my parents' anniversary. So June 30th is a very special day, and I remember. And we wrote it in Kaylee's baby books and things. So, I mean, it was something well documented. But we...
Dude, that day is coming up here in like a week and a half.
Mm-hmm.
These people are going to be reliving this shit bad in like a week and a half. That's crazy to think about, isn't it?
Yeah.
2022. That's just so weird. So weird how we happen to watch these things and then it happens to be around like that anniversary date. It's crazy. Hey, Amanda. Oops.
Hey, Amanda. Hey, Amanda.
All right, here we go.
Picking out paint color. We turned our computer room into Kaylee's nursery. I think we had it finished within 2 weeks. I mean, we were looking for baby furniture and everything. Because when Casey found out that she was pregnant, at that time, I think she was 7 months.
Holy.
For 6 months.
Wow.
Was a
How did
theme
they
picked
not
out
notice
for
that?
Kaylee's nursery?
Yes, Casey had already had been.
So they literally had like 2 months to digest this.
But how did they not notice? I mean, she looked very pregnant in that photo.
I don't think she was home much. Cindy was working. I just think she could hide it.
But
When you're tiny like that, you're just all basketball, like tummy right here.
Exactly. So it's more noticeable.
Big t-shirts.
I feel like.
Yeah, they said that she was wearing baggy t-shirts and stuff, so...
And back then, that shit was was in, right? The baggy shit was, it wouldn't be out of place. But 7 months, I'm just trying to think, like, finding out that my daughter is pregnant and she's 7 months along, and I literally have 2 months, maybe because they put their head in denial and they didn't want to deal with it. They didn't want to think that Casey was pregnant. They seem to really like to deny things and not deal with them. So that could be it. But I just trying to think if what she's saying is true. Finding 2 months and be like, okay, there's going to be a baby here in 2 months.
I think she was a spoiled brat.
For sure. 100%.
Yeah, definitely.
And I think that Casey may have also, like, growing up, played her parents against each other as well.
Yeah. You can see that in the dynamic of their phone calls.
Amanda said that her mother told the uncle that Casey would have to have sex to be pregnant. That's how far in denial. That's bad. That's big time dysfunction here.
Winnie the Pooh, when she was 16, she had a Winnie the Pooh room. And we had a lot of Winnie the Pooh stuff, and Casey was always a fan of Winnie the Pooh. So it was just kind of like a no-brainer to do Winnie the Pooh.
So the baby was buried with a Winnie the Pooh blanket.
I'm going to show you what has been previously marked as BC for identification. With the court's permission, of course.
Yeah, and they're matching laundry
Can
bags.
you see that?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize it?
Yes, ma'am.
What do you recognize it to be?
Kaylee's bed.
Does
That's
that
awful.
photograph fairly and accurately depict Kaylee's bed?
Yes, I mean, there's a few things that's normally on it, not there in the sheets, not on her pillow, but I mean, the pillowcase isn't on the pillow, but yes, that's Kaylee's bed.
Slow it
I'm
down.
sorry.
Miss Anthony, slow it down a little bit.
I will, thank you. Do you need me to repeat it? There are a few things that's normally on her bed, and the pillow is missing a pillowcase, but that's Kaylee's bed.
All right. There is a stuffed animal on the left side of the photograph. Is that one of Kaylee's bears?
Yes, that's one of her bears.
I don't think
Does that
Kaylee
bear
slept
have
in
any
there, though, did she?
significance over any other bears?
I don't
No,
think she did.
that one's just one of her bears.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce BC for identification as the state's next numbered exhibit and evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, Judge.
It will be received in evidence as states numbered.
Permission to publish 37 to the jury, Your Honor.
You may. Should be published now.
That would be so hard.
I don't think she slept in there, though. She slept with Casey.
Was this poo theme
But when
repeated
Casey wasn't
elsewhere
home,
in the
she probably
room
did.
besides Kaylee's bed?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you have Winnie the Pooh curtains,
Yes, ma'am.
sheets,
Yes, ma'am.
baby blankets?
Yes, ma'am.
I'll publish that for you so you can go to the next one.
Now, you said that you all
Oh, hold on,
turned
hold on.
a computer room, or what was a former computer room, into Kaylee's nursery.
So you see the reaction of her crying over seeing her baby's crib, her grandbaby's crib. But how is her daughter just sitting there, not a damn tear over seeing where her daughter's bed that she was found dead with? Like, I don't know. She makes me nuts.
Because she doesn't have those emotions. I mean,
Yeah.
when did she ever really cry? She only cried about herself.
I'm just trying to understand that, though. Like, do you think she never bond? I mean, do you think she didn't bond with Kaylee?
I don't think she did because she didn't want her in the first place. I mean, she wanted Kaylee to be adopted by one of her friends or something. I think it was one of her friends. I'm not sure. And Cindy and George wanted to adopt her, and Casey didn't want them to.
God, what a horrible position. So what do you do? What do you do when your daughter doesn't want her kid, but she doesn't want you to have her? What do you do?
So you keep them living at home, and then you look after Kaylee whenever you can. is basically what they did.
That's all they could do.
Mm-hmm.
Because if they kicked her out, they'd never know what was going on with that baby girl, and they needed to keep her close.
Yeah, and they never spent a day without her either until she went missing.
I feel sorry for them. Thank you so much, Lori. I really do. Because I think first and foremost they wanted to protect Kaylee, but they only had so much control.
Yeah.
But they could have gone to court. They could have taken her to court. They could have pushed the issue if they wanted to.
They could have done, but I don't think that they wanted to do that. I don't think they wanted to rock the boat or anything. I mean, they didn't take much action when they hadn't seen Kaylee for a month.
They were scared of her.
Yeah, and
they
even
were
then,
scared of her.
They didn't want to report it or anything. They first reported the car. They didn't want to believe that anything was wrong, and I think they were just in denial the whole time.
And you know what makes this case just doubly as worse? You know, it's one thing when, we hear these stories of mothers, like, or parents, period, that are just, they don't want to take care of their kids. Like Harmony Montgomery, right? She's gone for 2 years. No one even knew. Yeah. No one put the puzzle pieces together for 2 years. And here we've got this little girl who had a set of grandparents that couldn't have loved her more.
Mm-hmm.
That would have kept her safe. And all it would have taken was Casey Anthony to swallow her pride and admit to her mom, I don't want to be a mom right now. I want to have fun. I want to do what the other 22-year-olds are doing. Will you please take Kaylee? Period. Mm-hmm. That little girl would be driving a car right now.
Yep.
It's that simple.
I think she had so much resentment for Cindy, I think, that she just couldn't let herself do that.
She sure did. Yeah.
Jealous of the relationship that they had as well.
Yep. She didn't get Cindy in the capacity that Kaylee got Cindy. She resented that.
Yeah. And I think also because she couldn't bond with Kaylee, she was probably jealous of the bond that Kaylee had with Cindy as well.
And you guys, I think it's important to look past like our disdain for the actions of people and really look at like why and how this all came together. Because think about it, if they had noticed one of them, or one of the three, mom, dad, Casey, one of them had noticed their dysfunction was to a point that it was this bad and got some help and went and had like a counselor, like a mediator, talk them through some of these issues. I feel like all of this could have been avoided. I don't know. I don't know if I'm just being hopeful, but I just feel like it's a matter of Casey not wanting to lose to her mom.
Yeah.
It was a battle.
And Kaylee paid the price.
And that little girl was the pawn. She was the pawn. It's just so sad. It's just so freaking sad.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
Have LG for identification. Sometimes even my glasses don't work.
I couldn't control myself up there. I don't know how she did it.
Can you see that?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you tell me what that is?
It's a picture of our house layout.
All right. Why don't you take a look at that for a second and tell me if it fairly and accurately depicts the layout of the house.
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, I believe this has already been introduced as States 11.
Yes.
So may I have permission to publish it during the witness's testimony?
Yes, ma'am.
Right. Mrs. Anthony, if you touch the screen, you will be able to indicate where certain items are. The room that we've been talking about, is it appropriately designated on the diagram?
Yes.
Can you point out to the jurors where that is? Right below it is another room right here. What kind of a room is that in your home?
Well, when we did Kaylee's room, that was Lee's bedroom.
All right. Lee, your son, lived in the house at the time of Kaylee's birth?
Yes, ma'am.
What is that? What is the function of that room now?
Now it's just a spare bedroom, and we put our computer things in there.
How about the next room labeled Casey's room? Is that appropriately labeled?
Yes, ma'am.
This area right here, what would that be considered?
To the left is our living, and then to the right is our dining room.
Okay, that's an all-in-one great
It's
room.
like an L shape.
What is the room off of the dining room?
In 2008.
Is that a fair and accurate depiction of the condition of the home in mid-July of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce AO for identification as the state's next numbered exhibit in evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, Judge.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may.
What is this item that I've placed an X on?
That is our garage door.
If I could unpublish that one and have AP for identification. Do you see AP for identification on the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know what that depicts?
Yes, if you come through the gate, that is a pathway to our backyard.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately represent the condition of that portion of your yard in mid-July of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce AP for identification into evidence as the state's next numbered exhibit in evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, Your Honor.
We received an evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish?
You may.
What are these two items that I've marked with a red line on the right side of the photograph?
And those are our other two sheds.
Okay. All right, I've put an arrow on a structure beyond the sheds. Can you see what that is in the photograph?
Yes, behind the plant is our swimming pool.
All right. How high is the, I'll call the...
Is that the same side that the other neighbor, the
pool,
shovel
the
neighbor
top
lives on?
edge of the pool off of the ground?
I wonder if he's on the other side.
Somewhere, it's a little bit over 4 feet. It's under 5 foot.
All right. How tall are you?
5'4".
Okay. If you are standing next to it, how high up on your person is that lip of that pool?
It depends on where I'm at in the yard because our yard slopes. So if I'm on level ground right next to it, probably just above my breast area, about my chest.
Chest high?
Yes.
What would be the lowest point on your person where the lip of the pool would be, depending on the slope of your yard?
Probably chin level.
Oh, okay, that would be the
I'm
highest.
below chin. The lowest? If I'm standing on the lowest part of our yard,
Right, you said it's
then it
sloped.
would be higher on me.
Oh, all right.
So it would be just below my chin. Just below my chin.
Okay.
The reason being is because beyond the pool, there's almost a foot difference, a step down. Once you get around the corner, there's a step down. We stopped the pool at the edge because when we put the pool in, our yard sloped. So we only leveled it out as far as to the pool, and then we have a patio off of that or a cement slab off of that. So it's down. So it might even be a little bit higher on me. It's probably about maybe a foot difference.
Word salad.
You're talking about as you come around the pool. All right. Let me see if I can fix our discussions and look at the aerial, which is 38 in evidence. I went back to the aerial. You were trying to describe something related to the pool using the aerial photograph. Can you tell us what you were
Yes, ma'am.
indicating?
When I was talking about it being like mid-sternum, it would be from this area or this area around the pool. But right on the pool's edge, if you were on the outside of the pool, you would be standing on a concrete patio. And that is approximately a foot down from the level of the pool, from the bottom of the pool. We made a retention wall there. So this area right here is a cement patio. So if I'm standing on that patio and you're asking me where the pool level is, actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it's probably be up to my nose. There's a difference.
Let me switch then to AR. Do you see the photograph?
Yes, ma'am.
What is it depicting?
If you would, as soon as you would step out of our screen patio's here, there's a door that's off of here. If you step out, this is pavers.
Okay,
It's actually our backyard.
All right. Does it fairly, we got to get it
I understand.
in before we can really talk about it. Does it fairly and accurately depict the condition of your backyard in mid-July of 2008?
Yes, ma'am, it does.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce AR for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
No objections, Judge.
You received the evidence as
Permission to publish?
you may publish.
All right. Now that 41 is in evidence, you were explaining something on the right-hand side of the photograph over here.
Yes, that is our screen and patio.
All right. What is this, now that we're not looking at it from an aerial point of view?
That's Kaylee's playhouse.
Off in this direction?
That would be, if you follow that arrow, that's the other property line. That fence would lead us back to the other shed on the side of our house, where Kaylee's room and Lee's room would be, and the kitchen would be.
All right, if we could unpublish and show AS for identification. Do you see AS?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict the portion of the yard that we've been describing from another angle?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I'd seek to introduce AS for identification into evidence.
What says the defense?
Look how they decorated that with little
You
plants
received the
around
evidence
it.
as states numbered.
Permission to publish that.
Yeah, it was. They really loved her.
Yeah, they did.
Mrs. Anthony, the items that are shown in this section of the yard, what are those?
Those are Kaylee's sandbox and Kaylee's picnic table. And you can see Kaylee's mailbox.
Right here's the mailbox.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, if we unpublish that one, and if I could have AT for identification. Does AT fairly and accurately depict a...
Yes.
Okay. Casey is sitting here throughout this. Like, I am on the verge of tears. And she is sitting there shaking her head no. Back and forth.
Same. That's why I was like, I mean, she had a little mailbox. They had it all cute. And she looks pissed off. Like jealous, pissed off.
Yeah, like almost like shaking her head like, what are you crying about?
Yeah. Oh, makes me sick.
Oh, Amanda said they did that while she was gone already. They did?
No. No, because I remember when they first had helicopters and stuff going over that stuff. You could see that stuff.
All right, let's keep listening. I just can't believe she's shaking her head and she hates her mother.
section of the yard
Yes,
in
ma'am.
July of 2008.
Yes,
Your Honor,
ma'am.
at this point, I would seek to introduce AT for identification into evidence.
Any objections from the defense? We received an evidence as
She had her own little umbrella on her picnic table and everything.
may.
Mrs. Anthony, the playhouse, what kind of a floor is on that?
Ooh, she's crying now.
It's patio stones. It's the square patio stones. We made like a floor. We didn't want her to be on grass when she was sitting in there playing.
Oh my God.
So we didn't pour concrete because we didn't know if we'd ever move it. So we just put patio stones down.
How long had that been in your yard?
We bought it like a month before her second birthday, for her birthday. And we wanted her to have it for her party because she had another little playmate coming over, and we thought it might be something that they could do and play. And plus, it was something we wanted her to have.
All right. When you talk about we, who are you referring to?
George and Casey and I.
Did you all purchase that?
Actually, Lee and I went and actually purchased it, but we had looked at it and talked about it because it was quite expensive, and we wanted to fit it in our budget. It was an expensive little house.
All right. All of the landscaping around the house, did you do that?
George and I did that.
The mailbox, did you buy that?
Yes, ma'am.
If we could unpublish that item and have AU for identification. Okay, do you see AU?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you recognize what's shown in that photograph?
Yes, ma'am. It's our living room. You can see part of our dining room, and you can see at the back is our screen patio.
Okay. Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict that portion of your house as it appeared in mid-July of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce AU for identification into evidence as the state's next numbered exhibit.
What says the defense?
No objections.
To be received in evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish that item. All right, Mrs. Anthony, you described that as your living room and a portion of your dining room. Is this how you get out onto your patio?
That's our most frequently used entrance, yes.
All right. You said that there is a lock on that door. Where would that appear on the door?
Right there.
Okay. If we could zoom into that portion of the photograph, let me get rid of the annotation. All right. What kind of a lock is that?
It's a latch. It goes up and down. I'm sorry.
Do you need a second?
Okay.
Take a recess.
Thank you.
Okay.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to take a recess to a quarter till the hour. I'm going to ask you not to discuss this case among yourselves. Please remember all of my previous admonitions. We'll be in recess. Let the record reflect that the defendant is present along with counsel for the defendant, Assistant State Attorney. Let's return Ms. Anthony to the stand. Okay, let's return the jury. Okay, you may continue.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Anthony, when we broke, we were talking about the sliding glass doors in your home, and you had put an annotation on the photograph that I removed. But we were talking about this area of the door is some sort of lock.
Yes, ma'am. It's on the handle.
All right. And how would you describe how that lock works?
It just, you flip it up and down.
Okay. Now, do all of your sliding glass doors have a screen door behind them?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. In this photograph, the screen is open.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the normal position that you keep those parts of the door in, open when the glass is closed?
It depends on the time of year and the time of day, and if we're going in and out a lot or whatever. It just depends. If it's in the summer and the air conditioning's running, we leave the sliding glass door closed while we're coming and going in through the patio. But if we're out in the yard and we're going back and forth, instead of having the screen thing, we just would leave it open instead of having opening two doors. I mean, it just made sense.
All right. So if you're already outside on the other side of the door, you leave the screen open. Otherwise,
yes,
your practice is to keep it closed.
Right, unless it was a cool day and we weren't worried about the air conditioning and the heat coming in the house, we would probably just leave the sliding glass door open and the screen door closed.
All right. Is this the handle to the screen?
Yes, ma'am.
Is there a lock on that as well?
There is, but I don't think we've ever used it.
Okay. Now, once you're out onto this patio, are you immediately able to get into the backyard, or are there other obstacles?
There are two doors. As soon as you open the sliding glass door, there's a door.
Maybe we can take it off of Zoom. I don't know that that'll help, but maybe not. All right, as soon as you open the sliding glass door, you said there is a door.
Do you want me to mark the screen?
If you see it on there.
There's a door right. It's not letting me. Oh, there. There's a door right here that there's no obstacles. And then if I walk this way, there's a door there and there's a clear path.
All right. Are those storm doors of some sort?
They're just
Screen doors.
screen doors.
Okay. What sort of open-close mechanism is on those?
There are locks on those.
Okay. On the handle?
Yes.
How high is the handle?
Normal height.
On you? Where would it be?
Maybe at my hip, possibly my hip.
Okay.
I never really, or waist, I never really figured that out.
Right. Okay. You mentioned that there are 3 sets of sliding doors to the backyard: master bedroom, living room, and then kitchen.
Yes, ma'am.
Are they all identical?
Yes.
Okay. Same locking mechanism on all of them?
Yes.
Do you have anything blocking the sliding glass door in your bedroom that would prevent easy access to it?
Possibly at times we might. I mean, not on a normal condition, but it just depends on what we were doing and what I had in my room. I keep a chair right there, and sometimes the chair is in the way of the door, but it would be really easy to move the chair out of the way. It's kind of in the corner, but if I was storing something, I might put it in that right there, because it would be out of the pathway of normal walking.
When you come out of the sliding glass door in the master bedroom, where are you?
Onto the screen patio.
Okay. Do you normally use that sliding glass door in your bedroom?
Sometimes it depends. Like if I've been in the pool and quick access to the master bathroom, I might come in that way. If it's, just depends on if I.
Which tells me it might be unlocked. Right? If she goes out to the pool and she comes back in, the shit's unlocked.
Mm-hmm.
So there could be times where maybe she goes out that door to the pool and then goes back in through the kitchen or the living room.
Yeah. I remember when my kids were little and we had a pool, I always took the ladder down and put it inside the pool so they couldn't climb up it.
And I think she says they did that as well.
Mm-hmm. We always did, because that was my biggest fear.
Yeah, that's really scary. I never had a pool with little ones. So I had them when they were older, but that was way different. All right. So I'm going to fast forward just a little bit through this part. You're good, Heather, the Invisibrat. She's back to normal,
the
too.
entire time that Kaylee was with you.
Yes, ma'am.
Was there ever a time after Kaylee's birth, but before mid-June of 2008, that Kaylee was away from the home for overnight, 2 nights, 3 nights, any extended period of time?
No, I would always see her. I saw her just about every day. She might spend the night, but I would see her the next day or prior in that day. I don't think I ever went more than 24 hours without seeing Kaylee.
Your birthday is at the beginning part of June.
Yes, ma'am.
Correct? In June of 2008, your birthday, did you take vacation that week?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Do you remember the dates?
I'm not sure if we left Monday or Tuesday of that week. And if I saw a calendar, I could give you the date. I know my brother's wedding was, I think, Thursday or Friday, whatever the 8th of June was. We left a few days prior.
I've moved to 2008, June of 2008, not 2005.
Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I was thinking of 2005.
Okay.
Yes, in 2008.
Why was
I
she
usually
thinking
would
of
take my
05?
birthday week off, and I was off.
Because they took that vacation to her brother's wedding, and that's when they
However
found
those
out
dates
she was
fell, the week.
Yeah, I
pregnant,
think my birthday
remember?
was like on a Thursday,
Oh, yeah.
so I finished the Friday normal
Happy
business
birthday.
hours Friday before my birthday, so I had the entire week of my birthday off.
Did you spend it with Kaylee?
Not as much as I wanted to, but for the most part, I did.
By the time of Father's Day, which was June 15th of 2008.
Ugh, how weird. Today is Father's Day.
Did you have Kaylee with you?
Yeah, this is all weirdly coincidental.
As far as
On Father's Day of 2008.
yes,
What were your
They
plans
had
that
her.
day?
for Father's Day, George had to work, and he was going to go in early, I believe, and the kids had plans, so I just decided to take Kaylee up to see my father in Mount Dora, visit him in the nursing home.
Now, when you're talking about your kids having plans, you're referring to Lee Anthony
Yes.
and Casey Anthony.
Yes.
Did you think that either one of them were working that day?
I believe that Casey was working that day, and Lee had already moved out, and he and Mallory probably had something to do.
All right. Since he's not in your home, you didn't keep tabs on his day-to-day.
No, we weren't
business.
planning. No, I'm sorry. No.
They didn't have to micromanage
You
Lee.
indicated that George, your husband, had to work that day. Was it his regular 3 to 11 shift?
Yes, ma'am.
So you went to Mount Dora with Kaylee.
Yes.
Do you remember?
So they
the
said
time
he
frame
was
you were there?
living there, Jay,
He was.
Mid-morning.
when she was born. So I wonder when he moved out.
If you probably 2:30, 3 o'clock in the afternoon.
Okay.
Between that time frame, that's about a 50 to 55 minute drive to Mount Dora, and I believe we arrived in Mount Dora just before noon, 11:30 or so, and then we left my mom's home somewhere around 2:30, I believe, somewhere around in there.
All right. While you were at the nursing home visiting your father for Father's Day, did you take photographs and video of Kaylee?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
These were the last photos of
If I could have
Kaylee.
LK for identification, please.
Father's Day.
Can you see LK for
Yeah, and
identification?
a video of her
Yes,
as well.
ma'am.
All right. What do you recognize that photograph to be?
That's our Kaylee.
When was that taken?
That was taken on the 15th of June, 2008.
Okay. At the nursing facility?
Yes, ma'am.
Does that photograph fairly and accurately depict Kaylee Marie Anthony on June 15th of 2008?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, at this point, I would seek to introduce LK for identification into evidence as the state's next numbered exhibit.
What says the defense?
No objections.
It'll be received in evidence that states numbered.
Permission to publish, Your Honor.
You may publish.
Isn't this the same time she plays that video? She sings that
items-
song in that
Yeah,
video?
that was at the nursing home
There,
too, I
these are
think.
Items you brought with you.
Yeah, it
Yes,
was.
ma'am.
I know we talked about Kaylee being 34 months old. How tall was she?
She was over 3 feet tall. She was somewhere between 38 and 40 inches. She was over, above my
I'm
waist.
sorry.
I'm sorry. She was over 3 feet tall. She was somewhere above my waist level.
The top of her head,
Yes.
just above your waist
Yeah,
level?
I think she was somewhere between 38 and 40 inches.
Okay. And how much do you believe she weighed at that point in time?
I can't remember. Maybe 30, somewhere in the range of maybe 30 pounds.
Still light enough for you to carry her?
If I had to.
Once you left the nursing home, where did you all go?
We went to visit my mom. We went to have lunch with my mother at her home.
That my daughter stole from.
And did you ultimately return back to your home on Hope Spring Drive?
Yes, ma'am.
Isn't that when she confronted
think
her
that was?
too? Or no?
Somewhere, I think we left my mom's house.
I don't remember.
More like 3:30. I believe we got to our house sometime around 4:30ish. I know it was before 5 o'clock, but it was between 4 and 5. I'm pretty sure we got home.
Was it just the two of you at that point, or had your daughter Casey arrived?
It was just Kaylee and myself.
Right. So what did the two of you do?
We got home, we put her things away, and she wanted to go swimming, and I told her she had to get something to eat first. So because she didn't eat very well at my mom's. So we went ahead and I can't remember what I fixed her, but we went out in the kitchen and I fixed her something to eat. And then I know we got our bathing suits on, and at some point we went out and went in the pool and, was playing in the pool.
All right. Since you have an above-ground pool, how do you access it?
There is a ladder that attaches to the pool that you put on the pool, and then you're able to climb into the pool with the ladder.
All right. Is this something that has to be done every time you use the pool? You have to put a ladder on it, or is it a permanent fixture on the pool?
Part of the ladder is permanently attached with bolts. The part that where the top of the ladder, where the platform is bolted into the top of the lip of the pool, and then the steps inside the pool is attached to that. That's all one piece. And then there's a detachable exterior ladder. Prior to Kaylee becoming a toddler, we just usually left it attached, except when we didn't swim. During the months where we didn't swim, we took it off, and we took the whole ladder out just to it would be easier to clean that way. But during the season that we would use the pool, we would have it, attached. But once Kaylee became a toddler, then we took the exterior ladder off, and we just set it beside the pool.
All right. Is that where it would be stored every time the removable exterior portion was taken off?
Yeah, we just set it right next to the pool, laid it on its side. There was a spot there that we just set it down, laid it there, so it'd be convenient to put it back on when we wanted to have access to the pool.
All right. That section of the pool where you would affix the ladder, how high up on you is the lip?
Again, the lip is about mid-sternum.
Chest high.
Chest area.
All right. So if you are standing right at the area where the ladder is, you can see the surface of the pool.
Yes, ma'am.
At your height.
Yes, ma'am.
The ladder, how big is it? The removable part of it. How big is it?
Well, it would probably be a little bit taller than me, because it's on a slant to walk up, and I think there's 3 or 4 steps before you get to the platform on the ladder. I think there's 3 rungs, 3 or 4 rungs.
Okay. Is that ladder cumbersome?
No.
Heavy?
It's heavy enough that a small child couldn't pick up, but it's not something that I had difficulty putting on and off.
All right. So on June 15th, when you and Kaylee decide that you're going to go swimming in the early evening, did you take the ladder from its position and put it onto the pool?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Okay. Does Kaylee have to wait patiently?
Yes, ma'am.
Until you complete that process?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And do you get into the pool first?
No. At that time, because of her age, she was able to climb the steps. So I would stand behind her and hold her as she climbed each step. And then when she reached the top, I would make her sit down on the platform.
So if that ladder was by chance left in place, she could have easily climbed the steps and gotten in the pool.
Yep.
John McSmith has a very good point. He says, I don't know why these pool dimensions aren't entered into evidence some other way than constantly comparing it to the witness. Right. It's very vague. I agree. And that's the prosecution, man. That's the prosecution. Mm-hmm. That's why they lost this case. One of the reasons.
Yep.
It's hard to understand. I just feel like it was sloppy. Like, oh, how tall are you, Mrs. Anthony? 5'4". Okay, where did it come up to? I can't envision that.
Well, exactly, and she's not even standing up, so it's not like
right.
They can see.
Yeah, right. They should have done their job and measured all of that.
Yeah, that was kind of cutting corners.
The opening of the doors, they should have measured all of it and known what her height was.
Yeah.
Yeah, that kind of sloppy.
And I was climbing behind her, and with one hand I would hold on to her while she's holding on to the bars on that, and then I would go around her and get into the pool, and then she usually would wait and then jump into the pool into my arms.
Why did you have to hold her?
I probably didn't have to hold her. That was just something I did because I didn't want her to fall. If she would have fallen, she would have hit her head on either the retention or one of the bushes or something there, and it would be a distance. So it's like when you're helping an older person, you just start kind of right there. If they're walking down a step, it's just something you do. And with her, it was just something I did, like
Heather's in the waiting room
in the store. So it was just a natural thing. I guess I didn't even, it's not something you consciously think about. Or I guess you do. You don't want them to fall. But it's my nature to do that.
All right, to provide that support.
Right, to protect her.
Climbed.
To protect her.
you spend a lot of time in the pool?
That afternoon we did. We were in there probably hour and a half, somewhere, at least an hour. I know we were in the pool.
Did she wear the floaties on her arms, or do you have some other suit that she would put on that would help keep her buoyed?
At that age, she had an actual life jacket that we put on over her bathing suit, and she was wearing her life jacket.
While you were swimming in the pool, did your daughter Casey come home?
Yes, she did.
Okay. Did she get into the pool with you?
No, she did not.
All right. At that point, did you all decide to take Kaylee into the house?
Yes, ma'am.
How did Kaylee get out of the pool?
I told Casey that it was time to take Kaylee, and Casey had inquired about coming into the pool herself, and it was getting cold, and I knew Kaylee had been in there a while, so I told Casey that Kaylee had had enough. I mean, I felt that Kaylee had enough, and that I asked her to go get Kaylee's. Kaylee
Okay,
ready
see,
for
you're seeing little glimpses of where Casey was shoved off as mom, right?
Yeah, she wanted to get in and she thought she had enough.
She wanted to get in and play with Kaylee, and I felt that Kaylee had had enough. I mean, man, I mean, that would be tough dynamics to live in, you know, for both.
I mean, how long, and did they say how long they were in the pool before, Casey? I mean, was
No,
it a
but
half hour? Was it an hour? Was it 2 hours?
You know what I feel like? I feel like these two just went at each other. So, right, she saw Casey wanting to be included, and she was just being a bitch because she was probably irritated at her lack of involvement with this child, and was like, you know what? She's had enough. We've been in here for however long. She's had enough. You know, you're coming in after the fact, but you're seeing them both. There's bad dynamics on both sides, but who do you blame when they raise that girl? She raised that girl. She's a product of her.
She gave her mom the control to begin with.
But she was, I mean, she's the kid, right? She's, ultimately, she's still the kid. But I feel like Cindy took ownership over that child from the word jump. Yeah.
Yeah, I think so as well. I think there was a constant power struggle between both of them.
Yes, and I don't think that Cindy approached Casey like, I'll help you mother her, or I'll help you. I think she was like, I know how to do it better. You don't know what the fuck you're doing. And took control. I mean.
Well, especially if they were willing to adopt her, you know, so they already felt that way to begin with.
They didn't want her to have her, right?
Yeah.
And she didn't. And so she's saying, I don't want her. And they're saying, well, we don't want you to have her. But we want her.
Like, you didn't want her in the first place, so you're not going to do this now. Like, we're going to raise her. And you're not going to have any control over what we do. Like, she's living under their roof as well, so.
She couldn't really say too much.
I mean, I just feel like it was odd from the get-go. Him being in the room and then the brother being mad he wasn't there. Like, that's
I can just kind of sort of relate, though, with these weird.
Come in the delivery room, I'd be like, eh.
With these weird dynamics. Like, I don't know. John McSmith. Cindy Watts raised Chris, too. Not sure what you're saying, ladies. I don't know what you mean by that. Elaborate. I'm just looking at their dynamics. I mean, yeah, there were some crazy dynamics in Chris's family as well. As far as denial was a huge factor in their family. I've talked about that fact with them. I mean, it's not a secret. But denial obviously is not ever a good thing, right? You can't ignore things that are there because they're gonna come back to surface. Look
they
at
don't go away,
Yolanda.
that's for sure.
Yolanda went to Kaylee's memorial service. Yolanda Hernandez in chat.
Shower. So Casey came out with a towel and she received Kaylee as she was coming down the ladder. I had taken I think I took Kaylee's bathing suit off in the pool, her life jacket and her bathing suit off in the pool. It was kind of like a fun thing to do for Kaylee to be naked in the pool for a minute, and then her mom received her with a towel and then took her in the house.
You got out at that time, I imagine?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
And what did you do with the removable portion of the ladder?
I took it off as usual and placed it on the side and gathered Kaylee's bathing suit and life jacket and grabbed my towel and proceeded to go inside the house.
Anything else happened that evening?
Yeah, that evening was a very emotional and a very special evening. So I recall it. I recall it like it happened yesterday.
What is it that you're referring to?
Part of the reason that I wanted to take Kaylee to see my father that day is the week prior we had they had called hospice in, and my dad was not doing very well, and I usually would take my camera to, whenever I went to see him anyway, especially when Kaylee was there. But I wanted to document that day because at that time I didn't know if it would be the last time Kaylee would see her great-grandfather, and I wanted to document that time. So after Kaylee's bath, I had told Casey about the videos that I had taken and the pictures, and I told her about our day, and I was excited to show Casey. So the three of us sat in Lee's old room at the computer, and we watched the videos, and Casey and I cried, and Kaylee was with us, and she didn't really understand why we were crying, but it was a very special moment that the three of us had shared.
So what you're telling us is that the video and photographs, including the one that we saw displayed of Kaylee, were placed on the computer from the actual camera and video camera.
My camera is a video camera. My camera takes video, so it was just one camera. But yes, the still pictures and the video, we plugged it into the computer.
All right. And transferred it onto the
I'm not
computer.
sure if I'm sure we probably did transfer it that time. I don't know if Casey ended up saving it or whatever. That part didn't stick out in my head. That wasn't something that I recall exactly how that was, but I know there's a cable, and I believe she probably did save those pictures on the computer at that time.
Okay. Eventually, your husband returned home?
Yes, that was later that evening after Casey and Kaylee and I went to bed because I had to get up early the next morning, so I believe I was in bed when he came home that night.
All right. The next day, being Monday, you had to go to work?
Yeah, I had to go to work early. Mondays are very busy for us at work, and we switch off early weeks, and I was the early supervisor that day that had to be in. So I like to get there normally a half hour prior to my normal time, which is anywhere between 8 and 8:30 is when I would start work. But that day, I knew I had a lot of stuff going on, so I wanted to be there around 7:30. So I left about 7 that morning.
After June 15th of 2008, did you see your granddaughter Kaylee again?
No, ma'am, I did not.
When you left for work in the morning on June 16th of 2008, did you believe Kaylee to be in your house?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
On that day, did you believe that your daughter had a job?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
What did you believe her job to be?
She was an event coordinator at Universal Studios.
And what did you believe she did as an event coordinator for Universal Studios?
If Universal was doing Mardi Gras or had celebrities come in or whatever was going on, there's always different things going on at Universal. She worked kind of behind the scenes helping set up a specific event, and her hours would be different. Sometimes she worked during the day, sometimes she worked evening, and quite often I believe she worked in the evenings.
All right. And you believed this? Or did you believe this because that's what she told you?
Yes, ma'am.
Did you see any other evidence of her working at Universal Studios that led you to believe that it was true?
Yes, I mean, there was her lanyard that she would wear.
I'm sorry,
Her
did you say
lanyard.
Yes, her lanyard. And I had seen
What about her paychecks?
text messages from her boss.
What about
and
rent?
Emails from
Is she paying rent?
her work, her employer to her.
All right, the
And I
lanyard
just am
that
curious
you're
how
talking
often
about
she went to work
is
an
something
hour
to wear
early.
around the neck, has an identification
Who's Cindy?
attached to it.
Yes, ma'am.
Did it have her picture?
Yes, ma'am.
And
I work in healthcare.
anything
They
else?
don't come an
You know,
hour.
did it say Universal Studios on it?
Yes, ma'am.
Did
Well,
she,
she said-
have and
hang on,
continue
let me
to
pause
wear
that.
a name tag?
She had.
She said that Mondays, because it was Monday and she worked at home health care, that she went in early.
Yeah, our supervisors never come in early.
Yeah, I worked at home
health.
health care too, but maybe
Yeah.
Cindy Anthony was just that model
go-getter.
employee. Yeah, the go-getter, you know,
Mhm.
model employee. I'm skipping forward a little bit, by the way, because I want to get to her cross. Is
Are you
anybody
reading all these
against?
things from Heather?
Yeah, Heather, I don't see her. I
She
don't.
said she was in here and could see us.
I know, but I don't see her name, so I don't know what else to do. I don't see her, and it's not saying Heather joined.
I'm
So
back
is
now.
anybody against me fast forwarding to cross? Because we're going to hear basically the same shiz.
No, I'm fine with it.
I'm interested in cross. Okay, let's do this. All right, that way I can refresh. Hello, beautifuls. All right, I'm going to refresh, and then maybe I'll see Heather. All right.
Potato joined.
Okay, we are coming back at you live.
I was yawning.
Okay. Okay, Heather says, I'm back now, but I do not see Miss Heather. So I'm going to send her another link and see if that works. And then we're going to pick up on the cross. Okay, because I have refreshed.
She said, damn it.
I know. She's like, what the hell? She's
Is she
probably,
on her phone? Because I struggled getting on with my phone.
you know, I don't know. I don't know that. She does not. Motherfucker know.
Jeez,
Yeah.
My little dungeon
I don't
out
know.
here is
He
like
doesn't
an
know.
icebox.
He does not know.
You guys can't hear the sound bits, which is kind of weird, but Potatoes frozen with her fucking pen in her mouth. Whoa, Potatoes.
What a time to freeze.
Whoa. There you are. Oh, look at, she's blushing.
She said, I am on my phone.
That might be why. I don't know.
I couldn't get on.
Well, I apologize for
on my
this.
phone. It normally works for me on my phone.
Yeah, this program is loud and beefy.
Loud and
She's frozen again. Poor Potatoes.
What is going on?
Do you have bad Wi-Fi?
Did you hear her? What is going on?
What's going on? I know.
Oh, she made it. We have a Heather J. Hey,
Yay!
Heather.
Oh,
Yay, you can see me now.
Yay.
Yay.
You are back. Or you made it. You must have been in the wrong studio.
I don't know what was going on.
I don't either. Oh my God, what happened?
You put her just on her.
Oh wait, here I'm gonna wait. Oh, I didn't know I could do that. Watch. Introducing Jay and Maligator and Potato with a pen in her mouth and the H, the mysterious H.
No,
Okay.
Heather J.
The mysterious Heather J. Okay, so we are back and we are gonna start with the cross-examination. So you came just in time.
The juror, hope you had a good lunch. Did you heed all of my previous admonitions? Mr. Byers, you may proceed, sir.
Please, the court. Mr. Verdict. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Good afternoon, Jose. Nice to see you.
Hello.
He's so likable from when he opens his mouth.
You just want to listen
Fair
to
to
him.
say
You do.
you and Casey are very much alike.
In many ways, yes.
In fact, is that not what you hear quite often, that you are exactly alike?
In most ways, yes.
Ooh,
And
yikes.
You raised Casey to be a good person.
Yes, I did.
And you raised Casey to be caring.
Yes, I did.
And loving as well.
Yes.
And you raised Casey to always tell the truth.
I thought I did. Yes, I did. I tried.
And you got to see what kind of mother Casey became, did you not?
Yes, I did.
And what kind of, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury what kind of mother Casey is?
Casey was a very loving, very caring mother. She had a very easy, quick maternal instinct that was very evident as soon as Kaylee was born. And she reminded me of myself when my kids were born, how just natural she was with Kaylee.
What?
And they were just great together.
Oh, I'm so sad.
And how did Kaylee respond to Casey?
Kaylee adored her mom. Her eyes would light up. She'd run to her and love on her. And in fact, Kaylee didn't want to sleep without her mom. Kaylee adored her.
Kaylee followed Casey everywhere she went, did she not?
Pretty much.
And would cry all the time, every time she left?
No, not when it was either George or myself, because I mean, she would cry a little bit, you know, but she knew we were there, so it wasn't a big separation anxiety when I was there. Now, I didn't notice if I was already gone and Casey left her with one of her other sitters. I don't know how that was.
You
One of
never
her other
witnessed
sitters.
Casey abuse or torture Kaylee in any way, did you?
No, I did not.
And
Okay, I want to say something here. Her demeanor is completely different with Jose than it was with the prosecution. I feel like she's talking completely different. But
She's very subdued right now.
Yeah.
And before she was very confident.
Yeah, it's almost like I'm confused because if I'm a juror and I'm sitting here thinking, this woman basically felt like she had to step in and raise this child because Casey was inept for whatever reason. But now she's saying the complete opposite. Like, she reminded me of myself when I had my kids, and she was so good with her. She was a natural. Like, the two just aren't aligning for me.
Mm-hmm, because she's probably not being honest about it. So she's got a bit, what's the word?
Embellish?
Yeah. So, I mean, she said that Casey was really maternal and stuff, but was she really? Because she didn't want to have Kaylee. She wanted to put her up for adoption. Like, was she really maternal?
Or is she saying she changed when she was born? All of a sudden she was...
Yeah, she really...
She went from, I want to adopt this child out to super mom. Like mom. Just like mom did.
Yeah, I just think she's just trying to protect her.
I am freezing, you guys. I'm sorry. I feel like it's so obvious, but I have an air vent like right underneath my chair, and I'm going to have to go get a blanket because I'm freezing, man. It's 100 degrees outside, but I'm cold.
That's why I turned my vent off and I went and put on a long sleeve because I'm like, damn, it's cold down in this little room.
Yeah, I'm chilly too. All right. I'm going to go get a blanket. Yeah, that's a good idea. I'll shut this vent.
It's called old age.
Well, usually I'm hot and sweating and I'm like, oh, what's going on? Now I'm freezing. I'm like shivering. All right. So let's get back to this. He's asking more, I think, emotional driven questions too. Yeah. You know, the prosecutor was asking, about the pool, the doors, the locks. He's asking straight away, what was it like the day Kaylee was born? He's totally playing on the emotional part of her.
Never went without food or shelter or anything that she ever needed in life.
No, she had everything.
Now, you testified under direct examination that The first time you went to the or the first time Casey went to the doctor was on June 30th of 2005.
No, that was when
I'm sorry, go ahead.
June 30th was when I found out that Casey was pregnant. To my knowledge, she went to the doctor a few days before.
And you went to your brother's wedding on June 7th, did you not?
Yes.
May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Without showing this to the jury, madam, I'm going to now show you Defense Exhibit A. Did you recognize that photo, ma'am?
Yes.
And is that a photograph of you and Casey at your brother Rick's wedding?
Yes.
And at that time, when that photograph was taken, you did not believe that Casey was pregnant.
No, I did not.
She looks super pregnant in that photo.
And
Yeah, I
at
agree.
that wedding, you were actually confronted about Casey's pregnancy by your brother, were you not?
We were sitting at the dinner table, and Casey had flown in earlier that day, and she was sick and wanted to go lay down. And my brother asked if she might be pregnant, and I told him no. I did not believe so.
So you were confronted by your brother at that time?
He brought the subject up that she might be pregnant, and my parents and my husband and I were there. And
at that time, you told him, no, she was not.
At that time, yes, I told him, no, we did not believe that she was pregnant.
And George was present during this conversation.
Yes.
And both of you indicated that Casey was not pregnant.
Correct.
And you mentioned under direct examination that Casey, during that time period, was sedentary.
Pretty much so. I mean, for her work, previously she was walking the entire park at Universal, doing photos and such, and then she had taken a sedentary position in human resources. Her and I would
she looked
walk,
down
but
so much.
she wasn't running or walking all day. We'd walk in the evening for a few minutes, but to me that's still sedentary.
Miss Anthony, if you can just answer my question, I would appreciate it. The question was, you had testified that she was sedentary. Is that correct? Okay. And for those of us who don't know what that means, that basically means lack of physical activity, correct?
Yes, that she pretty much have a sit-down job.
And are you certain it wasn't that she didn't get these? Well, let me strike that and ask you this. Are you certain it wasn't because she was overly active or participating in sports that she got that way?
What way, sir? I don't understand the question.
With the large protruding belly, are you certain that it wasn't because she was participating in sports?
Casey wasn't participating in sports during that time.
Okay. So it's the complete opposite. It's because she was not engaging in physical activity that you thought that way.
Yes, at that time, yes.
Now, you're aware that Casey has been incarcerated for the last 3 years, are you not?
I've been aware every day of my life for the last 3 years, yes, sir.
Okay. And you're aware that she spends 23 hours a day in a cell?
Yes, sir.
Okay. That would pretty much classify her as sedentary during that time period. Would you not agree?
Yes, sir.
As you see Casey today, does she have a large belly or a protruding belly?
I haven't been close enough to see her, but I know she's not eating, so I don't know what activities she's allowed or can do.
Your Honor, may I ask Miss Anthony to please stand with your permission so that Mrs. Anthony can identify her?
Approach. The defendant may stand.
Mrs. Anthony, can you see your daughter?
I can see just from her chest up.
May the witness stand down, Your Honor?
She may.
Can you please look at your daughter and then go back to the witness stand once you've had an opportunity to view her?
Wait, what is this for?
To see, because she's saying that they didn't think she was
Does your daughter
pregnant
appear
at
to
the
have a protruding belly, as she did at your brother's
birthday
wedding?
party
Oh,
or the
She's
wedding?
not as big as she was during
Yeah,
that
he's
period.
trying to prove that they would
And
have
they were
known.
trying to, yeah, and they were
Now,
trying to blame it
I'd
on
like to
that
ask
she
you
was
some
sitting at her
questions
job
about
all the time.
when
But he said she's been
Casey
sitting in
actually
jail
pleaded
for
guilty
3
about.
years and hasn't gained a belly.
oh,
Now, she went on, you said you think she went a couple days before the 30th.
She told me she went a few days before. Casey was having some female issues, and we were concerned that she might have an ovarian cyst. She was bloated, she was hurting, she was not feeling well, and her periods were more often than normal. So I had implored her to go to see the doctor, and she told me that she had gone earlier that week to see the doctor.
And she eventually was referred to a Dr. King, was she not?
That was after her second visit, from my understanding.
And that was a gynecologist.
Yes,
And that was the first time that she had actually seen a gynecologist, correct?
yes,
And she was 19 at the time.
yes,
Now, you've testified that your daughter had irregular periods
yes,
and that you thought that she might have had a cyst.
yes.
And when did Casey first get her period?
When she was 12. Actually, excuse me, when she was 10.
She was 10. And from the age of 10 to the age of 19, being a medical professional, you never considered taking her to a gynecologist.
Going to a gynecologist is pretty traumatic for a child. I remember I didn't go till I was like 17 or 18 years old. No, I considered it that she wasn't having issues that weren't what I considered, pretty much like me. When you compare that her and I are a lot alike, we're a lot alike in that way as well with our periods.
Despite the fact that she was having irregular periods?
That just started just a few months prior to me finding out she was pregnant.
Do you know when she had her first sexual partner?
Sustained.
She's like, I need a drink for that.
Now, I'd like to talk to you a little bit about some of Casey's imaginary friends. First of all, let me ask you this. Who's Kaylee's father?
I'm going to object any knowledge will be based on hearsay.
Overruled to the extent that the answer comes from Casey Anthony. If it comes from someone other than Casey Anthony, you can't answer the question.
When Casey first told me she was pregnant, naturally, the first thing I asked her is who the father was, and she, at that time, told me that it was Jesse Grund.
Now, you didn't wait till Kaylee was born to ask her who the father was.
No. I
You asked her right away?
Right away, yes.
Because that's what a concerned parent would do.
Yes.
And there came a time where you found out that Jesse Grund was not Kaylee's father. Did you not?
Yes.
And subsequent to that, who did you think Kaylee's father was?
She gave me a name of Eric Baker.
And did you ever meet anyone by the name of Eric Baker?
No, sir, I have not.
What did Casey tell you about this Eric Baker?
That he was 2 years younger than her, and that he... Your Honor, I'm going to object any further hearsay on this issue.
Well, Ms. Anthony, as long as you're telling us something that your daughter told you.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Please continue.
He was 2 years younger than her, and he was an old friend, and she had seen him about the time that she started seeing Jesse. He was in town and upset about a girlfriend or such, and I guess they got together. It was one night, and Eric lived out of state and was back in a relationship with his girlfriend that he was having difficulty with when Casey said they got together.
And what state was he from?
I'm pretty sure she said like Kentucky, North Carolina, somewhere there.
And at this point, did you make any attempts to meet Eric Baker?
No.
Did you want to speak to Eric Baker at any time?
No.
Did Casey tell you that she wanted you to meet Eric Baker?
No.
Did there come a time where meeting Eric Baker was not possible?
Yes.
How did that all come about?
It was about a week or two after Kaylee's second birthday that Casey called me at my work, and she was hysterical on the phone. And she told me that Casey's father was involved in a car accident. And she had just found out. And she also told me at that time that Kaylee had a half-brother.
And what is Kaylee's half-brother's name?
I have no idea.
Is Eric Baker on Kaylee's birth certificate?
No, no father's listed on Kaylee's birth certificate.
Now, do you think Eric Baker exists?
I'm going to object to her opinion.
Pardon?
To any opinion, testimony.
Sustain.
Do you have any evidence that Eric Baker is Kaylee's father?
Objection would be based on any hearsay.
Sustain.
Do you have any evidence that Eric Baker ever existed?
Next question.
Objection.
Eric Baker.
Objection is sustained.
I haven't heard this
Tell me
name,
about Jeff Hopkins. You've testified quite a bit about him during direct.
but I'm going to look it up.
He is a wealthy man.
Do you want me to tell you how I learned about him?
He died in an accident in 2007.
Casey
Oh, he's
was
one of the
engaged to
dead
Jesse,
ones.
And it was sometime around
Yeah.
Valentine's Day of 2006. And she was telling me, this is about the time Casey was starting to vocalize issues of her and Jesse's relationship. And she started telling me about this young man that she worked with that was an IT at Universal. Actually, I guess he worked for Nickelodeon Studios at the time. And he had a little boy, and she said that she thought he was a nice young man, and he had befriended her, and she was confiding in him about her relationship with Jesse.
Did Casey tell you these things on pretty much a daily basis, or is this all information you heard on one day?
No, this is over the course of a period of time. I mean, I heard about Jeffrey Hopkins from that point on through, Kate, until I found out about Kaylee.
And Jeffrey Hopkins had a child named Zachary.
Yes.
And did you ever see a photograph of Zachary?
I saw a picture of Zachary and Jeffrey on Casey's cell phone months later. It was probably towards the fall or winter of 2006 that when Casey's phone was on, I guess was just sitting there, the picture was of Zachary and Jeff, and she had him listed as boyfriend in her phone.
Have you since come to find out that Jeffrey Hopkins does not exist?
I never knew for sure if he did or not, so if you're telling me that he doesn't exist now, then
Are you aware that law enforcement looked for him?
yes.
And are you aware that no such Jeffrey Hopkins ever worked for Universal Studios?
Sustained.
Do you have any evidence? other
She's
than
just full of
photographs that you
lies,
saw,
man.
That there ever was a Jeffrey Hopkins?
Same basis.
Sustained.
Did you ever speak to Jeffrey Hopkins?
No.
You had, that you testified under direct, a girls' day at the mall with Jeffrey's mother?
We were supposed to meet up with Jeffrey's mom and Zachary for Christmas pictures with Santa Claus, Christmas of 2007.
And what was Jeffrey's mother's name?
Jules.
Jules. And did you ever speak to Jules?
No, I did not.
Did you ever see a photograph of Jules?
No, I did not.
Did you ever have a phone number for Jules?
Yes, I did.
Did you ever call it?
No, I never had the opportunity where I needed to.
Now, it turned out that Jules had cancer?
Casey told me that those last few weeks in July of 2008 that Jules had cancer.
And did you get an invitation to go to her wedding?
No. As my understanding, it was an impromptu thing that just occurred that week.
Do you know if Casey got an invitation to go to her wedding?
Casey told me that she was attending Jules' wedding and that was delaying her from coming home from Jacksonville.
And it turns out that Zach's mother was also deceased.
Yes.
It's your understanding that Jeffrey Hopkins was how old compared to Casey?
How old?
Yes. Were they the same age, Casey and Jeffrey Hopkins?
No, I believe Jeffrey was at least 2, if not 3 or 4 years older than Casey.
And they both had children who were approximately 2 years of age.
No, Zachary was a year older than Kaylee.
They both had toddlers?
Yes.
And both of these toddlers' parents, other parents, were deceased.
Yes.
So Jeffrey Hopkins was a widower.
My understanding is that Jeff took custody of Zachary when he was 2, that Zachary's mother, previous to that, was a single mom, and Jeff had no idea that he was a father, and then found out when his old girlfriend passed away that he actually was a father.
I guess
Are these men even real?
Zachary's mother was deceased.
No, he just said the
And
police
Kaylee's
looked them
father
up
was
and they're
deceased.
not.
Jeff Hopkins
Casey
is a real person,
wanted
but he
to
didn't
move
work
in
at university
with
with her.
Jeffrey
He went to
Hopkins
university with her.
and the 2 children.
Okay, so Jeffrey was real.
Yeah, he's from her childhood. He does testify as well.
Okay, so he's real. He's from her childhood. Eric Baker, is he
fake.
real?
Eric Baker was a real person, and he died in 2007.
He
Then
did.
who was the fake one, he said?
He's saying that Jeff Hopkins is fake because he didn't work at Universal, so it's part of Casey's made-up story.
Oh, okay. But he's a real person. He just didn't work at Universal?
Yeah, so he's a real name and a real person from her past, but he wasn't in her present life.
Okay, gotcha. Maybe Yolanda knows.
Yolanda says, just listen to Cindy talk and observe, okay? We're picking up what you're laying down, Yolanda. We got you. Yo, Landa.
At some point, I believe that that's Casey's wishes.
And that's what Casey had dreamed of.
That's what Casey, told me that was what she would like to do someday.
Were there ever any plans set in place to make this family happen?
There were lots of plans that we were supposed to get together with him and meet him and his family, and that never happened.
In fact, there was one time where you guys planned a barbecue.
There were several times that we planned things, and something always came up that we never got to meet him.
Do you recall planning a barbecue?
Not specifically a barbecue, but I remember we were supposed to go to SeaWorld and different things.
And when did those plans get canceled? Were they the day of or the day before?
Always the day of.
The day of. And did you ever have a situation where you went out and bought food because you were going to meet Jeff?
Yes.
And you had planned a dinner that you were going to prepare, or barbecue or anything like that?
There was lots of times when I thought he was going to come over that I would either make a cake or something. If I knew I did that for all of the kids' friends. If someone new was coming, I always tried to have food, and you don't want someone over to your house sitting there unprepared.
And did you share this with people, this information of this wonderful guy named Jeff Hopkins?
Wait, hold on.
Absolutely.
I have to address chat.
Yes.
Did it ever
Lex Luthor. Nope. Not one bit.
occur to you, Cindy, that these people
I know, I was like, are we doing that right now?
Not at all.
And
Can
this
you
was
not
long
see
before June
Can I
16,
speed it up?
2008, wasn't it?
Correct.
I said, can you not see the
You had
screen?
heard
Oh,
these stories of these imaginary
How
people
about the
for
title?
quite some time.
I didn't
Yeah.
know they were imaginary people.
I know that, but you had heard these for quite some time.
That calls for a Roberta.
Roberta.
I can't
Juliet
hear it.
Lewis. Who is she?
I was told she was a coworker of Casey's through not only Universal Studios, but also someone she worked with at Hard Rock Cafe.
And did you ever speak to Juliet Lewis?
No, I did not.
What does she look like?
Isn't that an
I can
actress?
only tell you a description that Casey gave me. I've
Wait.
never seen her.
And why did she describe it to you?
I remember one day we were sitting in Universal parking lot
I had
waiting
lunch with
for
Mark Wahlberg.
her boss and Juliet to arrive.
At Wahlburgers?
I was volunteering.
I work at Wahlburgers.
And how long did you wait for Juliet before she never showed up?
Juliet?
Hour and a half.
Oh my God.
Did you call Juliet?
This
No,
is weird.
Casey called Juliet.
And
It is sped up.
Did you ever have an opportunity to speak to Juliet?
No, sir.
Cray
Do you
says
have any
she's
evidence
an actor.
or any knowledge as to whether Juliet Lewis ever existed?
The
Oh,
only
here he
thing
goes.
I remember Kaylee, when I'd ask her about Juliet's daughter, Annabelle, Kaylee would repeat the name Annabelle like it was familiar to her. So
What?
And how would Kaylee mention Annabelle?
if I would say to Kaylee
So
that
was
day before I go to
Casey
work or whatever,
telling Kaylee these
if I knew
fake
that
names
Casey was going
too?
to see Juliet and Kaylee
I
would
was
see
just thinking
Annabelle.
that to back up the story,
Sometimes,
probably.
Casey
Yeah.
was supposed to
Like
watch
she was
Annabelle for
grooming
as
her with
well.
these
Wait.
fake people.
Wait, what?
So like was she grooming Kaylee with these fake people's names for her alibis?
Yeah, probably in case
I
anybody
mean-
asked.
Yeah, I mean these kids are like sponges. If I told my 2-year-old granddaughter things, she would repeat it. If I was like, "Oh, we're gonna go see this person," then she'd be like, "Oh, we're gonna go see this person today." I mean, she very well could have been doing that. I mean, she was doing it to real life grown people.
Yep. Yeah, I
My
really think
goodness.
she was.
I mean, she was saying it to law enforcement. I feel like everything she says is a freaking lie. I don't believe any of it. And I'm sorry, these people should have done more homework on these people with this kid.
Who?
But, you know, the grandparents, I mean, they can only do so much, but Jesus, you don't see her and she's
Right, you
making
don't
up
ever
all
meet
these
the nanny.
make-believe-
Right? You have
Yeah,
this nanny that's watching your precious granddaughter for 2 years and you never meet her.
Yeah,
And
all
you
these
take all the
make-believe people
excuses. Mhm.
don't show up for anything. I would
And,
start
yeah.
to be concerned.
Now Casey's hanging out with friggin' actresses. Like, what?
Juliet Lewis.
Yeah.
They waited an hour and a half for Juliet. Like, Cindy, how dumb did you feel? How dumb would you feel? Probably so dumb you wouldn't want to admit that your daughter just pulled one over on you.
But still protects her.
What is Nemo saying? Why is... Hold on. Nemo, please elaborate. This is for discussion, so I'm confused at what's happening. I'm confused too.
What?
I don't know. I have it on top chat, so I'm completely lost.
Yeah, I'm in top chat as well, so I couldn't see it.
Yeah, I don't know. I'll let them deal with it there.
Oh,
No,
y'all need to go. Y'all need to go live because the stuff's getting crazy up in here.
I'm not even looking.
No, I'm not. They can handle it down there. All right, here we go.
I would say, "You're going to play with Annabelle today," and her eyes would light up, and she would say, "Annabelle."
She would just repeat the name.
Yes.
How old was Annabelle?
The same age as Kaylee.
Did you ever see any photographs of Annabelle?
No, sir, I did not.
Annabelle. Would Annabelle maybe be like a character? Is there a character named Annabelle that might make little Kaylee's eyes light up? I don't know.
The only one I can think of is that creepy doll from
I was about
the possessed one.
Jesus, did that movie come out at this time? Because that would be really weird. Did they rent Annabelle at Blockbuster? Yikes.
Ashley, nobody said
Came out in
Yikes, he hasn't come
2014.
home, Ashley.
Oh, okay. We're clear on the Annabelle doll then.
Yep.
Hey,
Hopefully they're not making a 2-year-old watch that.
Well, you never know. Hey, Winter Moon Ray. Oh, you said I chat too much. Well, this is my channel, and guess what? I can chat as much as I damn well please.
Did you ever
What's
have
the
any
point of
play
a
dates with Kaylee and Annabelle?
I think they want to strike me. They want me to shut up so they can
Who is
they can
Raquel
turn
Farrell?
me in.
I believe Raquel Farrell to be Zanny's roommate.
And what is she like?
I've never seen her.
Do you ever speak to Raquel Farrell?
No,
Did you ever see a photograph of Raquel Farrell?
no,
Do you have any evidence that Raquel Farrell ever existed?
no.
Is Raquel Farrell the one that worked at Fridays?
I don't know where Raquel Farrell worked at.
Now, I'd like to talk about Zanny the nanny. Did you ever see a photograph of Zanny the nanny?
No.
Did you ever speak to Zanny the nanny?
No.
When was the first time you heard of Zanny the nanny?
The same time I heard about Jeffrey Hopkins, around Valentine's Day of 2006.
This was
Zanny's a little pill.
2 years and basically 2.5 years before June 16, 2008.
Yes, sir.
And what did Casey tell you about Zanny the nanny?
She didn't call her Zanny the nanny, by the way. She called her Zanny, and she said that that was Jeff's girlfriend, and that they lived in the same apartment complex. And Jeff pretty much offered Zanny up as a extra person if Casey ever needed a babysitter, because at that time it was her girlfriend Lauren and the Gruns, or George and I, that was watching Kaylee, those hours that my schedule overlapped with Casey's.
And you had no idea that Zanny was not a real person?
No, I did not.
So there you go, Jay.
And
She did have another
she described to you that
babysitter.
Zanny
That was real.
looked like what?
Over the course of the 2 years, Zanny had gotten her hair cut several times, but when I first heard about her, she had long black hair and was very attractive.
Did she say she was a perfect 10?
That came up later. I didn't hear that prior, right in the beginning. I heard that she just was a beautiful person on the inside as well as the outside and had a great smile.
Oh my God. Are you
Was Zanny Hispanic?
a great smile?
I don't think the conversation
And
ever
was
came
hot.
up. I don't think
Hot.
anyone asked. That was not a qualification. for
She was
Casey's
hot.
friends or anybody to babysit Kaylee.
Did Zanny the nanny speak Spanish?
Zanny was a real pill.
Possibly.
Wait, hold on.
Casey spoke some Spanish. She took.
Hold on. I've got to
about
pause
83
because
years of
I'm
Spanish.
dying. Cray 420. Is it Will and Raquel Farrow?
Farrell.
Holy. This chat cracks me up. Where's the other comment I was going to read? It was funny. Oh, Rev says, I watched The Shining when I was 4. Red rum. That's kind of scary. Oh, where's the other one? Ah, shoot, I can't find it now.
Heather said she probably said a perfect 10. Pancake George.
Kelly Dime, a perfect 10, inside and out. She had a great smile. Annabelle is Pinocchio's 5-year-old daughter.
Yes.
Pinocchio has
I
a
just
kid.
I googled it.
Wait,
I didn't even know he had a kid.
Wait, who did Pinocchio impregnate? We're talking about Pinocchio, the guy that lies and his nose grows. Has
The
a
wooden
child?
doll?
In what world does Pinocchio have children? Please enlighten me. I'm talking to my panel. Hello?
I'm looking it up.
Yeah, I'm trying to Google it.
Oh, well, Maligator, you said
I
that
said
was
yes,
the
heard
child.
that he did. Yes, and it's her name is Cedar. Is the daughter of Pinocchio.
So it's
Her
not
name is
Annabelle.
Cedar. No. It says her other relatives include grandfather Geppetto and Uncle Elmer. Yeah, so.
Okay,
Her name
then.
is Cedar.
I could say a million things right now that would be so inappropriate, but I won't. I'm going to go back to
I mean, she's a little
Cindy.
character. It's not like a real person. It's a doll.
Yeah, but it's just quite a bizarre thing to have Pinocchio
Yeah.
have children.
Yeah.
So I'm just going to go back to Cindy because she's less bizarre than Pinocchio having
Is she, though?
children.
The
I'm
things
pretty
you
sure.
learn on GH Lives.
I'm pretty sure she's less creepy than that.
In high school.
And did Zanny the nanny teach Kaylee how to count in Spanish, or was that Casey that did that?
I believed it was between Zanny, Casey, and Dora the Explorer that Kaylee was able to speak Spanish and count.
How would Casey prepare on a daily basis to pack up and take Kaylee to Zanny the nanny?
I was never home to see her pack for Kaylee to take her to Zanny's, so I could not tell you that.
Were you there when they came home?
Yes.
And did Kaylee appear to be excited from spending the day with Zanny the nanny?
When Kaylee either would come through the door or I would come through the door, the first thing was we would run to each other, and it didn't matter what Kaylee did for the day. It was what her and I were going to do with the rest of the day. So we really never talked about that.
But surely you asked her, did you have a fun day? Or?
Oh, yes. There was one occasion where I was actually kind of concerned that Kaylee had some scratches on her legs, and I thought that they looked like cat or dog scratches. And I asked her what had happened to her. And she said a doggy had scratched her. So I asked Casey about it, and she said that Zanny had gotten a new puppy, and the puppy had scratched Kaylee.
What was the puppy's name?
I don't recall.
And were there ever times, well, let me ask it this way. How often throughout the week for almost 2 years did Kaylee stay with Zanny the nanny?
Not that often. Most of the time, there was weeks at a time where Kaylee wouldn't stay with anybody other than myself. Zanny was someone that filled in. If Casey had to work while I was at work or George was unavailable. Otherwise, most of the time, Casey dropped Kaylee off at my work or would meet me in the parking lot, and then I would have Kaylee in the evenings.
Did Casey ever describe, prior to June and July of 2008, did Casey ever describe any problems that Zanny the nanny was having in her life, her personal life?
Just that period of time. Well, there were different times during those 2 years where Zanny had to move. She talked to me about Zanny's mom being ill and different things like that. And Zanny had another part-time job, and she just babysat. And I guess when her and Jeffrey broke up, Zanny got a job as a bartender to fill in financially from not being able, making money from watching Zachary. So I mean, there was different. I mean, she would talk to me about Zanny's life like she was one of her friends, and that's what she considered her, and that's what I considered her to be, is a friend of Casey's at that point.
Wow, she really elaborated.
No, sir. She had heart issues.
Heart issues?
Yes, sir.
And what was her name?
If I'm not mistaken, I believe it was Gloria.
Okay. Who is Rosa?
I have no idea.
Okay.
All these names.
Zanny had a sister, did she not?
Yeah, and she's
yes.
gotten like
And what was Zanny's
great
sister's name?
detail.
I did not find out about Zanny's sister until after July of 2008.
What was Zanny's sister's name?
Samantha.
And was she older or younger than Zanny?
I believe she was older.
Was Samantha also a nanny?
No, sir, I don't believe so.
Did she live with Juliet and Raquel and Zanny together?
Juliet did not live with Zanny.
Oh, okay.
And as far as I know, her sister was either married or lived on her own with her children.
Did you ever see a photograph of Gloria, Zanny's mother?
No, sir.
Did you ever speak to Gloria to wish her well on her heart condition?
No, sir.
Do you have any knowledge, or did you have any knowledge that Gloria was an imaginary person?
No, sir.
What about Samantha?
I never had the opportunity to meet Samantha. I did not know about Samantha until after July of 2008.
What did Casey tell you about, or what information do you have about the uncomfortableness of Zanny and Jeff Hopkins being former boyfriend and girlfriend, and Casey now wanting to marry and move in with Jeff Hopkins?
Object to the relevance of this, Your Honor.
Sustain.
I'll just sum this up, Miss Anthony. Do you have any information that you've received over the last 3 years, or since these people ever were mentioned, that they are anything but imaginary people?
I just found out that they are imaginary people.
And you testified under direct examination that up until about 6 weeks ago, you were looking for Zanny the nanny.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
And that was for
Oh, I have
3.5, or for 2.5 years, you were looking for Zanny the nanny?
I was looking for Zanny ever since I found out that Kaylee was missing.
And what efforts did you engage to try and find Zanny the nanny?
We had tip lines. We looked up every Zenaida Fernandez or Zenaida Gonzalez or Zenaida Rodriguez or whatever came close that was in the state of Florida, New York, North Carolina. George and I, when we were in New York, even followed up on a tip and went to the apartment that we believed that she lived in.
Was this at George's urging or yours?
At mine and George's, when he found out that she was in New York or could be in New York.
Well, this was something that you really wanted to pursue.
This is something we both wanted to pursue. When I got the tip that with a physical address, I mean, we went to California to follow up on her.
Did you find Zanny the nanny in California?
No, we did not. But we had met a couple that was pretty convinced that she was possibly at a restaurant that they had seen Kaylee.
You hired someone by the name of Dominic Casey, did you not?
I never hired Dominic Casey. Dominic Casey worked for you. And when you and Mr. Casey had a falling out, he volunteered to continue to follow up on tips for Kaylee.
And he did that for you?
Yes.
And I believe you once made a statement that somebody was being watched in Puerto Rico.
Yes, sir. Mr. Casey thought that Kaylee might be in Puerto Rico.
Sustained.
As to relevance, Your Honor, this was brought out during direct examination as to some of the methods that. I understand it. May I inquire in another manner?
You can ask another question, but
Yes, sir.
objection sustained.
Did you order your private investigator at the time to follow someone in Puerto Rico?
Yes, I had received a tip.
That objection again, Ms. Burton? Sustained. It's the relevancy.
Did you hear that, or let me rephrase that. Did you ever become aware, or did you ever believe that Kaylee was flown by a private jet to Puerto Rico?
Sustained. Another subject.
Yes, sir. Let's go back a little bit further in time. I'd like to talk about Casey's high school graduation. When did you first find out that she was not graduating?
Relevancy sustained.
Your Honor, I think some of this was brought out during direct examination, not the specific.
Sustained.
Now, Mrs. Anthony, throughout all of these years, it never occurred to you that these stories and these people that Casey was talking about were not real.
No, sir.
So therefore, the reason during the 30 days that you had not seen Kaylee, you understood all of these things to be true just as the imaginary people?
I trusted Casey. She'd never given me any reason not to believe in her.
Oh, please.
So the answer is yes. The reason you believed in Casey was because certainly you had no knowledge that all of these people were imaginary, and Casey had no reason or no issues that would lead you to cast doubt on what she was telling you.
Objection asked and answered.
Did Casey also know a George Glass, or is that a joke in chat?
Did there come a time where you told law enforcement that you thought Zanny was
You never
Amy
know.
Huizinga or Jesse Grund?
I'll be right back. I have to use the ladies' room.
Yes.
And why did you think that Zanny the nanny was Amy Huizinga or Jesse Grund?
Well, actually, when I spoke to the FBI about it, I wasn't convinced that it was Amy, more like it might be Ricardo Morales. And when I was bringing up the information to the FBI, it was Scott Boland who put the Zanny and Huizinga correlation together.
So you think that the FBI is the one that thought Zanny the nanny was Amy Huizinga?
Objective relevance and her opinion on the issue.
Sustained is her opinion.
Why did you think Zanny the nanny was Jesse Grund?
I never said that I thought Zanny was Jesse Grund.
Can you explain why you told law enforcement that you thought Zanny was?
Sustained a while ago in a different form, Mr. Baez.
Yes, sir. Have you ever testified that you gave the sheriff's department Zanny's number?
Yes, I did.
Okay. And did you give law enforcement Zanny the nanny's phone number?
I gave one of the deputies on July 15th or the morning of July 16th what I thought was Zanny's phone number.
And as far as you know, that number was never followed up on? What happened with that number?
From my understanding, that number was not to Zenaida Gonzalez. It was to one of Casey's other friends.
Which police officer did you give Zanny the nanny's phone number to?
The officer that was in charge that evening.
Would that be Sergeant Hosey?
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Anthony, do you believe Kaylee's alive?
You're not going to object to the relevance of this.
Sustained.
I'd like to talk to you, Miss Anthony, about your home.
Yes.
Okay. We saw photographs of the inside of your home. Do you recall those?
Yes.
You have white carpet.
It's like a cream color carpet.
And we saw photographs of the sliding glass door that goes out towards the pool.
Yes.
And there is no bar that would prevent Kaylee from opening that door.
We never placed a bar there, no.
Okay. And there's no child safety lock or anything like that for that door.
No, Kaylee had difficulty opening the big door.
Okay. Have you ever testified that Casey would get out quite easily?
Casey could, yes.
I'm sorry, Kaylee could.
I may have.
Okay. And that's what led you to believe that Kaylee could have drowned in the pool, did it not?
I don't know if I put those in the same sequence.
But it was your opinion that the number one thing that you thought could have happened was Kaylee.
This is the reasonable doubt that got them.
How many times did you tell law enforcement about Kaylee possibly drowning?
Okay, hold on.
I have sustained
I
objection
missed.
to that question.
I missed. I was going potty. What did he bring up? What have I missed?
He just said that she had testified prior that Kaylee could open the door quite easily, and then he said, "Is that why you thought she could have drowned in the pool?" And she said, "I don't know if I put those two instances together."
Ah, okay.
So first she's saying she struggled right now getting it open, but prior she said she could get it open pretty easily.
Yeah, she's contradicting herself way too much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
And he's busting her on it, and this is what the reasonable doubt. Like,
yep.
This is why the jury ruled it the way they did.
Yeah.
Yes.
They,
Even though we hate it.
within 24 hours,
He also said that Casey
Exactly.
never gave her any
Did you
reason
not
to not
tell-
believe what she was saying.
Oh yeah, she never had a reason to doubt her.
Yeah, but Casey wasn't going to graduate, and she let her parents throw her a graduation party before they actually found out she wasn't going to graduate because she'd been failing all of her classes, and they kept on asking her when she was graduating and stuff, and she would never tell them.
Oh,
So she lied
my
about
God.
school, about everything. They said that she used to lie about small things as well, like
Right, but who was the parent, right? When you're in high school
Mhm.
and your kid's a senior and you're not sure if they're going to graduate, wouldn't you call the fucking school?
Yeah, so eventually they did call the school, but that was after they'd already thrown her a graduation party.
Of course it was, and she got all the money, right?
I mean, I get progress reports and stuff in the mail for how your kids are doing. I mean, I knew everything about my son
Yeah,
graduating.
there's no
the whole
excuse. I'm sorry.
month
That's
before.
on the parents right there.
Yeah.
Another example that they were in complete denial about what she was doing. And
It was
why
like she could do no wrong.
because there was no accountability for anything that she ever did. They just
Exactly. You know,
Do you think they just
Like I
didn't
said-
want to, like, they didn't want to deal with her? It
I
was
think
just
she was
easier to just ignore it.
Mm-hmm.
I think she was
And
too
I
much of a
think-
brat, and they didn't want to even deal with that. She had an attitude, and
Well, I think that attitude started because she was raised to get it at whatever she wanted, right? She was never
And I
held
think
accountable
that-
as a child.
I think that kept Kaylee in their life as well, to just deal with her versus, kicking her out and not being a part of her life, because then she would punish them with not seeing Kaylee.
Oh,
So they
for
probably
sure.
just were like, do what you want and we'll believe whatever you say.
absolutely,
They didn't wanna
They
deal
didn't
with
want
her.
to lose that. Yeah,
Mm-mm. And they didn't want to deal with her because if they were going to fight her on everything she said, she was going to scoop that baby up and be gone.
Yep.
And it sounds like when the going got tough, when Casey stole from grandma was going to report it, and things got sticky. She scooped that baby up and she was gone.
Yep.
But
And
when we were asking,
And I'm sure that she had threatened it many, many times. I'm sure that Casey used that baby as a tool to get at Cindy many times.
she knew she had leverage with her. 100%, she knew.
That's all she
And
had.
yeah.
That's all she
and
had.
she did have a real babysitter. One of their friends, she said, babysat when she couldn't. So there was another actual real person that did babysit the mom.
But why
knew.
did she need a babysitter? That's my question.
It was when they would overlap shifts, is what she would say, when they so-called thought she was working.
They didn't care. They just wanted to make sure that baby was in their sights.
Yeah.
And for all intents and purposes, it worked, right? Because she said not one day went by that I didn't see that baby.
Yeah.
It worked until the grandma and the money and shit got real.
But
Miss
31
Casey.
days, I would be worried way before 31 days if I seen her every single day and then didn't see her for 31 days.
I'd be worried day one. Like, you're
Well,
not
in the
giving
same
me-
week one.
Yeah.
I think she was, but I feel like she felt like her hands were tied because if she pushed Casey too much, she was going to be just shut out completely.
And plus, she was always in denial, so she probably didn't want to think that anything was wrong either.
Mm-mm.
If she starts thinking like that, then she's got to kind of face it and then hold.
And then there's a lot to face, right?
Yeah, and she'd never held her accountable before, so why was she going to start doing it then?
Because with Casey, you can't just face one thing about her. There was so much that was going on that I think it was just too much for her mom to sort through.
Mm-hmm.
And we've seen that with the trial she thinks there's a dead body in the trunk, then she thinks possibly she drowned in the pool, and then she's her alibi saying she was the one looking the shit up on the computer. So she never holds her accountable, even through this.
No, she doesn't. And I can see where George would be completely, absolutely frustrated.
Mm-hmm.
Pancakes and all. Frustrated.
I mean, especially when they're two of the same people.
Yeah. That's why Lee moved out. I guarantee you that's why Lee moved out.
And that's why he no longer keeps in contact.
Fuck yeah, he got away from that dysfunction. Mm-hmm. And I wonder what, was a Potato that said that, what prompted him to finally move out? Because he was living there in the beginning when this happened, and then he moved.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was curious when.
And why.
Yeah, and in his testimony, he says how mad he was that he wasn't part of her being in the hospital and having a baby. He acted like he didn't even know.
He said he didn't want to be there because he was mad at her. He said he didn't want any part of it, and they didn't want him in there either.
Because he was speaking out against everything, and he was trying to get them into reality.
Mm-hmm.
And they didn't want it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so they shut out the very people that were speaking the truth that they didn't want to hear.
Yeah.
All right. Let's get back to Jose.
Detective Melich, about the ladder incident.
I'm not sure what ladder incident you're talking about.
About finding the ladder down attached to the pool on June 17th?
Facts, not in evidence.
Overruled.
I know at some point I remember telling the detectives that the ladder, I found the ladder on the pole and the gate open.
And that was on June 17th, was it not?
I believe it was the 16th. Could have been the 17th, but I feel like it was the 16th.
Shit.
So the 16th, you came home from work and you saw the ladder there.
And I came home from work and let the dogs outside. And when I went outside with the dogs, I noticed that the ladder was on the pole. And when I walked to get the ladder off the pole, I noticed that the side gate was open.
And that alarmed you?
That's because the dogs were in the backyard and I didn't want them running into the street, and we never left the gate open.
And this alarmed you so much that the next day when you went to work, you actually told coworkers?
Yes, sir.
You told Debbie Bennett about someone who was swimming in your pool?
But she was alarmed because the dogs were out and the gate was open, but she didn't seem to be like, why the fuck is the ladder on there? She said, we always took it off. It was convenient. We just set it right aside. But she didn't open the door and go, who left the fucking ladder on here?
Yeah, she says the ladder and then the gate. So that's why he said she went to work and was complaining to people at work that someone was in her yard. But it very well could have also been Casey going in there, setting it up, leaving the gate open for her lame ass alibi.
I had called George that night and asked him if he had worked in the yard and could have potentially left the gate open, and did he cool off in the pool before he went to work? And he said no. And from my knowledge, Casey had not been back home that afternoon. So if it wasn't Casey or George, then it had to be someone else.
My question, ma'am, was that you told Debbie Bennett that someone was swimming in your pool.
Yes, sir. I just answered that saying that it wasn't one of us, so I thought it could be someone else.
I understand. You also told Debbie Polisano that someone was swimming in your pool.
Possibly, yes.
Okay. And are you close with Debbie Polisano?
She was my supervisor for a year and a half before I left Gentiva.
So is that a yes or no?
She was my boss. We weren't friendly. Debbie Bennett and I hung out after work. Deborah Polisano and I never hung out after work, so I don't really call being close with her. No.
Did you tell anyone else at work about the ladder being attached to the pool on June 16, 2008?
My work is very open, so if I was talking to Debbie, then pretty much the whole office probably could have heard me speaking to Debbie Bennett.
Okay. Now, Kaylee loved to swim, did she not?
Yes, she did.
In fact, when you were on vacation, you guys went swimming every day.
Which vacation, sir?
In June of 2008.
Yes, from my second day of vacation, yes.
And you always use the protective vest when going swimming with her?
Yes, I would take it off before we get out of the pool most of the time because Kaylee liked to get her suit off and go by the jets before we get out. If it was just her and I, I'd leave the vest on, but if someone else was with us, then we would strip her down and someone would get her with the towel and take her in.
I heard you say she liked to swim naked.
Well, she just, the jet from the pool, we had a little thing. She liked to go over to it and feel it. So,
Who doesn't?
yeah, it feels good on your back and your bottom. So, yes.
Now,
What? Thank
Say
you.
what the fuck did I just hear? Excuse my French.
Yeah, I was a little shocked too. I couldn't
Okay,
wait to
can I play that at normal speed, please? Because I need to see this woman's reactions. Because
Yeah.
Jose's yeah, who doesn't? He's like, this lady's fucking ridiculous. Oh my God. Between George and the fucking pancakes and now this and the jets. What? It's a pool. It's not a fucking hot tub. What is she talking about? The jets.
Well, there is a little.
I know, but
I mean, not
why
that I would be
taking your. Oh my God. I can't. Okay. I'm going to play that at regular speed because I need to see this like normal again.
Debbie Bennett and I hung out after work. Deborah Polisano and I never.
Am I way off here?
Yes, it was getting. The sun was, it was getting later in the evening, and it was getting kind of chilly in the pool, and we had been in the pool for at least an hour and a half. It was probably about 7:30.
and I know you testified that you took the ladder down after you were done.
Yes, I recall taking the ladder down.
Are you 100% certain of that?
As certain as I can be. I'm not sure if anybody's ever 100% certain of anything, but I do recall taking the ladder down. So as much as I can remember from the events, yes, I took the ladder down.
And of course, you would never have to recall this specific event.
Did I skip it?
Well, after a month later.
No, actually, it would have been the next day when I questioned whether or not someone was in the pool. So within a day, I would have.
I think you did because I don't remember this part.
Now,
Yeah, I think you
do you
did. I would have
recall
reacted.
Speaking with,
Yes, sir.
you told Debbie Bennett about someone was swimming in your pool.
Oh, yeah.
Carpet.
Okay.
It's like a cream color carpet.
Here it is.
Casey could, yes.
That's what led you to believe that Kaylee could have drowned in the pool, did it not?
I don't know if I put those in the same sequence.
You went too far.
And from my knowledge, Casey had not been back home that afternoon.
I don't know
so
where I was
If
at.
it wasn't Casey, it's not in evidence.
That's too far. It's after she says she doesn't know if she came home.
I know at some point I remember telling the detectives that the ladder, I found the ladder on the pool and the gate open.
Enforcement that you thought maybe Casey forgot to take the ladder down. Now, do you recall speaking with,
I don't know where it is. I can't find it.
after this case is over, with two men, one by the name of Steph Watts? Do you know who he is?
What?
I know who he is, but I don't know what you're referring to as after this case is over. I don't think this case is ever.
He works for Fox News, or worked at that time for Fox News.
At what time are you referring?
In July of 2008.
Yes, I remember Steph Watts being one of the media personnel outside my home, one of many.
Okay, I really want to hear that part again. So can you guys help me? What was right before
so just
that?
go to where she tells the people in the office and then just let it play from there because it's
I thought
after
it
that.
could be someone else.
I understand.
Right there. Just stay there.
Right here?
No.
Yeah, stay there.
Did you tell anyone else at work about the ladder being attached to the pool on June 16, 2008?
My work is very open. So if I was talking to Debbie, then pretty much the whole office probably could have heard me speaking to Debbie Bennett.
Okay. Now, Kaylee loved to swim, did she not?
Yes, she did.
In fact, when you were on vacation, you guys went swimming every day
Which vacation, sir?
in June of 2008.
Yes, from my second day of vacation, yes.
And you always used the protective vest when going
Yeah.
swimming with her.
Yes, I
This
would
is
take
it.
it off before we get out of the pool most of the time because Kaylee liked to get her suit off and go by the jets before we get out. If it was just her and I, I'd leave the vest on, but if someone else was with us, then we would strip her down and someone would get her with the towel and take her in.
I heard you say she liked to swim naked.
Well,
Or-
she just, the jet from the pool, we had a little thing. She liked to go over to it and feel it. So, you know,
Who doesn't? Right.
yeah, it feels good on your back and your bottom. So, yes.
Now,
Your bottom?
Like, come
Yeah.
on, Cindy.
Yeah, she said your bottom.
I could see the back, but your bottom?
Mm-hmm.
That's gross. You don't let her put her bottom on no jets. What the
We're
frick?
talking about a child here. I mean,
I'm
come
mortified.
on.
We had a thing. That's what she said. We had a thing.
Yeah.
That's so weird.
It's so inappropriate in so many fucking ways.
Yeah.
It feels good on your bottom. Okay.
Mhm.
But she had to take her suit off to do it.
To do it. Yeah.
Exactly. See, Laura A., exactly. She said you can still have your suit on.
Yeah, exactly. You could. And it was like something they did all the time, strip her off and weird.
Yeah.
Yeah, but they
Here's
would
your-
only strip her down when other people were around, which is weird.
Yeah.
To help get her out. But yeah.
They stripped her
get
down
that,
and then they'd
but-
hand her off. Yeah. She
Right.
said it was something that, well, did you notice earlier, though, when she was questioned by the prosecution, she said, oh, she liked to get her bathing suit off before she got out. And then she talked about handing her to Kaylee or to Casey naked with a towel, right? But she
Yep.
didn't go into it with the prosecution about why she took her suit off in the pool.
Right.
Mhm.
Took her suit off and put her over there. That little girl wasn't even old enough to swim. They were putting her up to the jets on purpose.
Yeah, because if you're taking off the suit, then the life jacket's off as well, right? How is she standing
They're
up against
holding
the jet?
her to the
Yeah.
jets. They're
Exactly.
sick. They are
Yeah.
sick, sick. That is sick. There's no way
Yeah.
around it.
No.
There's no way
No.
that is normal.
No.
We all watched this at one time.
Yeah, but
Yeah.
now you
I
catch little
remember it.
things because unless you like back then we were just listening just
Well,
as is.
back
But
then
once
we
you can
should
now
have-
rewind.
But back then we should have caught this.
Yeah.
This is highly disturbing.
Yeah.
I just think it's
I don't ever
crazy
remember this,
that
and I watched this thing intensely. I don't remember.
doesn't
this
seem
part.
like anybody in chat remembers this either.
No.
Or the pancake with George.
Yes.
Watching the baby come out of his daughter. Yikes.
did you ever advise law enforcement that you thought maybe Casey forgot to take the ladder down?
I don't recall. I could have. If Casey had the opportunity to come home to swim, she may have.
Now, I know you testified that after that you went swimming with Kaylee June 15th, 2008,
Yes.
and that it was almost in the evening that the two of you got out of the pool.
Yes, it was getting, the sun was you know, it was getting later in the evening, and it was getting kind of chilly in the pool. And we had been in the pool for at least an hour, hour and a half. It was probably about 7 o'clock, 7:30.
And I know you testified that you took the ladder down after you were done.
Yes, I recall taking the ladder down.
Are you 100% certain of that?
As certain as I can be. I'm not sure if anybody's ever 100% certain of anything, but I do recall taking the ladder down. So as much as I can remember from the events, yes, I took the ladder down.
And of course, you would never have to recall this specific event until well after a month later.
No, actually, it would have been the next day when I questioned whether or not someone was in the pool. So within a day, I would have
That's right.
remembered.
Now, do you recall speaking with, after this case is over, with two men, one by the name of Steph Watts? Do you know who he is?
I know who he is, but I don't know what you're referring to as after this case is over. I don't think this case is ever.
He works for Fox News, or worked at that time for Fox News.
At what time are you referring?
In July of 2008.
Yes, I remember Steph Watts being one of the media personnel outside my home, one of many.
And do you recall ever meeting a man by the name of Mark Furman?
Yes, I do.
And he is that police officer from the O.J. Simpson case, is he not?
He was a police officer during the O.J. Simpson case, yes.
Do you remember letting both of these gentlemen into your home?
Yes.
Do you remember speaking to them about this case?
I remember Mr. Furman wanted to speak to us and offer any help that he could with his expertise as a detective.
Now, he's not a detective, though, is he?
Well, not at that time he wasn't.
And he is now a member of the media, is he not?
At that time, I actually found out after speaking with Mr. Furman that he was actually working on behalf of Greta Van Susteren. I didn't realize that at the time when we invited him in our home.
Greta
Did you give
Van
both of them a
Susteren.
tour of your backyard?
Yes.
Did you tell Steph Watts and Mark Furman that you forgot to take the ladder down?
No, sir, I did not.
Now, on June 16, 2008, Casey attempted to call you around 4 p.m., did she not?
Yes, there were several attempts that Casey was trying to reach me that afternoon.
In fact, there was an abnormal amount of calls to you, unsuccessful calls?
At that time, I didn't know it was an abnormal amount. It was a Monday afternoon, and Mondays are very busy for me, and I was getting ready for a meeting, which a lot of my information on my projects were being discussed. So I remember coming out and knowing that she had called me around 4 o'clock.
Mrs. Anthony, I know that a lot of this in hindsight, but at the time, I totally understand the difference of your knowledge. But at that time, around 4 p.m. on that afternoon, there were numerous calls, unsuccessful calls from Casey to you in that afternoon, were there not?
Am I to answer, did I know at that time or now?
Now, do you know
Yes,
that right
I know that now.
Okay. Now I'd like to talk to you about July 15th of 2008. You testified that several days earlier on the 13th of July, let's focus on the 13th, is the day you found the certified letter on your door.
I found the notice that alerted us to a certified letter.
The notice.
Yes.
Is that common for you to receive the certified notice on your door as opposed to in your mailbox?
We have a community mailbox that's a few doors down from us, and I don't think they're allowed to put those kind of notices in the community mailbox, so that they're supposed to put them where a person can see them readily.
So whenever you get the notices in the mail for certified letter, it's always on the door, never in the mailbox.
I've never received a certified notice in our mailbox, no.
Okay. And you testified that you received it on the 13th of July.
Yes, it was a Sunday afternoon.
And that you thought the notice said 10th or 11th of July.
On the notice, it gives you, there's a date, there's several things on the notice. It tells you where to go pick it up. There's a box that says there's a place where the postman can write when he puts it down, and I believe the date that was handwritten on there that he put it on our door was either the 10th or the 11th, which would have been, I guess, Thursday or Friday.
When you called the police on July 15th, 2008, What day did you tell them you found that notice on your door?
When I called the police,
Yes.
I don't think I talked about the notice when I called the police. I talked about getting this stuff from the car. The notice about the car, the certified letter, is probably what I was referring to, and not the notice. That we got the notice that day.
Okay, so do you recall telling the police that you had gotten it that day?
I was referring to the certified letter, not the notice that was on the front door.
But you do recall telling them that you received it on that day?
I do recall, I just listened to my 911 calls, that I did say that we found the car that day. And that was as a result of getting the notice from the tow company that our car was at Johnson's Towing.
Now, when you got the car and it was in the garage, it was your understanding that what you were smelling was garbage? Was it
Yes,
not?
sir. Yes, sir.
And you're clear about that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the reason you said in the 911 tape that the car smelled like a dead body was because, can you tell the ladies and gentlemen of the jury why?
I don't know why I said it that night. It just came out. Everything else I had thought about up until the third phone call. And the third phone call that I made to the 911, it just blurted out along with everything else.
The first time you called 911, you never told them about any dead body in your car?
I didn't have a relevance, or the car didn't enter my mind, except for the fact that I asked Casey at one time to come home, and I told her to bring the car home. And when
Okay. I have some thoughts. All right. Can you guys hear me now?
Yep.
Now I can. Yep.
Okay. I have some thoughts. Is it possible that Cindy Anthony retracted and tried to cover for Casey because Jose found out about some weird shit and they didn't want that to come out?
But some of it did come out, right?
Well, a little. Obviously, we didn't pay attention to it because no one here in this chat that watched this noticed any of those comments.
Any of it. Mm-mm.
It was very nonchalant because in the grand scheme of things, right, we're, like you said, Melissa, we're focusing on a murder.
Yeah.
Now we already know the outcome. So we're, like you said, watching it with a different set of eyes and paying attention to things that we wouldn't have normally paid attention to then.
Or the little things that you think are irrelevant at the time.
Yeah, because I feel like her demeanor with Jose is kind of one of defeat. She's defeated. She's defeated. She's having to go along with this narrative because she doesn't want her family secrets to come out for the world to see. I think the essay might be true.
It's possible. So Byers was talking about the calls that Casey made to Cindy as well. And it reminded me that she actually made loads of calls on that afternoon.
Uh-huh.
On the 16th. So George said he left like just before 1 p.m., didn't he? And then at
like 12:30.
Yeah. And then at 1 p.m., she called Tony for like 14 minutes. And then 1:44, she had a 36-minute call to Amy. And then 2:52 and an 11-minute call to Jesse Grunn. So she was on the phone like pretty much all the time.
Like trying to get alibis, right?
Yeah. And then she called Cindy at like just after 4 times in 2 minutes. So she was really trying to get a hold of her. And then she left home at like 4:19 and she called Tony again. And then Jesse again. And then Cindy again.
And where was she pinging at this time?
To start with, she was pinging around her home. And she didn't ping anywhere else until she was heading towards Tony's that evening. So that was the night that they went.
Blockbuster.
That's the night they went to Blockbuster as well, yeah. So she'd last called him at just before 6 p.m. And then 2 hours later is when they were in Blockbuster.
And
so
she's
for all
in
those
the neighborhood that whole time.
So for all those hours, she was calling people and she was still in the same area.
And then Miss Anthony comes home from work and finds the freaking ladder on the pool, right?
Yeah. Yeah. So there were just a lot of calls being made in the time when something happened to Kaylee. It's just strange.
And that's exactly why the juror that did the interview said, we didn't know how she died. We
Yeah.
couldn't convict. There were too many things that could have happened.
Yeah. They said they never proved how or who.
Yeah, because I mean, even looking at the calls, like when could it have even happened? It's confusing.
But now some of them come forward and say they wish they would have done something because they can't sleep at night.
Yeah.
I don't know, man. I have definite reasonable doubt.
Yeah, I think once we get through this whole thing, I think we're gonna realize a lot more than we did the first time for sure.
Yeah,
I mean, I already have just in this little bit.
I don't trust
No.
her parents.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what she was raised. I don't know what was going on in her household while she was raised.
Yeah, and just for the fact that she's lied for her under oath on the stand as well. I mean, that speaks volumes of what they're capable of doing.
We all assumed that she was covering for Casey, but I really think she might be covering for those icky secrets that might be hovering in their household there. Because sorry, but a jet to an above ground pool is pretty damn strong. Like, that's not one of those Walmart pools. This is like a fixed above ground pool with a pump, and those pumps are not weak by any stretch of the imagination. So if you are taking a child, a 2-year-old's bathing suit off, and you are putting that child bottom up to that jet, there is something wrong with you mentally.
See, I could never understand why her parents still stood by her to this day. And I think you hit the nail right on the head, Jay.
Yeah, I think there's some family secrets.
Yep, and they didn't want them to get out. And I think that's why Lee was like washing his hands of this. Nope, I'm done. I'm out.
Mm-hmm. Wow.
But don't you think Lee would have came forward and said all of these things?
Hell
since
no.
He did step away from them?
Nope.
He was accused of it as well, though, so no.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Everybody is saying he was screwing his sister, so I think he's just like, peace out. I'm done with this entire situation.
Don't even want to deal with it. Too much of a headache. You've protected her for too long. I'm out.
Wow. I'm just stunned. Because I don't think she's really covering for Casey. I think she's really covering for their own reputation.
She's trying to save her own ass.
And remember, the world is watching. How do you ever face your coworkers if all your secrets come out? I mean, this is bad enough that she held that baby up to jets. Come on.
Co-workers, friends, family, everyone. How do you face that, you know?
The public?
Yeah.
You know, you got the media outside your house. Horrible. This is crazy. All right.
She didn't come home. I used that as an excuse to speak to the police.
Used what as an excuse to speak to the police?
The car that had been stolen.
My question to you
She
is,
needed an
in either the
excuse.
first or the second 911 call, did you ever tell them anything about the car smelling like a dead body?
No, I never referenced the smell of the car.
And have you ever testified that the reason you told them the car smelled like a dead body was because you wanted the police to get there right away?
I wanted the police to get there before I called them, yes.
My question is, have you ever testified that the reason you mentioned that the car smelled like a dead body was because the police were taking a long time to get there and you wanted them there right then and there?
Yes, sir.
Lies.
Now, you said that you got the notice early around lunchtime. The letter, actually, knowing that the car was stolen. Is that correct?
I never picked up the letter. George did.
George, you became aware of it?
Yes, before lunch.
And you, in fact, spoke to Casey on 12:47, 12:57, and 1:10 p.m. that afternoon, did you not?
I spoke with her and left messages for her during those times.
And
This would be a good time to break.
Yes, sir.
Members of the jury, we're going to take our mid-afternoon recess to 3 o'clock. I'm going to ask you not to discuss the case among yourselves. It would be time.
Did you
for
hear
those
that,
who need to take a-
Potatoes? She talked to her right at 1 o'clock.
Yeah.
Holy hell. Well, the more I'm hearing, the more I think something happened that day.
Like that the mom didn't take the pool thing down and that she did get out and drown? Is that what you mean, Jay?
Say that again?
Like that the mom didn't take the pool ladder out and that she went to work and Casey might have been laying down and the little baby did get out and drown in the pool?
Yeah, like what Jose ends up saying is her defense. Like, George went out there, found the baby in the pool, got mad because Casey was sleeping. It's just, I mean, he left at 12:30. I think when we went through his testimony, I think that was the time, around 12:30-ish. And then 12:57, her, like, Casey and her mom are, like, leaving messages for each other and, like, playing phone tag. Why?
I also have another question.
What's that?
How does Cindy know what a dead body smells like? She described that to the police. She said it smelled like a dead body. It smelled like a dead body. Like, how do you know? Why would you use that as a description without knowing?
I think she was just exaggerating the smell so that they would get there.
I don't think she was at all. I don't believe that.
I don't think she was either.
Nope.
George said that it smelled like it, and he was in law enforcement, so he would know what it smells like.
Right.
She was probably saying what he said.
I don't think she was saying it, though, to get law enforcement there quicker. I think
No,
she
I
really
think
thought it smelled like death in that car.
I think that call was her real emotions coming out.
Hell
And
yeah.
then like, oh crap, like what did I just say?
And the way she says it, it smells like there's been a it smells like there's been a dead body in the damn car. That's exactly how she says it.
But why would you jump to dead body instead of like a rotting animal? Like maybe something crawled up there and got
because
stuck
she
in it,
hasn't
rotting
seen
and
her
poured
granddaughter in a
eaten.
month, right? She hasn't seen her granddaughter.
And it smells different as well. And it smells different. And George said that it smelled like a body in the car.
Yeah, and when I was
she's
doing
thinking
clips,
the worst.
and they sent a piece of the carpet to an examiner person, they said when they opened it, that's what it smelled like as well. So,
and the reason why that didn't hold up in court is because they hadn't taken a control sample from the carpet either to test it against.
They didn't?
No, so they took a bit from the stained area, but they didn't take a control sample, which is what they're supposed to do.
Right.
So they screwed up the testing on
they
the
just took the part that had like fluid
Stain.
or something on it, but they didn't take another piece that didn't have anything on it. But they did say it did smell like decomposition.
Well, I'm thinking, Cindy's a nurse. I don't know if she's ever smelled decomp, but she's definitely smelled wounds if she works in home care.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
She's definitely smelled bed sores, staph, wounds. She knows what that scent is. Just because she's not a cop doesn't mean she doesn't know what rotting flesh smells like. So I think if she's an RN, she definitely knows.
And you don't forget it.
Yeah.
But I don't think she said it to speed law enforcement up. I think she said it because she really felt it.
It was true. Mm-hmm.
I'm sorry. I'm still stuck on the Jets. The 2-year-old naked bottom. I'm stuck on that. I cannot believe it. If I didn't hear it for myself, I'd say bullshit. That is just so fucking disturbing to me.
Special recess to also take it outside at this time. In additional instructions on behalf of the state or the defense. Here we'll be in recess to 3 o'clock. Okay, let's have Ms. Anthony resume the stand. And let's return the jury. Okay, state recognized presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor.
Defense.
Yes, sir.
All right, Mr. Baez, you may continue, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Anthony, I just wanted to, before I move on, I wanted to touch back on 2 points that I may have overlooked. The calls that you received from Casey on June 16, 2008 at 4 p.m., there were 6 calls within 4 minutes, were there not?
I don't recall, sir. I just know that when I came back out of the conference room, I had a voice message in my inbox, and the operator had told me that Casey had called, and I had some phone calls on my cell phone, some missed phone calls.
And during the course of this case, you've come to know that there were actually 6 calls within 4 minutes, correct? Does that sound fair to you?
I never realized there were 6 until now, but yes, I knew there were several, more than 3 or 4.
Okay. One at 410, 411, 411, 413.
Sustained.
Now, you work for Gentiva, is that correct?
Yes.
That's home health care?
Yes.
And you have health insurance?
I had health insurance through there, yes.
Okay. Now, I'd like to talk about July 15th. That's where we were at before the break. I would, at this time, with the court's permission, like to play an item that's already in evidence. It's the third 911 call, a short portion of that. Okay.
Any objections from the state? You may proceed, Mr. Baez.
So it's Kayla's missing. Kayla's missing. Casey said Zanny took her a month ago. She's been missing for a month. Okay,
That's the portion, I don't know if you caught that. Was that the portion where you told George about what was going on?
Yes, there's sometime during that period of time I had the phone in my hand waiting for the sheriff's office.
I think I couldn't understand it because it's on fast mode.
And when he got out of the car, I was trying to tell him at the same time talking to the dispatcher.
Okay, I'm going to play a little bit further back, a little longer. Another 5 seconds. Right there.
Date of birth. 8/9/2000. Oh God, she's 3. She's 2005. So it's Kayla's missing. Kayla's missing. Casey said Zanny took her a month ago. She's been missing for a month. Okay, I need.
You don't hear George Anthony saying anything other than what on that tape, do you?
I was yelling to George as he was getting out of the car. He parked his car on the street, and I was still in the driveway kind of close to the house.
Other than the word what, do you hear him say anything on that 911 tape?
I don't hear him say anything. I didn't hear him say anything.
Okay. Now, when you arrived home and you began to question Casey with Lee, only you and Lee were involved in that, correct?
Yes.
George was not involved in that?
No.
And
wait a minute. What did George say on that part? He must have said something in the background of that call, because why is he bringing mention to that?
Because he said he didn't hear him say anything.
You didn't hear him mention anything at all.
Was he
when she
supposed
said
to?
she's missing, that's what he's saying. Like, yeah, he should have because he
Was
knew
he
she was
there?
already missing.
Was he there?
Like, he just pulled up and she was saying Kaylee's missing when she was calling 911. And so he's trying to make it like George didn't say anything because he already knew she was missing. But she's saying she was too far away for you to hear him.
So he didn't say, like,
what? Yeah. Right. Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Okay.
Question her in reference to any of this, did he?
I don't know if George ever had, or if George had contact with Casey, I wasn't aware.
So you're not aware if George had any contact with Casey when this all occurred?
Time frame, he was not home until that third 911 call. And then as he was coming home, then the sheriff's department arrived. So everything just happening, everybody converged all at once, and everything became a big, just jumble. Everybody was in the house at that point, and we were all pushed aside.
And he never had the opportunity to question her, according?
As far as I know, no, because once the sheriff's office came, we were all separated.
Okay. Now,
I'm sure you were.
On your 911 tape, you state that Kaylee had been missing since June 7th. Is that correct?
Yes, I wasn't looking at a calendar, and I didn't reference Father's Day at that point. I just knew that it was a month. And
that's even though if you count back 31 days from that date, it would have been June 16th.
Probably, yes.
Okay, hold on. I have another problem.
You gave a sworn statement.
So my other problem is this lady claims that she's been asking her daughter, where is Kaylee, for 31 days, right? That's what she wants us to believe. She's been asking for 31 days, where's Kaylee?
Right.
But they're all just prior to this, just hanging out. Like Casey's just at the house and they're just hanging out.
Not asking like, hey, where's my granddaughter? I haven't seen her in almost a month. I miss her.
How many times did they see her in those 31 days? How many times?
I
did
don't
George
think
and
a lot
Cindy-
because they were actually going to the boyfriend's house and everything looking for her.
I don't know. This is just awfully
I think
odd.
that comes later on here.
But it doesn't make sense to me.
None of this makes sense.
I know, but
I was just gonna agree with Mal. Yeah, nope.
No, man.
To law enforcement that evening. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall the date you gave for that statement?
Again, it was I wrote down the wrong Sunday. It was the Sunday before Father's Day, and I was not intending it to be that day. I did not realize. I just got my dates wrong.
I understand, but do you recall the date that you gave on that day?
Yeah, it was the Sunday before Father's Day, so
What day do you recall that being?
be the 9th? No, the 7th. Yes, the 7th.
7th. If I showed you your statement, would that refresh your recollection?
Yes, please.
May I approach the witness?
May I approach?
What does she keep looking down at?
June 8th.
Does that refresh your recollection, ma'am?
Yes.
And what date did you put in your written statement?
That's what I said. She has been the whole time.
The 15th.
I feel like she does
So
it
in the
to
911
deflect.
call, you mentioned
Like when she's
7th.
telling a lie.
In your written statement, you write the 8th. Is that correct?
I don't know, if did I say June 7th on the 911 call?
Yes, if I showed you
Okay,
the transcript.
I don't want to hear it again.
Okay.
If that's what it was, then I did. Again, that last call, I was hysterical.
You later found out it was June 15th, was it not?
Yes,
And the way you found out was from law enforcement.
correct,
And that's because they took a look at the video of Kaylee with your father.
correct.
And they then wanted to go and speak to people at the home where your father was at. Is that not correct?
Yeah, they wanted to verify that date.
And you did not want law enforcement to go speak with them at the home or to disturb your father.
I was concerned about my father, who was very ill at the time. I didn't want sheriff's deputies or anybody showing up at a nursing home upsetting him or my mother.
So the answer is yes, ma'am. You didn't want law enforcement to go and speak to anyone at the home or to your father.
Correct.
Wow.
And your father's still alive today?
Yes, sir.
Okay, so that evening, when police arrived, did you not tell the responding detective that Casey had issues with seizures?
Are we?
Relevancy?
We're discussing July 15th, Judge.
Sustain.
Ma'am, you testified that you are a registered nurse,
Yes, sir.
and are you currently working as a registered nurse?
No, sir.
And what are you doing for a living now?
Overall.
I'm on disability right now.
Okay. And that is as a result of this case?
Yes, sir.
Do you have a financial interest in this case?
No, sir, I do not.
Have you started an organization by the name of Kaylee Marie Foundation? Kaylee Marie Anthony Foundation.
Yes, sir.
Have you trademarked Kaylee's name?
Yes, our attorneys filed the correct paperwork for that. Yes.
Have you made any money off of this case?
We've lost money off this case, sir. I've lost a lot off this case, sir.
Have you sold photographs of your daughter and your granddaughter for $20,000 to CVS in this case?
My old attorney, Brad Conway, set that up so that he could get paid.
And you paid him the entire $20,000?
Oh,
No,
my
unfortunately.
God.
How much of that did you keep?
Wow.
I had to pay bills with that. He got $6,000.
He got $6,000?
Yes, sir.
Wow.
She sold pictures of her grandbaby.
To
So-
pay a lawyer.
That sold them for
And
20,000.
some bills. And
Wait,
some
well-
bills.
Well, but she only paid the lawyer $6,000 out of 20.
So kept the rest and paid some bills.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow.
That speaks volumes.
Wow.
Yeah.
Have you discussed or flown to New York to discuss with anyone reference a book deal?
Again, that was set up through my ex-attorney, Brad Conway.
Did you go with him when he went to New York to try and arrange a book deal?
Man, she likes to put everything on
Yes.
Brad.
Did your
She's
husband?
saying he
Yes.
set it all up, but they agreed to it all.
Anyone else go?
Right.
To our surprise,
Yeah, they
we had
went.
Tom Luca up there. We did not know he was going to be there.
And he is he was your son's attorney.
Yes.
And was he trying to negotiate a book deal for your son?
No, sir, he was not.
What was he doing there?
I have no idea.
Have you attempted to earn a living as a director of the Kaylee Marie Anthony Foundation?
No, sir, have not.
Have you engaged in numerous fundraising activities for this foundation?
No, sir, we have not.
Has this foundation done anything?
Yes, sir, it has.
Okay. And do you currently have any negotiations with any media outlets in reference to future interviews or future projects involving this case?
No, sir, I do not.
Have you flown to New York to meet with ABC News?
Not for a long time.
How many networks have you flown to New York to discuss possible projects with?
The projects were already done. We went up there for the daytime events when Kaylee was still missing, and we went up there and did a 48-hour interview, and we have not been back since.
Wait, did she say daytime events? What are daytime events? What is she talking about?
She wanted to do, I don't think she said Dateline. I think she said like 48 hours.
No, she said daytime events.
So probably other talk shows, other news stations.
Jesus Christ. I mean, how many did they
that
do?
would be that would be the last thing on my damn mind. I'm sorry.
It wasn't hers. Miss 20K for photos.
If I can have just one moment, Judge Owens.
You may.
I have no further questions at this time.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mrs. Anthony, you testified on cross-examination that Kaylee was
Try to
always
clean this
provided
one
with
up.
food, clothing, and shelter, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Those were items provided by you. You provided food to your granddaughter, Kaylee, correct? Did you provide food for your granddaughter, Kaylee?
You can answer the question.
Okay. Yes, ma'am, I did.
The clothing that Kaylee had, did you provide clothing for your granddaughter, Kaylee?
A lot of people provided clothing for Kaylee, but I was probably the primary person. Yes.
Okay. Did you like to spoil Kaylee with clothes?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The house where Kaylee lived, did you provide?
Just beyond the scope.
Over.
Did you provide the shelter for your granddaughter?
Yes, ma'am.
You were also asked during cross-examination about your daughter's weight as it exists today. You've come to many court proceedings over the course of the last almost 3 years, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And since July 15th of 2008, has your daughter's weight fluctuated while she's been incarcerated?
Yes, ma'am, it has.
When you found out that she was pregnant, you asked her who the father was, and she said Jesse Grund. Did you provide that information to your husband, George?
Yes, ma'am, I did.
When you had individuals associated with Greta Van Susteren at your residence, was that in August of 2008?
Probably yes.
Did you tell those individuals anything other than the gate had been opened on or about June 17th of 2008?
Yes, I discussed the fact that the gate was open and that I had discovered the pool had the ladder on it.
All right. Do you remember giving them a date more specific than June 17th or that week of 2008?
No, I just vaguely remember that conversation. It wasn't something that had a significant impact on me at that time.
Do you recall telling your coworkers, you mentioned Debbie Bennett, Debbie Polisano, would that also include Mr. Crittenden?
Yes, ma'am.
That the incident regarding the pool ladder and the gate was a few days before the gas can incident of June 24th?
Yes, it was prior to the gas can incident.
Okay. That gate that you have on the side of your house can only be opened from the inside, correct?
If it's locked, yes.
Were you in the habit of keeping it locked?
For the most part, unless we were using it frequently. Like if we were, working in the front yard, we wouldn't lock it every time we went out front. But yes, if we were gone, we usually locked the gate.
Okay. Can you provide any testimony as to whether or not the gate was locked from the inside on June 15th, 16th, 17th, or any time that week?
The only time I know the gate was not locked that I know for sure was the 16th when I found it was open. I had no reason to go over there after that Sunday, the 13th, when we were doing yard work.
So it could only be locked from the inside.
Correct.
And you didn't unlock it, correct?
Correct.
When you called George and asked about the gate and the pool incident, he didn't say he unlocked it.
No, ma'am, he did not.
Kaylee was unable to reach that lock or do that mechanism, correct?
Correct. It was too tall for her.
All right. And so who else does that leave in the house?
Casey.
When you told the people at work that it smelled like there was a dead body in the car, you referred to that as a manner of speech.
I'm sorry.
When you told the people at work that the car smelled like there had been a dead body in it, you referred to that earlier as a manner of speaking, correct?
Correct.
And when you told the police that the car smelled like there was a dead body in it, it's your testimony that that was just to get them there faster, correct?
I wanted them there faster, so I said whatever came to my head.
Did you tell any of the people at your office that the car smelled like garbage?
I believe I told them that George and the tow driver had pulled a bag of garbage out, and the car had been sitting there in the hot sun since June 30th, or probably before when Casey left it at Amscott, so I'd never smelled anything that was left in a car that long.
All right. But when you were talking to them about it, you used the words dead body, correct?
Correct.
Same words you used with law enforcement, correct? In the 911 call.
Correct.
Did that car smell like a dead body?
That car smelled like something I had never smelled before.
Whoa, Jay, can you pause that?
Worse than the experience that you had with...
Yep.
So this is going back to my whole dead body thing. Now she's saying that it smelled like something she had never smelled before?
Mm-hmm.
So why jump to a dead body? I just don't get it. Something doesn't add up here.
Right. Well, George said it smelled like a dead body, right?
Yeah.
Mhm.
But she's gonna sit here and go, I don't know, that's not something I'd ever smelled before. I just said
And
it.
it is like something you've never smelt before.
They probably had a conversation as well. Like if George said it smells like a dead body, and Cindy's like, well, how do you know? And he could have been like, well, it's like nothing you've ever smelled before.
Mm-hmm.
So then
It's
she's taken
horrible.
that and says it's like nothing you've ever smelt before. And she obviously did smell it afterwards as well because they took the car home and they aired it out because it smelled so bad.
And I get that she's a nurse, but usually nurses don't get bodies that have been decomposing for days in the heat.
No, but you do,
But
and like for right now, I can't say like who, but we have a patient that is passing, and their whole back end is rotted away. And when you pull the bandage away, it smells like
She
a
knows
red.
what that putrid smell smells like.
Yes. And
She has a father in a nursing home.
When you go to nurse,
Dude,
yes,
she's got
it's
a father in a
horrible
nursing
smell.
home. Even if she wasn't a nurse, you know,
Yes.
like
Bed sores are horrible. They smell
Putrid.
just like yes.
But
I know,
she's-
I understand, I get that because I worked with a patient that had diabetes and whatever, and her toes were literally rotting off. So I know the smell of rotting
Yeah.
flesh.
Right.
But it's just something with her that I don't know. Maybe
I
I'm
think
just
they know
being
more
suspicious.
than
No, I
they're
get what
saying.
you're saying. No, I totally am
there's-
picking it up.
Yeah, I think they know way more than they're letting us believe for sure, 100%.
I just think that there's so many things that are
Mhm.
being hidden here that
Yeah.
that's why it's so convoluted because obviously she changed her damn tune when it comes to this testimony. Like
Mhm.
about face. She's
Mhm.
she's almost to me like
Calmer.
that looking down, it's almost shame.
And
Yeah.
calmer, not as nervous.
She is because I think she knows what to expect. I think she knew exactly how this was supposed to go. And I think she's ashamed. I think she's ashamed of herself.
And I
mean-
hate to keep...
Go ahead,
go
Laura.
ahead, Mel.
No, you go ahead.
I hate to keep bringing it up, but we saw this drastic change between cross-examination and then, re-examination with the Amber Heard case. She was totally different with Johnny's lawyers than she was with her own. And it's kind of the same thing you're seeing here with the prosecution talking to her and then, Jose getting up there and talking to her as well. She changes drastically.
Oh, yeah, it's complete different. I mean, she's got her head hung. I mean, you could even tell her facial, like her mouth, is like the corners of her mouth down.
And here's another
She
theory.
just looks more, I don't know.
Defeated.
Defeated. Yeah, defeated.
Like,
is a
here's
good word.
another to your thing, Jay, of like, you think that there was secrets. I mean, she stayed with George, and I mean, the girl he cheats with testifies, and she still stayed with him. Even through that.
I don't doubt for a second that George was probably a philanderer when he was a police officer.
But I'm just saying, like, through this,
he was an undercover
maybe she
drug.
stayed so things wouldn't come out.
Well, sure, but I think that he was a cheater all the time. I just don't think
I do too.
Yeah, I don't think he became that way after little Kaylee went missing, because I just don't. I just think that this woman has a lot of secrets. I think that I would love to be a fly on the wall. Like, I don't know. I would love to, like, know what Lee thinks of all of this. Like, I would love for Lee to write a book.
Yeah. Me
because
too.
I could not have convicted Casey on this. Sorry. I couldn't.
Way too much reasonable doubt. I mean,
dude,
love
man.
or hate her defense, they did their job.
Dude, man, this girl's mother was putting her daughter's bare bottom up on a jet of a swimming pool. There's something wrong here. How do, oh my God, this is fucked up. I just can't even believe this. A nurse was putting a 2-year-old's bottom on a pool jet.
She knows that's wrong.
After removing her suit.
It's messed up.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. All right, I'm just going to keep playing.
Rotting flesh in your employment?
I would say so, because it was just a bigger surface.
Now, when you were played a section of the 911 calls, the 911 call that you made, and you described your husband, George, coming up as you were on the phone, what did he say?
I can't remember what he said. I just remember being hysterical and running to him and pretty much collapsing. I almost went all the way down into the driveway, and I remember him picking me up.
All right. Did he appear to be upset to you?
Yes, he was quite upset.
Okay. Did he have a reaction similar to yours?
Yes.
And shortly after your husband arrived, law enforcement arrived and separated you all?
Yes, it was within seconds.
The copywriting or trademarking of your granddaughter's name, is that to prevent the exploitation of Kaylee Marie Anthony by strangers?
Yes, ma'am.
During your cross-examination, you told us about Zanny and Jeff Hopkins and other elaborate lies told to you by your daughter. Those lies began after Kaylee was born, didn't they?
Yes, ma'am.
And those lies were always in the context of either who was caring for Kaylee or why Casey wasn't home. Is that correct?
Not necessarily, because Jeff Hopkins' name came up. It was more about a discussion Casey and I had about Jessie and her relationship.
So aside from that one, somebody who was a potential suitor, the elaborate lies that you've detailed for us. Other than those, did the elaborate lies center around who was caring for Kaylee?
I have a quick question about the paternity. Do they have to tell the public the results? They don't have to, do they? I mean, that wouldn't pertain to this case, would it?
Well, I think because he brought in the essay, I think that's why it was allowed in the trial. Because they were saying that he was doing that, and that how do we know he's not the father? He does talk about that, and I think that's why it was allowed, that they tested Lee and her dad.
Okay, so it's official that the father was tested.
They were cleared. Yep, I even read it in one of the news.
Is it in
articles.
Documents?
Yeah, that's what I seen it on, was a document that they were officially tested and deemed not the father.
You are not the father. Okay.
No, it wasn't on Maury.
I was just thinking about that. I didn't know if that was like official,
I think it
or
does come up here in this somewhere along the way here.
Yeah, I agree, Brandy. That is like borderline. I'm very disturbed. I don't know why. I'm very disturbed by that story about the Jets. It really bothers me. It really, really bothers me. You know, because I just took my 3-year-old granddaughter to my pool here. And that is just, it never would have crossed my mind to do something like that. And it makes me sad for little Kaylee. And how do we know that something else didn't happen and that Kaylee really didn't give her Xanax or drug her? Or how do we know? We don't. I don't know. I'm looking more at these parents as like side-eyeing them. Like, what was going on in your household when your kids were little?
Yeah.
That made you think as an RN that in any capacity that's even safe to do to a little baby girl's bottom.
Yeah.
You could damage a little baby girl.
And it would have been one thing for them to say the back, and she could have left it at the back. But to say the bottom,
no, the honesty came out. Yeah.
Yeah.
The honesty came out. Well, yeah, because he got her comfortable, and he said, who doesn't? Who doesn't like to do that? She said, well, yeah, right. Feels good on your back and your bottom.
Mm-hmm.
That there's something wrong there.
Mm-hmm.
And what if, I mean, I'm just saying, what if? I know we all have like demonized Casey Anthony for so long. It's hard to get out of that mindset, but try to for just 1 second. And I know she was young and she was partying and she was a POS as a mother. We all know that. There's tons of Casey Anthonys that have kids that are partying, that are shirking on their responsibilities. It doesn't make them murderers.
Right.
Right? There's tons of girls like that. Tons of them that are leaving their kids with their boyfriends, no less. And their boyfriends are killing their kids. So this isn't the first to have a young mom out partying and not being a mom. But they don't always kill. So what if Casey had zero control over that baby girl when she was at their house? And I mean zero control. Like, what if grandma, okay, let's think about this situation that Cindy talks about. Casey came out and wanted to get in the pool. I told her, nope, she's had enough. At this point, little girl's naked. Remember?
Mm-hmm.
How do we know that Casey didn't come out that house and say, what are you doing? How do we know that? How do we know that she said, here, take her? We don't know how that went down. But she specifically talks about a time when she has that baby girl naked before getting out. And Casey comes out and she wants to get in the pool. And she says, nope, we've been here long enough. She's had enough. She was already naked. And then she handed her off to Casey, who had a towel. How do we know? I mean, we just heard this grandmother say that she puts her 2-year-old granddaughter's bottom up to a fucking pool jet. I don't trust her.
I don't either. And even if Casey didn't have anything to do with it and she did accidentally drown, they all should be equally responsible because no one reported her. Somebody discarded her. Like, it shouldn't have just went away.
But Laura W., her mom was in hot body contests at a bar. Okay? This grandmother was holding her bare bottom up to a pool jet. I failed to see where those are even correlated.
It's one thing to let them play in the pool jet, like if they think it's
put
cool
your
to like
hand
float
up there.
around. Yeah, but to put your bottom or
No,
their
she
bottom
said
up
it
there,
herself, dude. She said
I mean,
it.
come on.
Yep, we're not reading into it. We're not twisting her words. Her exact words was, well, yeah, it feels good on your back and your bottom.
Yeah.
But Casey's out at a hot body contest. So what? Her mom is putting that baby's bare bottom up to a pool jet.
But I think just her being at a hot body contest, knowing her child was not around and not reporting it, I think that's where people can't get past that.
But
Oh yeah, that's
but what?
Suspicious for sure. But what if she knew that her mother or father were the one that harmed her? Like what?
Right.
I mean,
right. She's supposed to go be normal, Casey.
But it's her job to report it because it's her child. She's still responsible no matter what. It's her child to protect. No matter what happened, it's her daughter.
I disagree.
Whether they were being freaky, it was her daughter. She didn't have her for 31 days and never reported her missing. And then lied and lied and lied and lied and lied.
So does her mom, apparently.
Oh, I agree. Yeah, I agree.
I mean, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. I'm just my feelings are shifting. My feelings are shifting. I just can't get past the bottom thing. So what else was going on? What other little things did they have? Because this is just one that we hear about that is so abnormal that everyone in chat was like, what? It's not cool at all. I mean, if I could interview Kate or Cindy Anthony, I'd say, why did you put your 2-year-old granddaughter's bottom up to a pool jet?
Yeah.
Why? Because now I don't believe you, and now I don't trust you, and I don't know if what you're saying about your daughter is even true. Because you've changed your story, so there we go. The jury probably shut this shit off right here. Wouldn't you? Poor little Kaylee. You know, and just listening to this testimony, I mean, we all talked right before this, and I was like, she had a set of grandparents that loved her. I don't doubt that they loved her, but I think that they have some freaking issues.
Oh, yeah. And I agree with you. I agree on all of this. It's sick. It's not, none of that is okay. The pancake thing was weird. The delivery room thing was weird. The butt on the thing was weird. But for me, I still can't get past that. They all failed. No one reported her missing before 31 days. And I think they all should have been held accountable. Every effing one of them.
Me too.
Absolutely, Mel.
Me
Absolutely.
too. I totally agree with that. They all failed.
Because
that
it's
little
all
girl.
messed up. They did.
Yep.
They did.
They
No
made
one
her.
reported
They
it.
made her death a circus.
Yes.
Because
And
you know
no-
what? If it
no
was an
justice
accident
for
and she
her.
was found in the pool, accidents happen.
Yep.
They do. They happen, especially in Florida. Kids drown every day down here. Unfortunately, happens.
Yeah, I
all
just read today
the
that
time.
they just found one by me, a 14-year-old boy in a pond here. They found him today.
Every day, these kids get out in the pool area and they drown. And
Yeah.
you wonder year after year why people don't learn, but they don't. They don't. Laura A missed the pancake story, so I'll fill you in real quick. So George was testifying about finding out that Casey was having a girl, and he said that when you see the girl on the ultrasound, someone vaping.
Sorry, it's me.
Oh, it's okay. When you see the girl on the ultrasound, that it looks like pancakes. Isn't that how it went? Something like that.
He said he was so excited to see that little pancake.
Oh,
Yeah,
he was
it was
excited.
disgusting.
He was so excited when he saw, the pancakes.
In the delivery room. Wasn't it in the delivery room?
No, it was Kaylee.
It was the ultrasound.
Oh, okay, yeah. He
Yeah.
said the little pancakes.
But did she really drown? That could be a lie as well. Yeah, I mean, it could be. There's no way. That's what I'm saying. That's why the jurors were like, what the heck? Like, you can't tell if there was, fluid in lungs because there was no lungs. So,
and she was in water as well.
Right.
Where her body was.
So there's no way to tell how she died. And then you have all of this convoluted stuff.
And here's my other thing of why I think this whole family was somehow involved. She was in her Winnie the Pooh blanket. So it wasn't just some stranger came in their yard, took her, put her in the pool, whatever, abducted her, killed her. She had her Winnie the Pooh blanket. She had duct tape on her mouth from their house. It was an identical match. She had their inner basket of their laundry hamper she was in. I mean, there was just so many. And
everything
then
from their house.
The sticker on the duct tape over her mouth from her stickers in her house. So it was all intimate things from their home.
Yeah.
So someone in that home,
it was a stranger.
Okay,
no,
so let's
someone in that home was involved.
Let's
with
take this
in
a step
some manner.
further. Okay, let's take this a step further to Roy Kronk, who found Kaylee's remains. His son testified that his dad told him, I know where the remains of a missing little girl are. He didn't tell his son the name, but he said, I know where the remains are. And he was like, did you get tipped off? And he was like, yes. My dad told me yes. So if this was a family inside job, dumping her there, wouldn't it bother them day in and day out to know where she is, right? We want someone to find her, right? So an Orange County Public Works meter reader gets a tip and heads over there. And he sees something sus. He calls police in August. They come out there. He's like, there's rattlesnakes and shit in here. And the deputies were like, I don't see nothing suspicious. They leave. And then 3 months later, in December, he goes back out there again and calls again. And that's when they find her. How did Roy Kronk get a tip of where she was?
He says he was just peeing, remember?
Right, but his son testified that he told him he got a tip. So we have to believe his son because he testified under oath, right? So who tipped off Roy Kronk and who tipped off, I don't get it. Because who else worked for Orange County? Where's Potatoes?
She said her internet was acting up and she sounded like robots.
Oh,
she was very glitchy earlier, too.
Is she in chat? Because her and I talked about this.
No,
I'm wondering,
she's not.
Oh, no. She must be sleeping. It's late there. But there was, rattlesnakes, moccasins, alligators. I can't remember what I was saying now.
You're just saying who else worked for Orange County.
Oh, yeah. Somebody else worked for Orange County. Was it George? Was it? I think he worked for Orange County. Like, did he do security or some shit?
Yep.
Okay, so here Roy Kronk looks all sus because somehow he gets tipped off according to his son's testimony. And if it was like a family inside job and they put her close, she was real close to home. And they
close.
Yeah, and they put her there. Wouldn't it bother them day in and day out knowing? Wouldn't they want her to be found and to put her to rest?
No, because they don't want to get in trouble.
Yeah, but I think it still bothered them in their hearts if
or
they
it bothered one of them.
Yeah, good point, Heather J. So
Not
Orange
all of them,
County,
just one.
So an Orange
maybe
County.
the one that tried to kill himself.
Who?
maybe the one that tried to unlive himself
Oh, yeah.
had too much guilt.
Yes. I get, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Mm-hmm. So somehow a meter reader that works for Orange County gets a tip. We don't know how. And he may not have even, who knows if he got a tip, he may have not even known what the hell it was.
Yeah, he said he's seen like a shiny skull. But my thing is, how does this guy end up back in the same spot twice?
I don't know.
And shame on the police for not doing their damn job, no matter what was in there, because a lot more could have probably been figured out at that point.
So another interesting point, Roy Kronk went on after this case to civilly sue Casey Anthony for ruining his reputation.
He lost that though, right?
He did lose it. He did lose it.
Yeah.
But he did try to fight to clear his name.
Mm-hmm.
And I looked at him totally differently. I mean, you can look at him like, oh God, how sus that he ended up out there. But then you listen to his son's testimony, and maybe this dude was struggling with the fact that he got this weird tip and he didn't know what the fuck to do. What would you do? I don't know. It's kind of scary.
Mm-hmm.
Because you call the police, right? You do what what you think is right. And then the cops come out there and they seem disinterested. He called 3 times.
Yeah. And that's why I don't know. Like, I question him because he did try to call. He did.
I don't question him now. I think he was tipped. I think he was tipped off. Funny that he works for the county. Someone tipped old Roy off. He was a new worker. It was his first route in that neighborhood. Doesn't make any sense.
Tato's back in chat. She said, sorry, her internet is down.
I know, I saw that. I'm sorry your internet's acting up.
Love you, Tato.
I'm like, why isn't she chiming in? Because I know we talked about that. We're going over this. But yeah,
I think once we get through this whole thing, we're going to look at this whole thing just in such a different
holy
light.
crap. I'm stunned.
Mm-hmm.
I'm so stunned. Like, I started tonight thinking, why didn't Casey just give her kid to her parents? Oh my God. And then I hear this about the pool and I'm like, I wouldn't want to give her to them either. Like, we will get to that, Laura W. We are going to play Kronk's son's testimony. We're just not there yet because he is a defense witness.
Yeah.
So
he's
we're not
way
to
down
him.
the line.
But he's super interesting.
It's very short, though. I thought they were going to ask him more questions.
They didn't really need to, I guess.
No, they really didn't.
All right. Do you guys want to keep going?
We can.
I mean, are you guys down? Okay. Because I am.
I don't know
Because
where
I'm
that
just like,
went.
I want to know what else what's going to come out of her mouth.
I missed so much. Like,
Sorry,
now
I was in the
going through
ladies'
it,
room.
like,
Yes, I'm fine.
What'd you say, Heather?
now going through it like this, I'm catching way more than I ever saw before.
Same.
And it's really opening my eyes.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. It's just crazy because the hate for Casey Anthony was rampant.
I mean, I still hate her, but I hate them all now.
You know what though? I want to know all of it. And now I hear she's writing a book and she's doing a documentary and I want to know. I want to know her story.
Yeah, but can you trust her?
No, you can't, but you can read it and you can take with it what you will based on what you know. But I really would like to read her story. I don't know. I want to hear it all. I think that these little tidbits that we're getting are just the tip of the iceberg to the stories that Casey could probably tell.
It was also regarding her employment and everything else. So it was, or why Casey wasn't at home. Yes. Yes. That's all the follow-up I had. Thank you, Your Honor.
Here we go.
Mrs. Anthony, you stated that the car had smelled nothing like you had smelled before.
Correct.
And what you had smelled before was dead bodies, correct?
The car was overwhelming. It smelled different than I had smelled garbage or dead bodies.
So it smelled like something completely different.
The closest thing that I could resemble it to would be rotting flesh.
Okay.
Oh, there you go.
And did you call the police when you
Amen.
saw rotting flesh in your home?
I did not believe it was rotting flesh.
And that's because you believed it to be garbage.
Yes, sir.
Now, you mentioned during the 911 call under cross or redirect that George's reaction was similar to yours, correct?
George was visibly upset after he picked me up and I started hugging him. He started to cry and weep as much as I did.
My question, ma'am, is you testified that his reaction was similar to yours.
Yes.
And we could hear your reaction on that 911 tape, could we not?
Yes.
We did not hear George's reaction on that 911 tape, did we?
Because George was quite a ways away at that point.
My question is, we did not hear George's reaction on that 911 tape, did we?
No, sir.
Now, Ms. Drain Burdick, during redirect, mentioned that all of these lies began when Kaylee was born. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall Casey's graduation?
Yes.
And you had a party planned and a big celebration for her high school graduation.
Yes.
You invited people?
Yes.
And what happened on Casey's graduation day?
Well, prior to Casey's graduation day, we got a word from her guidance counselor that she was shy 1/2 credit of her necessary credit. She had actually more credits than she needed to graduate, but she was missing a quarter makeup English that we thought she had finished.
And if it wasn't for this phone call that you received on the 11th hour, you would have had this party.
We would have gone to graduation.
And Casey would have walked up to get her diploma, and they would have stopped her and say, hey.
It wasn't the 11th hour, sir. We knew the day before, but we had already planned everything. So they said she was going to graduate. She was just not allowed to walk for graduation, so we carried on with the party.
The day before Casey graduated from high school, you had an entire party planned, but if it wasn't for that phone call, you were all going to go to the graduation.
Correct.
Enough for the questions. And that was before Kaylee was born, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, may the witness stand down. Yes, Your Honor. Subject to recall. Okay, you may stand down.
Okay, what was his point of that? I need to hear that again. What was his point in that? Do you guys know?
No, he totally came out of left field with that.
Yeah, and then he came back up to the podium and asked one more thing before he went and sat down. Hold on. Let's replay that last
I remember
part.
him picking me up.
All right. Did he appear to be upset to you?
Ms. Drain Burdick, during redirect, mentioned that all of these lies began when Kaylee was born. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you recall Casey's graduation?
Yes.
And you had a party planned and a big celebration for her high school graduation.
Yes.
You invited people.
Yes.
And what happened on Casey's graduation day?
Well, prior to Casey's graduation day, we got a word from her guidance counselor that she was shy 1/2 credit of her necessary credit. She had actually more credits than she needed to graduate, but she was missing a quarter makeup English that we thought she had finished.
And if it wasn't for this phone call that you received on the 11th hour, you would have had this party.
We would have gone to graduation.
And Casey would have walked up to get her diploma, and they would have stopped her and said, hey.
It wasn't the 11th hour, sir. We knew the day before, but we had already planned everything. So
Okay.
they said she was going to.
So you said all these lies started after Kaylee was born.
But yet she's lying.
Right. So he's proving that she was lying before Kaylee was born.
Mm-hmm.
So they were enabling her and doing this kind of garbage prior to
And lying
Kaylee.
as well to the people they invited, thinking she's graduating. I mean, I feel like they're all liars.
But who killed Kaylee?
Right.
They might all be liars. They all might be creeps. Right. But who actually killed her?
Mm-hmm.
In Rev,
no.
She was a half a credit shy, and I can speak firsthand to this because I was a half a credit shy on my senior year, and I had to attend summer school after graduation. But I was able to walk with my class, and then I did the summer school after, but I didn't get my actual diploma until I finished that class. I got like the empty book that your diploma's in, and I got to walk, but I didn't have all my credits until a couple months later.
And like she said she had multiple credits, but you have to have the necessity math, English. Like you could have, 5 extra credits, but if they're not your majors that you have to graduate, you can't graduate no matter what.
Right, you have to have your core classes. You have to.
And she didn't have her 4th of her core credit.
Yeah, whatever the state requires.
But that can be easily done in summer school, is what I'm saying. So that's not all together all that far-fetched. Because if my parents had a party planned for me and they were clueless as to my, attendance of school and how I was doing, they would have went through with the damn party because you have to rent all this shit months ahead and you spend all this money getting food catered in. You can't really cancel it the day before, but it's their fault. It's George and Cindy's fault for not seeing how she was doing in her senior year.
Yep.
I feel like that's on them. She was still a minor. She was still their responsibility at that point.
Agreed.
But here they were, not paying attention. And we're surprised she got knocked up. I mean,
and I don't feel like the school would have waited till the day before either.
No, they wouldn't have. They would have called the parents way before that and been like, hey,
for sure,
knock some sense into your daughter. She's failing. She's not going to graduate.
I would feel like the guidance counselor would want to set a plan when they realized, a few months prior that she wasn't going to have enough credits to graduate.
That's what we just did with Mason. He had to take an online Play-Doh class.
Yeah, I mean,
regular classes.
That's what those counselors do. They are there to make sure that everything's in order and to help you get your credits. So I don't think that that big of a deal, but I do think it does show that they're liars.
Let me expand on something that someone just said in chat. Miss CD said, I think Cindy was a control freak. Well, if Cindy was a control freak, she would have absolute control over Casey's grades and she would know what she was doing. She would know she was failing.
Mm-hmm. Agreed.
I think she was a control freak over Kaylee.
Yes, over Kaylee. Definitely not Casey. She let Casey. Casey walked all over them.
Mm-hmm. I think they couldn't control Casey, so they controlled Kaylee.
I don't know. I think that Cindy Anthony has a lot of guilt and maybe was trying to make up for it with Kaylee. And it sickened Casey. I mean, if you knew things that we don't know, obviously, about Cindy and George or whatever, how do we know that this didn't? I mean, we're watching Casey sit there and shake her head when this woman's crying about how upset she is. She's shaking her head, but we're taking it like, oh, fuck her. She didn't like her mom and she didn't like her mom being close to Casey or Kaylee. Damn it. She didn't like the closeness they had. But how do we really know that there wasn't more to it? We don't. And that's where this reasonable doubt comes in. I could not convict her. I couldn't.
No, me either.
Me either.
And it could be the guilt too that she doesn't know if she left the ladder down and that's how she drowned. And I think that's could be another reason why she defended Casey at the end of the trial and lied for her because she realized maybe it was my fault.
Huh. But we do know that that's what's so weird. It just, everything kind of fits together when you take the drowning into consideration.
Yep.
The fact that she came home, the ladder's up, right?
Mm-hmm.
The gate's open.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't look good.
And they found her and they panicked. They left the gate open, took her, got rid of her body. Yeah, 100%. This would make if I was a juror, that's what would be going through my mind right now. And they obviously listened way better than we did because none of us caught this before.
Yeah, I guarantee you they caught it. I guarantee you they were talking about that pool jets and pancakes in that jury room. I would have been. Yeah. I would have been like, dude, her dad's talking about pancakes and watching her deliver. Her mom's putting that baby's bare bottom up to the pool jets. I don't know what else they were doing. Just because they're professionals doesn't mean that they're not capable of things that, we see these nasty pedophiles doing.
Oh, hell no.
We don't know.
A lot of... Mm-mm.
But there was too much alluded here, and Jose just put enough out there to put that doubt. He didn't out their secrets, but he put enough reasonable doubt where the jury would hear that and be like, this isn't right.
Yeah, he did his job.
This is
absolutely
nuts.
100%.
This is nuts.
Yeah, he did it good too.
And isn't
he really should be a prosecutor.
Do you know what's really gross though? Okay, what really grosses me out about this now is I think about the story she told. Like, oh, we got home. Yeah, it was just me and Kaylee that day. And we got home and she wanted to go swimming. And I said, but we have to eat first. So I fed her something and then we went in the pool. And that was when she started talking about how they were in there for a little bit. And then it was time to get out and she strips her down. And that's exactly what she said. We strip her down.
Yeah, and why not let them show proof that you were really at the nursing home with her? Why not let them go talk to her then?
Yeah.
That makes no sense to me. You would think you would do whatever. I mean, you were going all over, knocking on doors and going places.
Well,
but you wouldn't let them go interview anyone there.
Yeah, they didn't want them to talk to her parents.
Or the workers.
But I guarantee you investigators went there and to find out if she was there. Mm-hmm. And I don't think they really she has much control about whether investigators question her parents. That's really kind of out of her control.
Yeah, she can't say, no, leave them alone.
Yeah, I mean, this is a homicide investigation. You don't want your parents bothered? Too bad.
Yeah.
I mean, that's how it goes. So I don't know what she's talking about.
Pro bono, but it made his career, that's for sure.
Yeah, it was a smart move for him. Well, I'm telling you, he must have met with Kaylee or Casey and she told him their secret shit.
Everything.
She told the secret shit. And he said, they're not going to want that to come out, are they?
Like I said earlier, love him or hate him, he is damn good at what he does.
He really is. I'd want him to defend me. That's for sure.
Same.
She's very lucky, honestly. So, yeah, let's cut it there because that's the end of Cindy. But damn, was that eye-opening, huh?
Yeah.
Here we are. We're still alive.
We are.
God, I'm shooketh. Now, I think we should skip forward for our next episode and skip forward to the defense's witnesses because I think that's where we're going to get all our meat and potatoes. The prosecution's pretty much fluff. They're like, hello, how tall is the pool? And like that guy, like Mike, what was it? Mike in chat? He was like, could you give the dimensions of the pool? Like, we don't even know what size it was. Was it 4 feet? Was it 6 feet? Was it 5 feet? Was it round? Was it, I mean, we saw it was round, but we don't know the dimensions. So that was very, just kind of lazy.
Yeah, he did more homework than they did. I mean,
Mhm.
in reality, they did her no justice. And
I
there's still no justice for her, and it's really sad.
I agree. I agree.
I like when they call the medical examiner. I like all
Oh,
the top
Dr. G.
stuff.
Me
Yes.
too.
There's a
Dr.
couple of
G's
medical
was
examiners. Mm-hmm.
Dr. G's was really interesting. And there's also, I think you can watch it on Amazon, or is it Amazon or Netflix? I think it's on A&E. It's a Dr. G medical examiner show.
Mm-hmm.
And she does the Casey Anthony, and she talks about her findings or Kaylee Anthony, and she talks about the findings.
I love that show. Yeah, it's sad. It makes you wonder, just like what really happened. It's just a tragic thing. And my thing is though, like if she really did drown, why not just call 911 and say she drowned? Why go through the whole duct tape, the hiding her, the putting the tape over her mouth? And that's the other thing that I never understand. If it was a drowning, why duct tape her mouth? I can't understand that part. You know what I'm saying?
Abuse.
You just dump her. Why cover her
Dr.
mouth?
G said that tape was on there when she was alive.
Yeah, it was wrapped in her hair still. And it had the sticker.
And it was found, wait, but the duct tape was found in their what? Shed?
In their no, on the gas can and under their sink. And it was a very specific type with a very specific label, and they matched it exactly from theirs.
Right.
Their laundry bag, everything.
I wonder where they kept the roll, though, is what I'm saying. Like, was it grabbed out of the shed?
I think under the sink is what if I recall correctly, the kitchen sink. But there was a strip of it on the gas can as well. To mark, like, which kind of gas,
And they determined it all came from the same roll?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Good question, Laura W. So what does everybody think the family secrets are or could be? There definitely is something there.
Yeah, definitely something. We wish we knew. If we knew, we don't know, right?
I'm curious now. I mean, if Casey is putting out a book.
Well, she's been saying that it was like a while, so hopefully.
I mean, I definitely want to hear her side of things, because I think with like a fair mind, like we can put some together from the trial and then some together from a book. If she writes a book, and, we can kind of compare and contrast the two.
Notes. Yep. I agree.
So Casey Anthony, we're looking forward to your book.
I mean, will it all be truthful? No. I mean, none of this is, but
right. George couldn't keep a job. Good point, Miss Isaacs. I mean, for all intents and purposes, this dude was not exactly the most stable. Cindy was way more stable. She had the nursing degree. She's the one that kept the income coming in, regularly when he was doing these foiled businesses and becoming, by Heather J. She dropped. But he was a cop. He was like an undercover cop, and then all of a sudden he was done. He retired, and then he goes from that to an auto lot with his dad. Like,
Heather
what?
J joined.
Oh, she's back. So then he goes from that, and then he goes, oh, I had a falling out with my dad. So I'm curious about George's dynamics with his parents, because him and his dad had this falling out. So he says, oh, fuck y'all. I'm going to go open my own car lot, right? George Anthony's lot. So he opens it, and it's a failure. So then they pack up the family and leave Ohio completely, buy Felicia, and come to Florida, where he works as a rent-a-cop. So he never was stable. It sounds to me like he might be the one with some past issues. And Cindy happened to marry him because she's a fixer. She's an enabler. She's a fixer. It's her personality.
But don't you wonder about the suicide thing attempted? Like, if he really did do all that and was planning on dying, Why would he not leak anything to say it was an accident? I did it. I hit her. You know what I'm saying? Why nothing?
How do we know there was nothing?
Well, they showed the whole note.
How do you know there wasn't another note
Yeah, I don't know.
that his wife got?
Well, the cops found him in the hotel. He did it at a hotel.
I know, but how do we know he didn't leave a note at home for his wife? Like, we don't know. Like what I'm saying, there could be things that were missing. But who knows? I mean, who wants
tons of things were missing?
But who wants to go down in death as a child molester? Who wants to ever admit that you molested your daughter or your granddaughter? I don't think anybody. I don't know. Maybe he felt guilty. Maybe it was a deflection. I don't know what was going on at the time that he threatened suicide. I mean, was there like something going on in the media? Was he under?
Well, it was all of it. I think he said like he couldn't handle the stress of her, the loss of her, the affair, like just I think like everything. Like that it was just too much.
Well, I mean, him putting his penis in someone else other than his wife is on him. I mean, you're going to commit suicide because you can't keep your dick in your pants?
Yeah.
I'm not buying that. I just feel like either he's guilty or it was a ploy. He's guilty of something. Because why would you leave your wife like to deal with that on her own?
Well, I feel like she is too by holding her up to the frickin' jets on a pool.
And selling her images. Like what?
That's mortifying.
I mean, I was thinking about that while we were watching it. And I was like, you know, instead of selling the images, if they needed money, which obviously they were bombarded with all kinds of hate and stuff, and I get wanting a lawyer, but like, I feel like they could have done an interview with one of the major networks and gotten paid.
Agreed.
It's just icky to sell her image. Like, those are personal memories, and to sell those so early on just seems kind of crass. But I think they could have done interviews with anybody and gotten a little bit of money to pay $6,000 to the lawyer.
And I think it was those last images and the video, because remember how much that video was playing of her singing at the nursing home? I think it was that video and those images.
And those were the final ones. And to sell those so early on. Yikes. I don't know.
Because it's one thing to share pictures, but to sell them.
Yeah.
I mean,
that's what I'm saying. If they needed money quick to pay a lawyer, do an interview right quick with a network. I'm sure they would have paid them $6,000. If they said, hey, you know, we have legal representation we can't afford. We need $6,000 for this interview.
Yeah.
I'm sure they could have done that. It just seems a little icky. And
they could have done anything. They could have got, you know, a personal loan. They could have a reverse
second mortgage.
Anything.
Yeah. I mean, and so many people were defending them at the point too that they could have probably done a damn GoFundMe. Let's be real. If they were against her and wanting, you know, believing that their granddaughter.
Cray has. Sorry, go ahead.
Everything. No, go ahead.
Cray had a good comment. No one goes in the pool right after eating. Good point. What did we all learn growing up? What did our mom always say? You gotta wait
a half an hour. Yep, half hour. Yep. I tell my kids the same.
But Cindy's the opposite with her granddaughter. She's like, oh, you can't go swimming yet because I'm going to fix you lunch first. So she fixed her lunch, then went directly in the pool.
Yep.
That is weird.
I caught that earlier. Because I always told my kids, you don't swim for 30 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, that's just like the old wives' tale.
Yeah.
And I don't even think it's true, but I think that's what we've been ingrained in our brains.
My grandmother always used to tell me, nope, you got to wait 30 minutes.
You got to
because the cramps.
Yep.
You get cramps.
Yeah.
Yep.
And you might drown. That was our fear factor back when we were little, right?
Right.
Sounds so innocent now. My dad was in my room for my delivery, holding my hand by my face. I don't think that's weird at all. I don't think it's weird for him to be up by your face, happy girl. I think it's weird to have him looking at your pancakes.
Yeah, he watched her come out. That's totally different.
Yeah, it's one thing to be there for support and be up by your head and, tell you you're doing a good job, wipe your forehead, cheer you on. That's awesome. I think it's great that your dad was there. I think that's so special. But I don't think your dad should be crouched down looking at your pancakes.
I would freak out if my father even went anywhere near that region while I was giving birth. Not that I have kids. I would be like,
I have a story.
Dad, I love you, but
I have a funny story. So when I had my first son, everybody wanted to come in and see him after, and they were still stitching, you know what I'm saying? So they're doing that, and I'm, and the baby's over on the other side of the room. So you have to walk past me to get to the baby. So my mom and dad start walking in, and my dad, like, just for a split second looked over. He said, "Oh," and my mom said, just keep looking forward, Ed." So they just walked past me, and he just looked straight ahead and walked straight to the little bassinet, to the baby. And he was not looking my way. And, I wasn't even I didn't know what the hell was going on. I didn't know anybody could have walked by me at that point. And, you lose all your modesty.
Mm-hmm. All
you
of
lose
it.
all of it's gone. But, I think that is different because it doesn't seem to me like they had this like really cute, like daddy's girl relationship. I just don't get that vibe from them that George and Casey were like, daddy daughter close.
And I think the words that they describe are a little off-settling. Like the pancakes what? And then like the pancake thing. Like the butt
I've never
on the
heard it called
jet.
pancake before this trial.
And it's like
you know what? I was told because I had two boys first, then I had my girl. And my sister-in-law told me at the time, she was like, if you see 3 little lines, that's going to show you it's a girl. She said 3 little lines and we're females. George was like pancakes.
Yeah.
He was calling it a stack of pancakes.
Yeah.
Like, who does that? What? How does that come to your mind?
Creep Town, dude.
I don't know. It's gross.
I wish you guys could hear the sound bites.
No, I can't.
Yeah, happy girl. See, that's a daddy's girl, right? Your dad is going to be up by your head. He's going to be your biggest supporter and cheerleader, but he's not going to be down by the pancakes.
No.
There is no way I would let my father anywhere near, like, Dad, you're up here.
Heather.
Like,
yeah, I'm up here. I mean, when my daughter-in-law had my granddaughter, her dad was there, and he was like, all right, when they said it's time to push, he went on the other side of the curtain. And he waited over there until the baby was out, and then he came back, and saw the baby. But it's just, I've just never heard of that. It's just all these little things I feel like are just like little tidbits of bigger things. And that they didn't want all that
flags.
coming out. They didn't want all that coming out.
Flags.
And I wonder too if like Cindy's parents maybe knew something about things.
You would think she would open up to her parents if things were going on, though. So,
because she filed for divorce, remember, and he had to move out. Now, if you recall, when George was, this is another interesting thing that kind of goes along with this. If you recall, when George was testifying, and Jose was like, "Didn't Cindy file for divorce?" And George was like, "Yes." And he's like, "Didn't you move out before Kaylee was born?" And he was like, "Yes." And he said, "Isn't it true you moved out because Casey didn't want you around Kaylee?" And then they ended up reconciling, and then he moved back in. And he said, no, that's not why. But what if it was? What if Casey threw a fit and said, I
guess. Just gives me shivers.
It's sick.
Oh, poor happy girl. I will never look at pancakes the same again.
Nobody wants.
We all said the same thing.
Dude, I'm gonna get sued by IHOP next for making everybody hate fucking pancakes. Federal suit. J is for Justice podcast versus IHOP, International House of Pancakes. And then I'm gonna have to get George Anthony involved because it's all his fucking fault.
Did you read what Heather and Visit Brett said?
No, what'd she say?
telling my daughter to wash her pancakes in the bath.
Heather, this is why you're my bad twin.
Creep Town, dude.
Look at Rev put the stack of hot cakes with butter.
No.
It brings new meaning to McDonald's hotcakes and sausage.
Blech.
Blech.
Blech. And people, be patient because there's a lot of weeks that we're minimizing down. So for us to go through them all, it just takes time. We can't watch them all in a day. We'd be up 24/7.
This trial? I know. Now I'm jonesing.
I know. I want to watch it now, like on the side, and then like watch it live.
You can't.
You can't cheat because this is like raw reactions. Because when we hear weird things like pancakes and jets in the pool, we need.
And I am not kidding you. I watched it every minute of every day, and when the jury came in, I was at work and I left my job to go home for the verdict.
Holy shit!
I was like, I'm not kidding. I was upset.
But you had no idea.
I was living in Florida. No, I didn't.
I was living in Florida too.
Yeah.
Oh my God, I was living in Sebring. I was living in Sebring. I was going to drive up to Orlando. I wanted to go up there and go to the court, but I had no one to go with me, and everyone that I worked with thought I was nuts.
I wish I knew you then. I totally would have. I lived in Pace, and that where they found little Gannon. That's where I lived.
You were up in the sticks.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Holy shit, that's so weird. We were in this state at the same time.
2010, yeah.
But yeah, none of us knew, caught on to pancakes, and I don't remember if Nancy Grace ever alluded to any kind of. I think she's always went after the top mom. Top mom's 100% guilty. I think she calls all those allegations bullshit.
Mm-hmm.
But it's kind of funny that the day that George leaves for work, Cindy's getting blown up at work, messages, paged at work, cell phone, all these missed calls.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Wait, I gotta read this comment. I love our chat. Laura W.
I was just reading it.
Seriously, if I heard that Jet story alone, I would have been freaking trying to find someone to talk to about it for real.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Now I want to talk to that juror and be like, dude, did you guys catch that Jet story? And did that have any factor in your decision?
Yeah.
So what if we all walk away from this going, oh my God, we don't think Casey did anything to her kid? That's kind of scary.
I don't think I'll ever walk away.
It's going to take a lot for Maligator to get there. Maligator's a tough cookie to crack.
No, it's not that I don't think even if she didn't physically harm her, she knew something and she didn't report it for 31 days. And that to me
child endangerment.
Disposing of a corpse. Somebody dumped her body. Somebody didn't report her.
What if George did on his way to work?
Happened. But then she knew something happened to her. So involuntary manslaughter. I mean,
what if George said to her, "You better shut the fuck up, or I will pin this on you 100%. You will go to prison."
It got pinned on her anyway. Yeah, it got pinned on her anyway.
But luckily, she had a lawyer who fought for her ass, didn't he?
She just did not seem like a mom that was missing her child. She was out partying, whooping it up, drinking, getting tattoos.
Okay, but what if Daddy Dearest... Okay, I'm just playing devil's advocate. What if Daddy Dearest said, you better get your fucking ass out there and act like nothing ever happened?
No, I couldn't. If you were a true good mom, you couldn't.
Don't forget, Georgie was a detective for 10 years. Undercover. He's not dumb.
I don't think he had that much control over her.
I don't either.
He would know how to cover up a homicide.
Oh, 100%.
Well, yeah, but
they didn't hide it very well, so close to home.
But they did. There was no evidence left. They couldn't tell how she died.
No, I think it was very personal. Very personal.
Yeah, that duct tape.
And the sticker.
With the stickers. Yeah.
The sticker, the heart sticker that matched her stickers from her house, all the
I
same.
have a question. Did they collect all of their computers, phones, George,
Yeah.
Cindy, everything?
Yes, they did.
Yeah, that's how they nailed Cindy on saying she was on the computer looking up that stuff, but then they pulled her time cards and see, no, you weren't. You were at work. And George was at work.
And now Yolanda doesn't sound so crazy, does she? Yolanda, we're like, okay, Yolanda knows it all. Yolanda's
Well,
got
she
the
said
answer.
she must live there because she was there for all of it, she said.
Yeah, Yolanda, I would love to have you come up on panel one night and talk to us. If you'd like to do that, you can send an email. It's right on the screen, actually, under the Streamlabs where it says reach out. jaysforjustice@gmail.com. It'd be awesome to talk to you and kind of hear about your experience at the very
And
least.
she's right. She's right, too. She said you can hate her. Oh, where'd it go? Now I lost her.
Oh, you can hate her, but only if you hate them all. They're all in it.
They're all in on it. I agree.
Do you think?
I agree.
Do you think Lee too? You think Lee?
No, I don't.
I don't know. I don't know. I don't know enough about Lee and like how often he was even home and like a part of their like little thing.
He was very pissed in his testimony too. He was not happy. He was very upset. And he bailed. He left them. He's like, F you, like, I'm out. This is not all right. Like, he said he didn't even know she was pregnant. They never told him until she was giving birth.
I feel like George and Cindy both knew. That's why that little girl went for 31 days.
Well, I think that's why George also put up with the SA allegations too and never said anything.
I think they were kind of strong-armed, to be honest with you.
And maybe it wouldn't have all come out as her. She didn't dump the car.
I just feel like they were strong-armed. I feel like George kind of had to go along with that SA thing, and then Cindy just totally changed her demeanor with Jose. It was like she was doing it to protect herself from something.
Well, George denied all the SA. Yeah, he denied all of the SA.
I didn't hear you.
I said it. I feel like it's all reputation with Cindy. That's all she wants to do.
Save her rep.
Yep.
Weird, isn't it? And then you got creepo neighbor like watching Casey when she pulls in and like when she comes and goes.
Yeah, that's weird.
Yeah, it's just all kinds of ickiness over there. Just, ugh.
Well, she's also having people break locks and stuff off their sheds. I mean, and she's stealing money. They're probably like, please watch her.
Yeah, I don't think that they conspired to kill her. I think if anything, they all conspired to maybe cover it up.
Agreed.
But like you said, Maligator, you're like, if she just drowned, like, why not call 911? What if there was signs of abuse and they knew that would be seen?
Yep. That's what I was thinking too when you asked that.
Kind of reminds me of other cases too that, you know, like where they're dishonest because there's abuse things being hidden. It's not necessarily really even about what happened, other than it's like a side thing that's going to be discovered if they call 911. Yeah, Nate 2.0.
Yeah, because I mean, she was a nurse. He used to be a cop, and then that shit comes out. They don't want that.
And then the other thing too that was interesting about Cindy that I just thought of was when she was asked like if she talked to her friend, what was it, Debbie or something at work, and she goes, yeah, she goes, if I say something, our office is really open, so everyone's gonna hear it.
Yeah, because she said like an open area.
Right.
Is but my light flickering?
No, I didn't see it flicker. You're tripping me out though. Don't tell me you got ghostes. But you know what I'm saying? Like, did she talk say things so that the whole office could hear in case.
Could hear out loud, right?
Mm-hmm. Makes you wonder.
Yeah, because it was about the ladder and the gate.
Oh
open.
yeah, about the gate and the ladder. Very important stuff. And it's almost like, did she say that so the whole office would hear that story?
And the same day it all went array when it all came out.
Yep.
So there's their alibi.
Crazy.
Okay, my light is definitely dimming and lowering.
Oh, I see it now. Is it like?
Oh yeah. Oh my god.
It was not doing that all
Get out
night.
the ghost. Get out the ghost box.
Oh,
Oh my gosh, Yolanda said that she's going to take George some pancakes. And Heather said we're going to need a video of his reaction. She said, okay, I will. Oh, she's got the ghost box open.
Yolanda, just don't give him your pancakes.
I'm going to ask the ghost box a question.
Okay, hold on. Let me take my AirPods off then.
Yeah, it's got to be able to hear me. So Maligator's light is going wacko.
It wasn't doing it all night.
No, it is. She's
not until we started talking about her body and her remains and all that weird shit. See? As soon as I said it.
Weird. Are you okay? So you promise that that's not like a smart bulb that's on an app that your husband's like messing with you, right?
No.
Okay. Oh my God, Laura W just said, Maligator, your light is flickering.
Yeah, yeah. And it was only when we were talking about her body and like them disposing her and like.
Right. So you have the ghost box on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ask away because
it can hear me. Okay.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
So who put you in that empty lot?
You got to say, ask somebody. You have to say,
okay,
Kaylee.
I don't want to say that out loud. That's weird.
That's
okay.
Weird. It says pet.
Hmm? Okay.
It says pet.
Okay. So we're talking about Kaylee Anthony. Okay. We're talking about Kaylee and Casey Anthony of Orlando, Florida. And Kaylee Anthony was 2 years old when she was murdered. And her mother was accused of her murder. But we just listened to testimony from court that says that her grandmother did some weird things to little Kaylee. So we're trying to find out if there's more to that or not.
It's going to say a word. It's getting red.
So we want to know if there's more to the story with little Kaylee Anthony and how she passed, right? No one knows how Kaylee passed.
Can't believe we're spirit boxing.
I can't believe it either. But your light's not flickering anymore.
I know. Can you hear it?
I can't believe it either. But your light's not. Yeah, that was YouTube, right?
Yeah, hold on. It was me just turning up my volume because you can hear it going. It's about to do a word. It says. Look what it said. Hold on.
Dwindle?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
I don't know. Like it's
dwindling away.
Dwindling away.
Dwindle. Did someone kill Kaylee? Kaylee Marie Anthony. Kaylee Marie Anthony.
Wow. Every time you
was
say it,
Kaylee Marie Anthony killed, or was it an accident?
Look how high it's going.
Kaylee Marie Anthony, 2-year-old when she passed from this world, Orlando, Florida. And we want to know if Kaylee suffered any abuse. Those bars went way down.
Yeah, right after you stopped.
Yeah, they dropped. Yeah.
Kaylee Marie Anthony is who we're talking about tonight. Kaylee, we want to know if you can tell us who hurt you.
Here they go.
Because 2-year-olds don't just die, right? Someone hurt Kaylee Anthony.
Only I have a spirit box.
I know. I used to have one on my phone. But Kaylee, we want to know who hurt you. As goofy as I feel doing this, I've never done this. I'm sorry, Ruby. Kaylee Marie Anthony. Every time I say her name, those bars go sky high.
It's going to say something.
Who hurt Kaylee?
Months. It says
months.
Mm-hmm.
It says what?
Months. Like MONTHS.
Yeah, months. And it's still going. Look at. It's going to say something else.
Can you hear us, Kaylee?
So for months, maybe because she was missing for months. I think you need to talk to it because you have the box.
No, every time you were talking when you were saying.
I know, but your light's flickering and you've got it. So you try to do it. See what happens.
I feel weird on camera.
Well, you think I don't? I'm not even in the... Just say her name.
I said Kaylee Marie and my light went whoop.
Just say her name.
Look at.
It's weird.
Yeah.
So Kaylee Marie Anthony. Did you go swimming? Did you have an accident in the pool? Thanks, Masked Mando. Maybe months.
Mm-hmm.
I got to tell you guys something though. I did this spirit box one night, and this is serious as cancer. Like, I'm not joking. I swear on my parents' grave. I was doing it on a live stream, and some people that are in here may have even been there. I was doing it on the Watts, and literally this is before Chris's confession where he said that Bella said, "Daddy, no," and "Daddy, no" came up on my damn spirit box. On that thing, it said, "Daddy, no," and we were like, "Oh my God." And then like a couple months later was when he did that confession in Wisconsin and said that Bella said, "Daddy, no." But I swear on my parents' grave, I had that on that spirit box. And I was like, what?
Yeah, me and Lex took this to this house over here that burnt into two little kids, one kid from her school. That's so freaking me out.
Did it just do it again?
Yeah.
Okay, we need to keep talking to Kaylee. I think she's like, hey.
Yeah, I'm here. Kaylee Anthony, can you hear us?
So Kaylee would have been.
Tell us what happened.
It's her birthday, right? Isn't her birthday this month? Should be 16. Yeah, I believe.
Crazy to think.
So
Kaylee,
we gotta ask more like directed questions, I think. Like, I don't think we can be so broad and like ask so many without answers. I think we need to make it simple. So just say her name.
Kaylee Marie Anthony.
And then just ask her how she...
Marie Anthony.
How did she pass? How did you pass on, Kaylee? See, it went way down. Kaylee Marie Anthony. No, you got to do it. Sorry, Maligator.
Oh, Kaylee Marie Anthony. Can you talk to us? Can you tell us something about your death? Was your mom involved?
Did something bad happen to you in that pool?
Was it an accident?
Kaylee, do you miss your mother?
Oh, it started going up really fast when she did that.
I thought it was really interesting how Cindy, I think if we talk about them too, it might help.
Hey, when you talk, this thing goes crazy.
So how Cindy said how much Kaylee loved her mom.
Look at
how much she loved her mother.
It says Savannah.
Kaylee loved Casey.
So weird. I got a Savannah here before when I was creeped out.
Huh?
One time I was really creeped out because I always think my house is haunted, and I got a Savannah here before.
Yeah, I just think that we should just talk and see what words come up because. Okay, so when Cindy said that, now I don't remember what I was going to say. Fuck.
All right.
Oh, you were talking about how Casey was so motherly and loving.
Oh, yeah. How much, Kaylee loved Casey and how she would cry when she left. But then, like, if her and George left, not so much, It sounds to me like Kaylee was kind of attached to Casey. Hate to say it, but if she cried when she left and she slept with her all the time and didn't sleep in her bed, where was she sleeping when she wasn't home at night? Was she sleeping with George and Cindy, the Jet pancake people?
Oh my God.
I'm serious. Where was she sleeping?
Oh
I think in her room. I think in her bed, because she was describing what would normally be in her bed. Like she was saying a pillowcase would normally be on that pillow, but it was gone. And they've kept her room all this time. As soon as I said that, my light flickered.
How can they still live there?
Probably because that was the last place that they had her.
Dude, if my granddaughter was found like down the road from me, I would never want to drive past that place again. I have a hard time driving through the intersection where my sister died, and I was 11. I mean, we're talking about their granddaughter.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know, man. I mean, I have a hard time driving through an intersection that my sister died when I was 11. Their granddaughter, like, was found down the road from their home. Everybody's different, but
Kaylee Marie Anthony.
Kaylee Marie Anthony. Spirit, we need to bring in Kaylee Marie Anthony. Spirit, please let her come through and talk to us and tell us a little bit about her life with her grandparents, George and Cindy.
I went to like nothing.
I went to nothing. Kaylee Marie Anthony, age 2. Give us a clue to what happened to you.
Just gonna say a word.
Give us some kind of a clue as to what ended your life.
Stones.
The fuck? Stones. Tell us a little more about what happened to you. Kaylee Marie Anthony. Spirit, help her come through and tell us a little bit more about Heather. I can't. Did you read her comment?
Oh no! Look what it says. And look at my light.
I can't read it.
It says so dark. And then my light got really bright.
Dude, your light's tripping me out. I'm not gonna lie. Like
it said so stones, so dark, speak.
Somebody jot down these words. Spirit.
Now
help.
It's like it's hot right now. It's like now.
Spirit, you gotta be quiet. Okay. Spirit, let Kaylee Marie Anthony, human body, age 2, when she left this world. Help Kaylee Marie Anthony come through, Spirit, to Maligator's spirit box. Let her communicate via Maligator. If you need to use Maligator's light, use it. If you need to use Maligator's soul, use it. I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. Oh my God. Spirit, only good spirits only. No negative, nothing negative. Just little Kaylee Marie Anthony. Kaylee Marie Anthony is harmless. She's a little girl. We just want Kaylee Marie Anthony. We don't want anybody else. Kaylee Marie, what happened to you?
Psychopath.
What?
I can't. Okay. Wait, stop. Who's the psychopath? Tell us about the psychopath. Who is the psychopath to you?
The one you just told to take my soul.
No one's gonna take your soul. It's only good spirits. It's little Kaylee Marie Anthony, little brown-eyed, sweet little girl who loved to swim. She loved Winnie the Pooh.
Did you see my light when you said Winnie the Pooh?
Nope. She loves I don't know what else. I can't think. But little Kaylee Marie, her uncle Lee, her mom Casey.
Say Winnie the Pooh again.
Winnie the Pooh bed, Winnie the Pooh room. Her mother loves Winnie the Pooh. But tell us a little bit more about the psychopath and who's the psychopath? Who and what makes them a psychopath? Kaylee Marie Anthony. I should throw a soundbite in and just scare the fuck out of everybody.
I will tell you. I mean, I can't hear it. So
you wouldn't hear it. I won't do that.
But my light.
So months, so dark, stones, psychopath. What were the other ones?
Stones. It was so dark. Speak.
Well, she had tape over her mouth, so she couldn't speak.
Mm-hmm.
But did someone put tape over your mouth so they could hurt you and do bad things to you?
Ooh, juicy mouths like that.
Yeah.
No, I didn't. I'm trying not to look. What did I just ask?
Did somebody try to hurt you?
Oh, was that duct tape put on your mouth because someone wanted to hurt you?
Said exit.
Maybe that means we need to exit.
Anxiety.
You're getting anxiety?
Yeah, my lights are flashing.
Maybe
I just said psychopath.
Your light is going crazy.
You have yours on too?
Potato's gonna wake up in the morning and be like, what the fuck?
It says yellow.
What? Yellow.
Mm-hmm.
Pooh Bear's yellow.
There's yellow.
Yellow.
Winnie the Pooh. Look at when we say Winnie the Pooh. Look at my freaking light. Winnie the Pooh. Was Kaylee buried with her Winnie the Pooh blanket?
Stop it. Your light's tripping me out, dude.
It's tripping me out. It's never done that. I was live this whole time.
Okay, we need to keep good spirits only, right? We only want good spirits. We only want positive.
Like talk about it, the more it's doing it.
Positive, bright lights. That's it. Literally bright lights. But only good bright light. No negative.
Kaylee, are you in the bright light? Oh, it says Earth. Exit Earth. Yeah, she exited Earth.
Occupy Mars.
She was by a bunch of stones and rocks and oh, it's red. It's gonna say something good.
Oh shit. You better talk to it. Talk to it.
Disturb. They disturbed her grave. Caress. Is that what it said? Oh shit. Disturbed. Caress.
I said, did someone put the tape over your mouth so they could hurt you?
I'm saying red. It was a red sticker.
Yolanda said she slept with Cindy and George when Casey wasn't home. We only need positive, good spirits here. We don't want anything evil. We're trying to figure out what happened to a little girl.
Kaylee Anthony. Can you tell me something about Kaylee Anthony? Kaylee Marie Anthony. Don't laugh, it's really red. Is there someone here that can tell me about Kaylee Marie Anthony? How she passed?
I think you've got a Ouija
Please
board
put this
down
video
your
on
pants.
private
You're
when
gonna
we're
pull
done.
that.
Oh my God, don't make me laugh. It's turning red. Kaylee Marie Anthony, can you speak to us? Do you love Winnie the Pooh?
That don't make sense. Because she wasn't shot.
I think you've got.
No, I might be getting shoot by a psychopath.
I think you need to focus, really.
I
ask if her grandma. Ask her if her grandma or grandpa hurt her.
You ask her because it's
okay. Kaylee Marie. If this is Kaylee Marie, if it's not Kaylee Marie. Shh. If it's not Kaylee Marie, we don't want you. Like, we only want someone positive. We only want Kaylee Marie Anthony and any spirit that can help her communicate. We want to know. Happy girl. You're going to make me pee my pants. Did you? I love you too, sweet.
He's like, good night.
Love you.
Good night. Love you. Steve, you got any sage?
Yeah, we do. He hates
Okay. You're gonna need a little sage after this. So
No, you're gonna need a lot.
We want to know, Kaylee Marie Anthony, did your grandma or your grandpa do anything to hurt you? When your grandma would take you in the pool and take your bathing suit off and put you up to the jets, did she hurt you?
What was that boy's name?
What boy?
What was the guy's boyfriend's name?
Which one?
When you said who hurt you?
I don't know. What does it say?
Joshua.
I don't know if there's a Joshua, but is Joshua the person that hurt you?
Wasn't that the guy's name who had the son Zachary? Wasn't his name Josh?
I don't know. I don't know offhand.
That we just watched?
Kaylee Marie Anthony. Tell us about your grandma and grandpa. Did your grandma and your mom fight? Did they fight about you? Did your mom and your grandma fight about you?
Jay, ask her if she loved her grandma and grandpa.
Hey, Heather, she can hear you.
Kaylee, did you love your grandma and grandpa?
No, saying Lucas. Oh, it's going crazy now. I feel like we're bringing a lot of names in here.
We only want Kaylee Marie Anthony. Brandy Alligator got shushed on live stream.
What?
I shushed you. I was like, shh.
Great.
Kaylee Marie Anthony, make the lights flicker in Maligator's basement. If you can hear us, make those lights flicker. Are you Kaylee? Kaylee, are you with your great grandma?
Kaylee Marie, if you're here, can you make the lights go dim or bright? That's really gross.
Whoa.
What?
My light, how bright my light got?
Her light just got wicked bright.
What does the thing say?
Insects itching.
Fuck off.
Oh,
I'm out.
no.
What is all this too? Okay, keep talking.
Kaylee Marie, if that's you, can you turn the light dimmer? Can you? Oh my fuck! Did you see it?
Holy shit. Now. Get your damn sage. Now.
Keep talking to her.
Kaylee Marie, can you make the light bright? Can you make it go really bright? or whoever's in here might get go really bright. I might not be sleeping tonight.
Oh! Oh!
Oh my god, Mal.
Stop. Dude, what kind of light bulb is that? I need to know.
That kind. It's a normal fucking light bulb. It's brand new.
Okay.
This was not doing this all night on the live.
No, it wasn't.
She has both her hands up too, so it's not her controlling
No, it isn't
anything.
her. There's no one in there with her.
No.
Weren't there insects all over her when they found the body?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so tell us more about the pool. You want to know about the swimming pool? Do you like swimming in the pool? Tell us about the pool. Tell us about Grandma in the pool.
Kaylee Marie Anthony, did you go in the pool?
Someone said you have a remote-controlled lamp.
No,
she does not.
She doesn't.
No, it's an old freaking.
I know. I was gonna say that lamp doesn't look like it's like space age.
It's like the clapper.
She was kidding. She was kidding.
I'm like,
okay, focus, Alligator. You got something. Steve's in the other room laughing at all of us.
No, he just went to bed because
he's got the app.
I'm so glad you're home tonight. He's like, we can watch a movie, and then he just came down and goes, "Good night, I love you."
Ask her if she loved Winnie the Pooh again.
Kaylee Marie Anthony, did you love Winnie the Pooh? Was Winnie the Pooh your favorite? Samantha. Oh, my light got bright. Oh, and dim.
Cindy just said there was a Samantha tonight. Remember?
Wasn't that the
babysitter?
Zanny's sister?
Oh, it's red.
Yeah, it was Zanny's sister. Holy
saint!
And your light is bright as fuck.
Yeah. Are you in heaven?
What does it say?
It got really dark. Oh.
What does the word say though?
Saint.
Faint?
Saint.
Oh, saint.
Do you love Winnie the Pooh? Could you make the light bright if you love Winnie the Pooh?
Do you know Samantha? Was Samantha your babysitter?
Deborah. What the
Who's Deborah?
Deborah was the co-worker, right?
Shut the fuck up. I'm done.
So there was a Deborah, a Joshua, and a Samantha. And we got
was a Joshua though?
Yes, that was the guy with the son, Zach.
Oh my God, quit screaming.
Sorry,
you're freaking me out. Okay, hold on. You got to be gentle in these times.
My light's going crazy in here right now. I would put on that other one, but that other
Okay,
app,
no, don't turn that shit off. Leave that on.
Do you have your app on, Heather?
Wait a second.
No, I don't.
Where did that lamp come from? Where'd you get that from?
I've had it.
You have?
Mm-hmm. It was in my living room, and then I put it
You didn't get it from anybody, like it wasn't like
handed
down.
Okay. In my living room for Steve when he's down here, but he's never down here, so I moved it in here so I had light if I was not wanting the big bright light on. But
Kaylee, were you close to your Uncle Lee? Were you close to Uncle Lee? What about Uncle Lee? Was Uncle Lee nice to you? Did you like going swimming with Grandma? Kaylee Marie Anthony?
It was more when you were talking about Lee.
Who, Uncle Lee? Uncle Lee Anthony? What about your Grandpa George? What'd she call him? Papa? What'd she call him?
Wasn't it Gigi or some weird thing?
She called George Gigi.
I thought so.
What about your Gigi? Kaylee, what about your Gigi? Did your Gigi fight with your grandma? What about your mom?
it says south.
What does it say?
South.
They moved south from Ohio.
Oh, they lived south.
I feel like we're not asking the right questions.
Me too. Let's see. Kaylee Anthony, was your death an accident?
This has got me all freaked out.
Was your death an accident, Kaylee Marie? Kaylee Marie, was your death an accident?
Kaylee Marie, did Gigi put you in the woods? Kaylee, did Gigi put you in the woods? Can you? Get it. I hope someone's writing all these down, though. Did Gigi put you out there and say he was sorry? Did Gigi not want your grandma to know what happened? Did Gigi tell your mom to keep it a secret?
You're asking too many questions.
I know. I don't know what to do.
It has to be just one constant.
Okay.
Until you get a response, like in the same, either same way or same somehow.
You do it. You do it then, because you're getting more response.
They're way better than mine does, though. Like when I talk,
I know, but I feel like it's at your house, like your light.
But now my light's been not bright.
I know. So maybe we lost her. Look how low it is.
Mm-hmm. Kaylee Marie.
Kaylee Marie Anthony.
Look at my light. Kaylee Marie, can you hear me? Can you make these go really, really high if you can understand what we're saying? This box, Kaylee Marie. Kaylee Marie Anthony. Are
Nothing.
you here? Mm-mm.
Kaylee Marie, are you still here?
Kaylee Marie Anthony, Orlando, Florida.
It's just so weird, and my light kind of just went like...
It just went bright again, didn't it?
Mm-hmm. Just once.
What's that noise?
My furnace kicked on.
Oh,
or my,
it scared
my air,
me. I'm all paranoid.
My air conditioning kicked on.
Kaylee Marie Anthony, daughter of Casey Anthony. Kaylee, did you like hanging out with Tony? Was Tony nice to you? Was Tony nice to Kaylee? Tony Lazaro. Did you go to Tony's apartment and hang out with Tony? Did you answer the door at Tony's house or Tony's apartment? Did you answer the door and let a girl in at Tony's? Tell me about the ceiling. What's the ceiling? Was something on the ceiling at Tony's? Tony was really nice to you. That's what I heard. Tony liked Kaylee Anthony.
It said since Gabriel Slayer. Since Gabriel Slayer.
That doesn't make sense to me, but...
Mm-mm.
Attacked. What the... Were you attacked, Kaylee? By who?
My light's really dim.
Mm-hmm. Who attacked you, Kaylee?
Do we still have chatters?
I don't even know. I'm not looking. I'm really into this because your light is tripping me out.
Kaylee Marie Anthony. She says attacked. And then you said, were you attacked? And it said difficult.
Is it difficult to explain?
Did you drown?
Did you get in the pool without someone knowing?
Projection. Oh. It's very busy right now. It's really
Did you get in the pool without an adult? Did you get in a pool without an adult? And did you drown? Did you go under the water, Kaylee? And did Gigi find you? Did Gigi find you in there? In the pool? What does it say?
What's it say? Difference?
Difference?
Mm-hmm. It's going to say something else right now. Uh-oh, look what it says. It says difference, notice. So not the pool? Or difference in my area of my room, the light?
I don't know, but I'm getting really hot. Oh, I'm serious, dude. Like, can you see my face? Like, it's whew. Oh, I just got really warm.
Okay, whoever's brightening my light, can you dim it? Can you dim my light? Can you dim it? You made it brighter.
Kaylee Marie Anthony. Spirit, help Kaylee Marie Anthony come through and give us a message. We want to know what happened to Kaylee Marie Anthony, age 2.
Just keep saying that because it's going to say something. Keep saying it.
Kaylee Marie Anthony, age 2, Orlando, Florida. We want to know what happened to you. Kaylee Marie Anthony, age 2, Orlando, Florida. Is that changing?
I'm going to see if I can change this.
Is your light still going on and off?
It did when we said earlier.
That was weird. Because your light didn't do that during our whole live.
All
right, let me see what chat is saying because I have not seen anything. I don't know if they think we're nuts. They think we're out of our gourd.
If I can change this.
Is your No, they're all still here.
Look. Reverend.
Well, they definitely weren't religious, were they? Don't we have a reverend in chat? I think she's gone. I agree, Happy. This calls for a smoke.
I know, that's why I was like, can I hit my vape even though we're talking?
Wait a minute. Why are we so blurry on the tubes? That looks terrible.
Kaylee Marie Anthony. Can you hear me?
The app is called Ghost Tracker, I think. Isn't that what it's called?
Yeah. It's called Ghost Hunting.
If you guys want to download it.
Normally, watch, don't say anything, Jay. Okay. Because then it won't pick up your YouTube.
I'm gonna mute.
Normally it sounds like this. Hold on. Watch, don't say anything. Okay, it's gonna be behind. I'm gonna mute. Normally it sounds like this. Watch, don't say anything. Okay, it's gonna be behind. I'm gonna mute. Normally it sounds like this.
Wait, why do you have YouTube playing?
I don't know.
Dude, turn that shit off. Holy fuck.
I was wondering why it's
like, what is that?
Mal's making it worse.
No, this is the noise it makes.
Yeah.
This is how it hears you. Like how it goes through the frequencies. That's how it sounds.
I don't think you have to have it turned up.
No, you don't. But I'm saying like that's how the frequencies sound. Like you know how they're running through frequencies.
Yeah.
That's how it sounds. I had chat on because I had
a Ouija
my
board
YouTube on because
down
I
your
was
pants.
watching
You're
chat
gonna pull that
earlier
out.
on my phone.
I just played you a sound bite. Think you got a Ouija board down your pants. You're going to pull that out.
Oh, you just made my light dim when you said Ouija board. Now it got bright.
Oh, let's not talk about Ouijas. Let's talk about Kaylee Marie Anthony and the fact that her mother was charged with her murder and said that she did not do it. So Kaylee Marie Anthony, we want to know who ended your life. What happened? Who put you in those woods? Who put that tape over your mouth? It's got to be the same person. So, Kaylee Marie Anthony, who put duct tape on your little mouth? Who put duct tape across your face? Why did I just hear a lullaby?
Yeah, I heard it too.
Told me it's my bedtime.
What?
Oh. It's
what?
My alarm just told me it's your bedtime.
Oh my God. She could have played that off and freaked us out, Heather. She could have said that was the spirit box.
My alarm sets.
It was like, doo, doo, doo. It was like Brahms' lullaby. I'm like, what?
It is a lullaby. It goes, oh, look at my
Dude,
light.
you're tripping me out.
Yeah, you freaked me out.
Yeah, Heather was like, I heard that shit too. Like, I hear lullabies playing. That ain't right.
Who keeps dimming and brightening my light?
Yeah. They wanted you to notice them, so tell us who you are.
Who are you? Who's making my light go bright and dim? Oh, it went bright and dim. Oh. Who's making my light do that?
What do you want to say? You got our attention, so what do you want to say? Tell us what your message is. Are you with Kaylee Marie Anthony? Hey, Doohickey. Hey, Callie Dime.
Just gonna say something.
I know you should have played it off. You should have been like, oh my God, I don't know what that was. She's too honest. No fake news over here.
Nope. Stand down.
Stand down.
Who put the duct tape, Kaylee Marie?
Who put the duct tape and then put a little sticker on top of it? It was like that sticker was put on there to like, oh, I love her.
I love her. That's why I said it was somebody very intimate. It was very intimate, whoever did that.
Yeah. This isn't some pedo.
I guess they just threw her out like trash, but they also put her in her blankie, put a little sticker on her mouth. But
and then there was a tip so someone would find her.
I still can't understand though if it was a drowning, why the duct tape? Why not just put the sticker?
Bye, Yolanda. Yolanda's leaving. She
Bye,
said,
Yolanda.
"Good night, ladies.
Good night, Yolanda."
She said, "I have a lot to catch up for. I have to get up early and make me some pancakes for breakfast." Thanks for coming in, Yolanda.
We don't want to talk about pancakes, right, Kaylee?
Mm-mm.
It's gonna say something.
Kaylee, you were only 2 years old. How did you end up in the woods?
How did you end up in the woods, Kaylee Marie Anthony?
Kaylee Marie, did you climb in the pool? Did you climb up the ladder of the pool?
It's gonna say something.
Is it beeping?
Yeah, it's gonna say something.
Kaylee, did you climb up that ladder and get into that pool?
It says loose. Was it loose? Did you get loose?
She was running loose. Well,
Was the ladder loose and you fell in?
Think about it, though. Remember the story of her opening the door at Tony's?
No, it says Thomas.
Remember she was running around by herself at Tony's, opening the apartment door to people who knocked? Do we think that she wouldn't be in her room and Kaylee could possibly run around?
It says slam. And my light got really bright. Are they all like, are you guys are crazy?
No, they're not. I have a feeling though that if that is the truth, like if her defense story is true and she did drown, and we go with that theory, picture George like finding the door open and going out there and the ladder's down and Kaylee's in the pool. And he carries Kaylee in the house, like Jose says, right? Carries her in the house and yells at Casey because she was sleeping and not watching her.
But then why the duct tape? See my light when I said duct tape?
I don't know. The duct tape is confusing.
Mm-hmm. That's where I can't determine accidental to you wanting her quiet so she can sleep and you don't want someone to wake her up or whatever so you can go out. Like I'm torn because maybe it was an accident, but I can't get past the duct tape. Explain the duct tape and you'll have me sold. But if she was already dead from drowning, why would you have to duct tape her mouth?
I don't believe that she, I'm
all the way around her head, in her hair.
I'm having a hard time believing that this girl had to drug her kid to have a party night. Her parents were more than freaking happy to have that baby. I don't believe she had to drug her to go out.
Then why would they duct tape her?
Abuse.
Silence, to keep her silenced. Is that it? Were you silenced?
What does it say now?
It's gonna say something in about 2 seconds. Were you silenced, Kaylee?
Yeah, the duct tape doesn't make sense.
No. Kaylee Marie Anthony, were you silenced with tape? Were you silenced with tape, Kaylee Marie Anthony?
But why would Jose use a drowning? Well, I guess it's the only thing that really makes sense that he could use.
But my thing is, why didn't the jurors? God, my light's going fucking crazy now.
It is.
Was the tape to silence you over your mouth? Were you scared? I feel like this light is responding to me more than
I know. Mm-hmm.
Every time I ask it a question, it gets bright. It says ice. Are you cold?
Okay, yeah, your lamp is answering you. Seriously.
Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
keep asking questions, Maligator.
Did you drown in a pool? Did somebody kill you? Was it an accident? Oh, you see how bright it got when I said accident?
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Look at it going now. It's
Yeah.
going crazy.
Yeah.
So it was an accident.
It says climbing. Yeah, you're climbing all right. Yeah, because I said, did you drown?
Wait, climbing the ladder?
Ladder. I said, was it an accident? I was going to say something else. Were you climbing into the pool? It says warm.
Warm.
Was the pool warm?
It had to have been, too, because in June,
Mm-hmm.
that water is going to be like bath water down here. I feel like Shell's right. The duct tape wouldn't need to be used if she drowned.
Nope.
So ask about the duct tape. Ask,
My light?
yes, ask the light about the duct tape.
Oh, it got bright when I said my light. Okay. We'll see if this keeps saying anything. Kaylee, did they put the duct tape on your mouth to keep you quiet?
Now just let her just keep that one question out there.
It said 13 and then it said Don.
Don?
Don.
Like Don Wells?
Yeah. It said 13 and then Don. It's still going crazy. Kaylee, was it an accident? Can you go dim? Can you turn the light dim? Can you make the light?
Can you turn the light off?
Can you turn it off? Oh God, that fucking off.
Ask her to turn the light off.
It's hard for them to like physically do things.
Well, they're physically dimming it.
But that's different. That's energy.
Okay.
But
Ask
to, like,
another question about the duct tape.
Shit would be to turn stuff off.
Okay, well, ask about the duct tape
How
again.
about that? Was the duct tape after you died? Kaylee Marie Anthony. Was the duct tape after you died on your mouth or before? No, it's like, I'm not going to
Okay, now they said Don, so everyone's asking, is it summer?
Oh, did you see that?
Uh-uh.
It went dim.
Oh, it did.
When you said summer. Mm-hmm.
Oh, God, I don't want to start channeling that.
I don't either.
No,
Me either.
no.
Where are we going in a circle?
Nope. Nope. If it says like CANDUS, I'm done.
Yeah. Oh, it flickered.
Or any of those boys' names, I'm done.
Can you go dim?
Dude, I feel like something's heavy on my back right now. I got goosebumps and everything. Like, I am the biggest
Can you
wuss when it comes to this shit.
Can you dim the light? Thank you.
If I was you right now, I would have been off this live stream like an hour ago.
It's going nuts right
Happy
now.
Girl wants to ask if wants you to ask if it has something to do with Summer Wells. Because it could be one of her family, like, relatives.
My light? Does my light have something to do with Summer Wells?
Yes, yes. Are they trying to get a message through about Summer Wells?
Are you trying to get a message through about Summer Wells that you're dimming my lights? If you are, please change the light. Can you make it dim or go bright if it's about Summer Wells? I do this about Summer Wells in my house all the time.
It didn't move.
No. If this is about Kaylee Marie Anthony, can you dim? Oh,
I can't.
It did.
There it goes.
I'm done. I am done.
Mm-hmm.
Heather says burn that lamp and Shell says throw that light in the trash.
Oh my god.
Kaylee Marie Anthony, are you playing with my light? Are you making it bright?
Oh, there it goes again.
Yeah. Can you turn it down? Can you make it go dim? She's kind of like, what's dim? Do you like the light? It goes brighter. Do you like the light?
Doohickey said there's someone on the chair behind you, alligator.
Oh, there's not.
No, I think she means like a spirit.
It went dim.
Yeah.
Oh, now it's bright.
Is somebody trying to tell me something with my light? Is it Kaylee Marie Anthony? Or Summer Moon Utah Wells? Or just someone? Is there a spirit here?
Okay, ask Kaylee if she hit her head.
Kaylee, did you hit your head? Did you see it?
I did.
It's moving like crazy now.
Yes.
Ask more about that.
And it says strong. The word came up just now, strong. Did you hit your head on a rock? Did you hit your head in the pool?
Did that just get bright?
Mm-hmm. Did you hit your head outside? Steve can probably hear me through my floor and thinking, what if she's
Keep
she
focused.
no longer
Keep focused.
She no longer can have an office. Did you hit your head, Kaylee Anthony, in the pool? Was it an accident? Or did your mom, Casey Anthony, do something to you?
Well, maybe because Casey Anthony wasn't watching her.
Do you miss your mom, Casey Anthony? We're literally talking to a lamp.
I know. Do you remember George saying that he would get up and have cereal and have breakfast with Kaylee and spend time with her before going to work?
Mm-hmm.
Where was her mom? Probably sleeping?
Probably sleeping.
So what were they doing all morning? Ask her.
Kaylee, did you used to play games with your Grandpa George? Kaylee, did you play games with your Grandpa George? Do you see it flickering?
Mm-hmm.
Were they naughty games or nice games? I guess, it depends on how they tell them, right?
Right. Did it hurt you?
Oh, I feel so gross.
Did the games hurt you?
Kaylee, Anthony, did the games hurt you? Were they games in the water? Were they games in the house?
You're not giving it enough.
Oh, yeah, it got real bright when I said games in the house.
Keep going.
Was it games in your bed? I feel gross asking this stuff.
You're fine. Grandpa's bed. Grandma and grandpa's.
Well, you whispered it and it got bright. Was it grandma and grandpa's bed? Did you play games in grandma and grandpa's bed? You see it?
Yeah, ask Spirit Box if you're stupid and see if it answers.
Spirit Box, am I stupid? Oh no, that light.
Your light.
the light.
Whoa!
It went way dim and now got way bright. It's just so weird how it goes to almost nothing. But like, if I turn around, it's not. It's not. It's just like I'm afraid to even go by it because I don't want to mess it up. Should I?
Yeah, we'll walk over there by it.
Turn it off and turn it back on. Wait, my thing's about to go off. It says head.
She had duct tape on her head. Gabby girl.
What are they saying?
She said Jay is all like, you're fine, LOL. Keep going.
Okay, ready?
Oh,
She's like, I'll
Lord.
sacrifice your soul to whatever spirit is in there. Just give me something.
Okay.
Kaylee, if you're here, can you make the light dim? Can you turn the light? Can you adjust the light? Can you show me a sign? Something that we're talking to you? Kaylee Marie Anthony? Are you here with me? Are you on
Jerry? Jerry says I would get that outlet checked.
It's brand new.
Your light is moving though again.
Oh shit! It just did it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You
They're making fun of you, right?
Hey, Miss Robin.
Don't mind us. We're just playing with
She
my
says-
cycle lamp.
No, she said this looks like my kind of topic. Oh, good idea. Jerry says, can you plug it into a different outlet? She says, yes. Ask and you shall receive. She's about to.
It's a brand new outlet.
Hey, Miss Robin. So this has been going on for a little bit now.
Because we're nuts.
And we didn't plan this. We were actually about to get off here. And then what? Weird shit started happening, right, Heather? Isn't that her life?
I like when we started talking about her dying.
Oh.
Yeah, Mal's light is going crazy, so.
Yeah, her light was not going crazy all night while we were live until the very end we started talking about her death.
Yeah.
I know you're not, Jerry. I'm just like trying to break the scariness.
Hey, I changed it.
Okay, it's in a totally different outlet?
Yep.
Okay. I was wondering who Ken was.
Kaylee Marie Anthony. See?
Okay, so yes, Robin, we have the spirit box going, but like.
My light is answering us.
Yeah.
See, I said light and it got really bright.
Okay, ask her if her head hurt. When
It still says head on my box too, but it's going to say something else here in a
ask
minute.
if her head hurt when
Audra, really? Melligator started talking to a lamp.
This is my life now. I'm talking to my spirit lamp. Oh,
It's like Beauty and the Beast.
Okay.
I know that is weird. Okay, so Keep asking it about the head and the
Kaylee,
and
Marie,
pain.
and
Like, did it hurt?
did you have pain in your head? If you guys replay this, I swear.
I actually think I'll probably edit the end off.
Yeah, please.
I will.
Kaylee, Marie, Anthony, did you hit your head in the pool?
Oh my gosh.
What the heck?
Did you drown? Oh my God.
I'm done.
There it goes again.
Keep going.
Just said shadows.
What?
No lie. And it's
Shadow.
going to say something else. Yeah, like my light. Look what it says.
What's it say? I can't read it.
We can't read it.
Bring her.
Bring her?
Mm-hmm.
Keep asking.
Kaylee Marie Anthony, did you hit your head in the pool? Did you hit your head in the house? Did you hit your head outside? Oh my God, it says bring her. I'm freaked out.
Did you hit your head at all?
Did you hit your head at all? Now it says bring her, become.
Yeah, one of the words was slammed, Shell.
Yeah. And stone. When you said slammed.
Stone and slammed.
And rock.
Stop it, Robin. Don't say that.
What?
No, I'm not saying it out loud.
No. What?
I'm not.
Nothing.
No,
No.
it's nothing about you.
Don't worry about
It's nothing
it.
about you.
Don't worry about it.
For real, what did they say? Is my house
Nothing.
haunted?
No, just saying don't get any demons. So just
no.
We're making sure that we have only summoned good spirits.
And I have sage. We're religious, so I'll say a damn prayer too.
Or two.
Yeah.
Okay, keep asking. Okay, so get off the head thing.
Was it a game? Did they play a game with you?
Ask her if she snuck outside.
It said a trick, and now it says Molly. Like Zanny Molly's?
Like
I said I said a game, it said a trick, and then it said Molly.
A trick?
Oh, because Molly Golightly tricks people for money?
No,
my God.
Like they tricked her. No, like they tricked her and gave her some Molly.
Listen.
Yay, I can hear it. No, I meant like she tricked her and gave her some Molly. Did she drug you?
Well, Molly's are like roofies, right?
Yeah, that's what I said. I said, was it a game? And it said
Molly.
Trick, and then it said Molly. Let me see. Was it an accident? Got right. With Grandpa? Kaylee Marie, was it an accident when you were with Grandpa? Oh, it's going to say something. Was it an accident when you were with... It keeps getting bright when I say accident. Mommy. So I want to wait for it to dim. There you go. Was it an accident when you were with Mommy? Was it in the house?
Room. Oh, she called him Jojo, not Gigi. So we were saying the wrong. It's Jojo. Ask her if she played games with Jojo.
Kaylee Marie, did you play games with Jojo? Did you play...
Kaylee Marie, Anthony, did Jojo take you to the woods?
I don't know.
Kaylee, Marie, did you like playing with JoJo? Kaylee, was JoJo nice? I don't think she likes talking to me. You're going to have to ask her.
Kaylee Marie. Oh. Every time I say it gets bright. Kaylee Marie, can you go dim? Can you make it dim so I can ask you a question? Because when you're bright, I can't make you go. There you go. Kaylee Marie, did you like playing with JoJo? Did JoJo hurt you?
Ask if Casey gave her Molly. Or trick. The trick.
Did your mom play a trick and give you medicine? Did your Grandma Cindy, play a trick? Kaylee Marie Anthony.
Did they trick
Did
the
they
police?
Did they trick the police? Can you go dim for me? You're really hard to understand because you're like major bright mode right now. Kaylee Marie, can you go dim? There you go. Good job. Did you play with JoJo? Did you play with Mommy? Did you play with Grandma Cindy? Okay, so you didn't
Uncle
play.
Lee?
Oh, did you play with Uncle Lee? For some reason, every time I said accident, it really came up accident. Was it an accident? Kaylee Marie Anthony, are you still here? Can you go dim on the light so I know? I'm going to be buying some REM pods up in here.
Right.
Kaylee Marie, can you go dim? Okay.
Ask her if she played with Tony.
Did you play with Tony?
Ask her if she liked being at Tony's house.
Did you like going to Tony's house? Got really bright.
Was Tony nice to you?
Was Tony nice to you? It says seen. Like someone seen. SEEN.
Did something happen at Tony's?
Did something happen at Tony's? I have to pee so bad, but I'm afraid to move.
I would be too.
Kaylee Marie, can you go dim? Can you not be so bright? It's really hard for me to talk to you when you're so bright. Can you go a little dim? Was there anyone named Nick?
Oh my God. Yeah.
Well, it came up Nick. Seen Nick.
All right, let me look up who Nick was. Keep talking to her. Ask her
Or
more
to the
about,
lamb. Keep talking to the lamb.
ask
Hello,
her more
lamb.
about Nick.
Kaylee, did you like Nick? It's hard when it's so bright. Oh, she went dim for me when I said that.
Nope.
Did you like Nick? Did Nick hurt you? Did Nick hurt you, Kaylee? These people are going to think I am out of my damn mind. You guys, I don't do this on a daily. Just
Neither do I. I mean, come on.
This is not.
We totally did not plan this.
Only I have
Pretty
to
sure
go.
this is the first time we've ever done this.
Right.
This channel.
We're doing it on Meligators. New office. Oh my god, that's so weird.
It is weird. I'm trying to find who Nick was, though. I know there was a
Kaylee?
Nick.
Can you turn the light dim? Can you make it go a little less bright? Because I can't talk to you
Ask
when
her
it's so
about
bright.
Miss Amy. Ask her if she liked Miss Amy.
Did you like Miss Amy? Are you getting tired? Losing energy?
Heather said Nick Savage, the FBI agent.
That's who Nick is? Nick
Oh, look at
Savage.
the light. Did you see that? As soon as you said that, it went really dim and really bright.
Oh, I didn't see that. I was looking at the comments.
And now it's going to say something on my thing. Basement. I mean, oh, and it flickered when I said basement.
Okay, here's an article about FBI agent Nick Savage. Hold on.
Look at it. Are you getting mad?
Oh,
FBI
Heather
Nick.
said
FBI
Nick was the one that polygraphed Tony.
Oh.
It's going crazy right now.
FBI agent Nick Savage is haunted by the murder of little Kaylee Anthony and the woman who got away with it, her mother. Nick Savage said, "That child deserved more justice for her death. It was pretty clear to me who is responsible for this child's death. I'll be honest with you, it haunts me to this day. It's just one of those things where she got away with murder, and that is something that I have to live with."
Watch my light while you're reading
The
that.
idea that Casey Anthony would be rewarded for murdering her child or killing her child and covering it up is appalling and is just going to reopen those wounds for those of us who believe so strongly in justice. FBI Nick Savage said, quote, "For her to be able to capitalize on this so-called celebrity following as a result of these events is simply tragic. It certainly has a cult-like following, and I have experienced that firsthand. This case garnered an unbelievable amount of worldwide attention, and I think people were just fascinated by it. It is almost Shakespearean-like, or like a Greek tragedy." What? It is? Shakespearean?
Look at my light.
Your light is going crazy.
One of those things where I don't think people like her, but we're captivated by who she is and this entire incident. Media keeps giving her attention. Boycotters are here to stop her from profiting off Kaylee's murder. Unfortunately, in order to get the boycott info out there, we have to name her. This was posted June 23rd, 2017. To boycott Casey Anthony's books, interviews, or any money-making venture which financially benefits her. The media needs to know that the majority of the public and a professional FBI agent believe she is guilty and do not want to see her making any money from financially gaining from Kaylee's death. This FBI agent interview is a reminder to Casey Anthony that we will never give up. We are here for as long as it takes, and anything the FBI can do for the cause is welcomed. Wow.
Do you believe that, Kaylee? Did your mom murder you? Did your mom help when you passed away? Did she
that
hurt
dimmed a lot.
Did she hurt you? Did she help you in the pool? Did your mom put tape on your mouth?
Listen to this. In an undercover video taken by investigators, Casey Anthony's brother, Lee Anthony, can be heard describing a mysterious smell in her car after her daughter, Kaylee, went missing. This is a quote from Lee. I just went, holy shit. I couldn't even describe. It smelled like garbage, but I couldn't describe. It's something you don't want to, but you actually have to smell. It was atrocious, Lee Anthony said. In an email written by Lee Anthony to Cindy Anthony, he wrote, telling her she was in denial. He said, Casey knows she has to lie to cover everything up. I know you want to believe otherwise, Cindy, but it just don't add up, he wrote. He called his mother Cindy.
Yeah. It said he stopped talking to her completely. Yep.
But he didn't even call her mom. The videos and emails were among hundreds of pieces of evidence in the case released by prosecutors, including videos of police interviews with Casey Anthony. This is from 2009. Okay, April 2009. Recently released evidence in the case showed that a laundry bag, duct tape, and plastic bag found with remains matched similar items in the Anthony home. According to a report by the Orange County Sheriff's Detective Yuri Melik, investigators found plastic bags and duct tape in the Anthony home that were similar to those found with Kaylee's remains. Various kinds of heart-shaped stickers were also taken from Casey Anthony's room. On the day Kaylee's remains were found, Casey Anthony asked for sedatives. And that is per a shift supervisor at the jail. They said that Casey Anthony hyperventilated and developed red splotches on her skin after watching a news report about the remains. And they were surprised by the reaction because Casey Anthony normally showed very little emotion.
Kaylee Marie, are you here? Can you dim? Did your mom hurt you? Kaylee Marie, did your mom hurt you? Did JoJo hurt you? Did Grandma Cindy hurt you? Did they put duct tape on your face? She's like, I'm not talking no more.
Isn't it curious though too that like I feel like a lot like Casey was a compulsive liar, and like her lies like to her parents could have gotten commingled with this accident. You know, like her saying she worked at Universal Studios and all this stuff. That could have just gotten commingled with the fact that this accident happened. Just like in Summer's case, right? I've always believed that the Wells were doing more stuff nasty in that house. I just firmly believe that. And I think that maybe something like that could come to light in the Wells case eventually that maybe isn't related to Summer, but came to light because of Summer, if you get what I'm saying. So it's almost like, did Casey's lies surface only because the baby, you know, something happened to the baby, not because it was this big concocted plan to make her disappear? Do you get what I'm saying?
Right. Yeah.
Was she just the most unlucky person that she's a freaking liar, and then this horrible accident happened, and then all her lies just added up to make her look like she did it? I don't know. I mean, she had been lying to her parents for a long time. Probably to get them to babysit. I mean, I'm going out of town. I have to go, you know, to Jacksonville, or I have to go here overnight. It's a good reason to go out and party. But it seems like she always left the baby with them. They were never away from her for one night.
Right.
I feel like she was lying to them way before, excuse me, anything ever happened, though.
She was, but I think it was to get out and be able to go do things. Because Cindy said they never spent one night. Like, Kaylee was never gone overnight. And even Tony said, nope, she never spent the night here. So that was the first time they had never seen her in a 24-hour period. So Casey was probably lying about working and going out or like hanging out with her friends and as a reason to either, be away from Kaylee or to do what she wanted. So I don't think there was a problem with her having a sitter. I don't feel like this girl needed to drug Kaylee. I feel like her parents would have gladly kept her. And the reason why they would have gladly kept her is because the stupid bitch said she was working. And they're not going to bitch at her for working. They're going to bitch at her for going out. But they're not going to bitch if she's going to work.
My word is malicious.
It was malicious.
Mm-hmm.
But do you get what I'm saying? Like, she's totally going to lie to them and say, yeah, I work. Because she wants them to babysit and not be like, we're not babysitting for you so you can go out and party. And da-da-da-da-da.
Okay, you guys talk to her for a minute while I pee, or I'm going to pee my pants. Kaylee, they're going to talk to you for a minute.
Oh, my gosh. Are you
right
kidding me?
back, okay? Is it okay? Okay, I'll be right back.
Oh, my God. She's leaving us alone with the haunted lamp.
Oh, my gosh. Now it's going to come to one of us.
Okay. Kaylee Marie, can you hear me? Kaylee Marie, let me know if you can hear me. Or do you only like Melissa?
Kaylee Marie, if you can hear us, will you dim the lamp? Yeah, she doesn't like
She only
us.
likes Melissa.
Yep.
Dude, I gotta dim this light. I'm blinded. It's getting late. I can't believe it's almost 1 a.m. We're sitting here talking to Melissa's lamp.
Oh, man.
When it got on Summer Wells, I was like, okay. Lamp in Melissa's basement.
I'm back.
Oh, she's back. Okay,
Wow,
Kaylee.
that was quick.
She's back.
My bathroom is right outside my door.
Okay, she's waiting on you. She didn't want to talk to us.
I'm back. Oh.
Oh, what?
It got really bright.
It didn't move for us.
It didn't?
No.
Weird. Kaylee, can you talk to us? Can you tell us if your mom hurt you? Ooh.
Oh, it's moving like crazy. Yeah.
Did your mom hurt you? Was it malicious? Was it an accident? Oh, my thing's about to go off too. Why is you guys is my house haunted?
What did it say?
Why? What did it say?
Nothing, but my light is going nutso. And but it didn't move at all when I wasn't in here? Well, that fucking freaks me out a little bit.
No, it didn't move at all.
Oh my gosh.
We were talking to it too, and it wasn't doing shit.
Oh.
Are you feeling a little uncomfy?
I sleep right above this room.
Like right above the lamp?
No. Yeah.
Is the bed right above the lamp?
Yeah.
I might move the lamp to the other side of the room or something.
Or just throw the whole lamp out.
I would just throw it out with the trash.
It said malicious and now it says field. Like they just dumped her in the field. It says field. Did they put you in the field?
Oh my God, cousin Tracy.
What'd she say?
No.
What'd she say?
Jay, I want a copy of this. I've never blackmailed. Never had blackmail on Mal.
It's so red. Look at how red, you guys. What the fuck?
You got it, Tracy.
Oh, it said horrible.
Mm-hmm.
It says malicious field horrible. And it's still going.
That's really sad.
It's gonna turn. It's red again. It's going.
I think you've got a
Oh my
Ouija
God.
board down your pants. You're going to pull that out.
What?
It says 3. Real. She was gonna be 3.
She was just about to turn 3, wasn't she?
Or it was the 3 of them.
What is real?
Like it was real. Like real. Like REAL. It said malicious, field, horrible, 3, real.
Why'd it stop beeping?
Because it's not, it's just kind of
Kaylee Marie Anthony.
It beeps when it starts to go where it's going to start. Now it's beeping again when you said that.
Kaylee Marie Anthony. We want to talk to Kaylee Marie Anthony.
I can turn it up a little bit.
She would be 16 years old. She was born in Florida. We want to know how she passed. I'm getting really hot again.
I turned my fireplace on down here earlier because I was so
seriously.
cold.
Like I have a blanket, and then now I'm like,
You look like you're having a hot flash.
I think I am. I'm trying to play it off. I'm blaming it on the spirit box, dude. It's menopause.
It's menopause.
I ain't kidding anybody.
Oh, yep, it's menopause. She says so. Kaylee.
Miserable.
Oh, it gets dim when I talk.
Kaylee Marie.
Oh, well, that was in charge. She got bright as soon as you said it.
Kaylee Marie. Did your grandma call you Kaylee Marie? I noticed when she showed that picture, they said, "Who is that?" She said, "That's our Kaylee Marie."
That's our Kaylee Marie, yeah. Oh. Kaylee Marie. We summon you. Oh God, we got it right. And it's beeping.
We are being too silly now.
Kaylee Marie, we pray for you and we hope that you have peace.
We love you, Kaylee Marie.
And we're sorry that no one was there to protect you. But we're here now and we're going to find justice. And it's really beeping.
If your mom didn't do this to you, we want to know.
But if she did, I'll beat her ass.
If your mom didn't hurt you, we want to know who did. We want to know who hurt little Kaylee Marie.
She broken.
Who broke you, Kaylee? Who hurt you? Is your family broken?
Did your mom hurt you? Did she put you in the woods? It's so bright. Is this bright for you when it gets bright for me? It like glares off my glasses.
Don't bring up glares.
No, oh, there it goes. Did your mom hurt you and put you in the woods? Did she put tape on your mouth? Or was that JoJo? Thing's going ape shit over here. Oh, yeah.
Who put that tape across your head? Who
What
put
day did
the
she die
tape
on?
on your head? It was the last, well, we don't know, but the last day that George and Cindy saw her was the 17th of June. So 3 days ago. That would have been 2008. I'm horrible at math.
It says 12.
12?
Mm-hmm.
So it was 2008, 2018, 19, 20, 20. So that's 14 years ago. She would be 16.
In August, she would be 16.
She turned
Right? 'Cause
16 in August. Okay.
in August.
Because she turned 3 right after. Yeah.
Mhm.
Didn't they already have a birthday party planned?
I don't know.
I thought they said that Cindy said that.
I can't believe we're still up talking to this.
Cindy
lady.
invited or not Cindy, Casey invited the Shot Girls to Kaylee's birthday party, remember?
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah. In that 31-day period. But like I said, I'm telling you, like, if they told her to act normal, she would have been doing exactly what she normally did.
Kaylee, is Jay right, or is she out of her mind and your mom hurt you? If Jay's right, go dim. Oh, she went bright.
I just don't know what I'm trying to figure out what Casey's motive would be.
Well, I mean, she's still living the same life, partying, drinking.
Yeah, but she was living that
but I
life
think
prior.
She was too much. See, I think she was too much like her mother to ever give in to let them keep her.
Yeah, but why? What made her kill her that day? Like, why then? I mean, like, what was the catalyst? Like, what? It wasn't because she wanted to go out and party, because she went and, like, literally, like, went to Blockbuster and rented movies and.
It was so random.
Yeah, and, like, Tony had
Yeah,
no
she was
problem
living
with
like
her.
She was living like she didn't have a kid anymore. And then to get that tattoo, like, it's just all she knew.
There's a lot of
right?
things you can't
She
forget.
knew, and she didn't do
I'm
anything.
not saying she
protect
didn't
you.
know. I don't know. Just learning more about the dynamics of the family, it just makes you wonder how it all went down. You know what I mean?
Watch it all now, just because I want. Oh, it says numb.
I'm numb too. I'm tired. It's 1 a.m.
It's only 11:54. Maybe I'll stay up
It's
till the
Jomo.
witching hour.
Oh, well, I'll just leave you on panel.
No, I'm good. I think they're probably overwatching my lamp. But I am unplugging it before I go to bed.
I would. You
But
know what?
I just
Okay,
throw
so
that thing
next
right in the
time,
dumpster.
put a different bulb in it. Okay? Put a totally different bulb in it.
Because I took it from out there.
What kind of bulb is it?
Just a normal bulb.
It's not smart.
Mm-mm. Obviously not.
Is it loose? Is it like...
No. No. It's one of these. It's
Oh, is it an Obama bulb? Those twirly ones?
Don't burn your hand.
No, they don't get hot.
It's probably one of those twirly ones.
They don't. No, it's round, but it's the ones that don't get hot. That's LED. It's like a regular.
Is it a dimmer? Is it a dimmer switch?
No.
Do you have a dimmer switch on that lamp?
No, I'll show you what it looks like.
I'm just trying to troubleshoot any.
I'll turn on the light and show you what it looks like.
Oh, we get to examine the lamp. Okay.
It's brand new.
But does your lamp have like a dimmer switch? Is it like a 3-way or?
No.
Oh, it's like forensic files now.
I know.
See?
Now we're seeing the bulb.
Yeah.
This is receipts, though. We're not faking anyone out.
I'm going to turn it off before I turn it back on over here.
What kind of lamp is that?
Just a little one with like glass. It looks like it's leaning, but it's because it's on this carpet.
There it is. There's her vessel, her portal to the other side.
Okay.
Maligator has discovered that she has a portal to the other side.
Oh my God. Stop saying that. It got brighter. It looks like it's crooked in the picture, but it's not.
No one's concerned with the crookedness. We're more concerned with the fact that it's dimming and brighting when you ask it questions about deceased people. We should, okay, another night, we should test this out. Let's test out the lamp and let's really like seriously, like we'll do it on the other channel and we'll like seriously try to summons someone who's dead.
To my basement?
Yeah. I want to see if your lamp is a portal to the spirit world.
Oh my God.
What if
Lamp, are you a portal to the spirit world?
Are you?
Dun, 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 dun.
Oh my God.
Show me the light.
Maligator's lamp. Are you a tool for us to speak to the spirit world?
I'm gonna like make sure everything's good.
Step away from the lamp.
Oh my God, if she gets sucked into
I
oblivion
know.
right now.
Oh, be like poltergeist shit going on.
Get sucked into what?
And then all of a sudden the screen's like snow. Like
It's driving me crazy that it looks crooked.
No, leave it.
What's driving me crazy is that spirit box going doot, doot, doot.
Oh, I'll turn it off.
No, I feel like it's talking to us still.
It is.
All right, what's it
says
said?
Find me. Look at my light.
Find me?
Mm-hmm.
Roy
Find
Kronk?
me?
I just got goose pimples.
I think you've got
calls
a
it
Ouija
goose
board
pimples?
down your pants. You're going to pull that out.
Oh, Jake.
What? I'm sorry, I was playing a sound
Who
bite in your
calls
honor.
it- Who calls it goose pimples? Goose
I
bumps.
was trying to be like cryptic. Goose pimples. I don't know.
Kaylee Marie Anthony. Oh.
Oh,
Every
geez,
time I
she's
say her name.
summoning again.
She's fucked. She can't let it go. Her lamp has her intrigued. Wait, maybe
Who
I'll
else
change.
do we summons to my lamp?
I'm gonna change my lighting. Maybe that'll.
Oh, I need to turn off my other light.
Hang on. Should I make it blue?
Then it shows it better. Oh, see? Oh, yeah. Show us the light, girl. Show us the light.
Ooh, you're giving me goosebumps. Not goose pimples.
Goose
Can you,
pimples.
Jim? Can you go a little less bright so I could talk to you? Oh, there. Thank you. Do you like Winnie the Pooh? Did you have a Winnie the Pooh blanket? I said Pooh. Oh, yeah. Oh, jeez. Did you have the Winnie the Pooh blanket when you died? God, every time I say Winnie the Pooh, it gets like... Did your mom give you the Winnie the Pooh blanket? Or did your grandma, Cindy? Did you drown in the pool? Kaylee Marie? Go to Jay's light.
No, stay away from my lights. Maligators is
Kaylee,
perfect.
Come to the light.
Oh my God.
Oh my God, look at it.
Don't you dare.
I said, Kaylee, come to the light. And it went, look at Kaylee, come to the light. Kaylee, come to the light. Oh. Can you talk to us from the light? Is that easier for you? That you get bright and dim and bright and dim? You're sucking my energy from my light? Oh my God.
What?
It's beeping. It's going crazy.
Kaylee Marie. Kaylee Marie Anthony.
Oh, it's getting red. It
Tell
just
us
told me
about-
to befriend you.
Huh? I told you what?
It says befriend. And it got really bright.
Ooh. Okay, so she's befriending you.
Apparently. In my lamp.
This is tripping me out.
It is because it was not doing that at all. At all.
You know what we are?
We're not.
We're Roberters. Like, this is 100% Roberter live stream right here. This is what Roberters do. You think you have Karens and what's the other name they use now? Oh my God, I'm freezing. But we're honorary Roberters. This is what Roberters do on Monday night at 1:02 a.m.
You're shivering.
I'm freezing, dude.
My air's on 71, but
Listen.
it's so much colder down here. I feel like I'm in a fucking portal.
I had to turn my heat on tonight. I was freezing.
Well, I have my air on still at 71, but I'm down in the like lower part because I have two sections of my house, and so I have a fireplace down here, and I turned it on because I was so cold during the live.
Dude, it's 78 here. Okay, my air never goes below 72 just because it doesn't, and it's so damn hot here. You don't really need it, lower than that. I am like a popsicle, and I have no idea why. I'm not saying it's like spirits or anything. I don't know. It's just
because Mal said to send the spirits to you.
Yeah, what the man?
Sorry. Kaylee, you can stay in my room in the light.
Oh my God. Okay, we need to like close that. We need to like make sure that we close this out.
It's supposed to be
the proper
93
way.
here tomorrow. It's only 69 right now.
Open up the cooling stations, don't you know?
It's going to be 93 tomorrow, 97 Tuesday, then 86, 88. Okay, Kaylee, we're going to let you go to bed.
So tell all the spirits, you can go. Please go your way. Leave us in peace.
Jeez, every time we say that, it gets brighter.
We come with nothing but love and caring and concern.
And we're all protected.
Yes, protect us with your light. And here, I've got a closing prayer.
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
Okay, so Timmy did a little quick exit prayer. We're good. We're golden. We are cleansed.
Are you playing the Father Jesus?
Oh, Jesus, Father God, Lord. Yes. We're cleansed. It's all good.
Spirit, so
I think I have one more too that might cleanse us even further. Just if you're doubting Timmy's abilities, we have a prayer from Scott H.
I can't hear.
God Almighty.
There you go. If you weren't cleansed by Timmy, you were cleansed by Scott H.
Over here because we can't hear your sound bites.
Fuck directly off.
Okay. Well, you're gonna have to go play this part because
your prayers mean shit over in this part of my woods.
Hey.
Oh, either bitches. Neither one.
You have to go back and watch this shit.
Are you soundbiting me?
Don't you know?
Don't you know? No, it's or no.
God Almighty.
Okay, she's really going ape shit on my lamp right now. Okay. No. Do you want me to continue talking to you? Or do you want to go for the night? Because I can come back another day. In Spiritland.
She said McNo.
It got bad. McNo.
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
Do you want me to stay or no?
Should I stay or should I go now? If I go, there will be trouble.
Oh, what's the song?
If I stay, there will be double.
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
Sing with her grandpa on that video.
My panel does not react because they can't hear it.
Yeah, I know.
It's the weirdest feeling.
That's why I said it sucks because we can't hear her.
It's just the weirdest damn feeling because I don't.
Heather, are you still here?
Yeah.
Okay, she is.
Oh, sorry.
I was like, are you there?
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord. I say that way too well.
You do.
I love that soundbite though.
My God.
It's great. I'm gonna play it one more time.
In the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
great.
What is the soundbite?
In the name
We
of
can't hear
Jesus,
it.
Father God, Lord.
Yeah, it's Timmy saying.
Oh, oh Lord.
No pun intended.
No, none.
Okay.
Oh, good Lord, you guys.
Go rest and whatever other spirits may be in my house, because I need you to not be in my room.
Daddy's gonna be a man
If I fucking
someday.
have nightmares, I'm gonna cry.
You're
They're
not
gonna
gonna
follow
have.
you to bed.
You're not. You're not gonna have nightmares.
Evil.
You're gonna be just fine.
Sweet. I'm just gonna turn it off now, and then I'll turn on my regular light.
Yeah, kind of phase it out. You know, you got to.
And then discuss something else for a minute so that.
Yeah, we'll end this on a lighthearted note, right?
Yes.
Oh, Scott Skulls is here.
Scott
Oh,
Skulls.
Scott Skulls.
You just missed our whole conjuring.
No, he was here earlier. I saw his. Absent looking ass. I saw him earlier.
I wasn't looking at chat.
I peeked. Gather. It doesn't make sense.
I said we could all gather tomorrow.
Oh my God! No, you didn't.
Yes, I did.
So maybe the spirit box has a little microphone deal in it. Ooh, that thing's bright red.
Henry.
Friendly.
Remove.
See?
Remove.
It's friendly. It's Casper the friendly ghost. Remove. Yeah, remove yourself from this situation right now. Squirrel. You know what, Scott Skulls? I don't think the squirrel woke you up. I think it was this. The damn donkey. Squirrel. Brunch mom coming in hot with the NK kissy face.
Oh, jeez.
Oh, gather in the name of Jesus, Father God, Lord.
Oh my God. You know what? As soon as you said that, Isaiah came up.
What?
As soon as you
Shut
said
up.
The devil is dancing tonight.
I can't wait for you to replay this. That was
what was
perfect.
John Wells' favorite thing? Wasn't it Isaiah?
I don't know. I think
Isn't that what he always talked about? Was Isaiah?
no, he wasn't. He was talking about the resurrection.
I swear it was Isaiah.
Cheapers.
Someone talked about Isaiah. I wish I'm gonna go to chat now because I'm missing all this fun jazz over here.
Well, I was I was so enthralled with the lamp that I didn't see you, Brunch Mom. Hey,
Sorry.
Bethany.
Sorry, guys, for taking over Jay's live with my.
No, not Heather. Heather said, "Not today, Satin."
Oh, the bad twin.
TV, it's we have to stand.
I'm gonna blow up that picture of Gacy from my wall.
Stand down, Satin. Oh yes. So
I'm gonna
tell us a little bit about that picture again.
of John Wayne Gacy.
Yeah.
When we lived in, I grew up in Chicago, just like Des Plaines. My dad lived in Park Ridge too. And we used to have block parties. Like Chicago's huge for block parties. And John Wayne Gacy used to come dressed as a clown. And apparently my crazy mother was at one of these. This was before I was born, obviously. And she had a picture of him holding my brother Tim, which I never knew about until I was going through photos like a couple years ago. But Tracy says she's known about that photo, so she knows more than me. That's because she's a crazy picture person with our family and ancestry stuff. But
Yeah,
I didn't know
that's
anything
true.
about it. And I came across this big 8x10 blown up in like a frame. And I was like, what is this? And it says John Wayne Gacy holding Timothy.
It's
my
all
brother
labeled.
was a baby and he's just holding him at the block party. Like, what's up?
And her mom had it stashed all written in cursive at the bottom.
Yeah, in a
Timothy
bit.
with John Wayne Gacy.
Yeah. I gave you
Creepy.
that picture, Jay. You don't still have it?
I don't want to. He was in his clown uniform too, right?
Yes, it was at a black
Yeah,
party.
yeah, because you share that, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Oh, let me see if I can find it.
Oh boy.
Right. Oh yeah. What I said to you, no, I don't remember. I'm sorry.
Laughing?
Don't you know?
Who, me?
Or no.
You.
Or no.
Right.
Okay.
It's Pogo. Tracy says yes, it's Pogo.
Oh shit. Stop. No. Stop.
Pogo the clown.
Right. That's right.
Oh, and just FYI, her brother turned out perfectly normal. Okay.
Yeah, he actually went to the military and got a 4-year bachelor degree.
He spent no private time alone with John Wayne Gacy, and her brother was not harmed in the making of that picture.
Here, I'm gonna send it to you.
It was like in his baby book.
Did you see what's
I sent it to you in text.
when Scott posted?
But it is kind of creepy.
Exclusive Pogo footage.
And then I lived next to a guy that killed his girlfriend's 13-year-old daughter in Baraboo. And he came in my apartment one day when I was in the tub when I was pregnant and was like, we made you a mobile. And now he's in Portage Prison with Brandon Dassey over here because he freaking raped and killed his girlfriend's daughter while she was at work and she stayed home from school. I'm like, what is with me and killers?
I don't know.
Well-
oh, there's that picture. Okay.
That's where Watts is too.
No, he's in Dodge. He's closer to me.
Here is John Wayne Gacy with Timothy.
Brandon Dassey and
hold on.
Dudes in Portage.
You can't make this shit up, folks.
Nope, you can't. Can't make it up.
So there's her mom's nice cursive circa 1970 cursive, like typical mom baby book handwriting. And there's Timothy. There's Maligator's bro.
Yeah.
Chilling with Gacy. Just chilling. He's like, look, this Gacy dude has a balloon. How many kids had Gacy killed at this point? Was he killing in his killing spree at this time?
I don't remember. Tracy would know.
I guess we'd have to know the date of this picture to know.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'd like to figure that out.
We had people buried in his basement at that point.
Right. Like, were those gloves, like, covering up, like, hands that just touched dead people? I mean, thank God Tim was a baby, she says.
Yeah.
Holy.
He murdered his first victim in 1972.
Okay, so what year was Timothy?
I was born in 1974.
Oh, this was before the killings. This was the late 60s, Lucy said.
Yeah.
Okay, so this was killing days, but probably not pre-molesting days. Because I think he was always nasty.
He was already in trouble before that because he was already in.
So yeah, because my sister
it was covered up. That's right.
Older than me, and they're 14 months apart, so it would have been 69, somewhere around there.
I mean, this is just priceless. I can't wait to see this on the wall behind you.
I'm gonna put it up. I got potatoes things she gave me too. It's over right up there.
You know, it would be really, really crazy. Like, get a picture of Gacy at one of these block parties post killing, and see if his look changed.
Ew.
But no, I mean, like, look at him. He's kind of like smiling, like, ugh. But I wonder what he looks like post murder. Do you want me to find a picture?
Like, while he was after he was in prison, you mean?
No, like after he actually killed somebody. Like
killed somebody. Like
yeah, like does he look different? Let's see, John Wayne Gacy clown.
Maybe
let's put
you
1973.
He needed this cup. Hey Tracy,
hold on. Everybody's.
I'm going to put Tim's picture on it, and then I want you to put John Wayne Gacy on the front.
Okay, well, this is
Let me see.
interesting.
Hold on, let me look. I can't see.
Okay, I am not showing it yet. I'm kind of like, deer in headlights. Okay, let me share my screen. Hold on. Excuse me.
We're killing Auntie Cheryl over here.
Oh, I'm in stitches here. Okay. Here's.
Sorry, Auntie.
With goose pimples.
Okay, so there's. Can you see that? Goose pimples. I usually say goosebumps.
Oh, Tracy said 67 was the essay one.
But look at this one of him.
Ugh.
See this one right here?
Who smiles for a fucking mugshot?
No, I'm talking about the clown one. The one where it's kind of
This is the first one?
Yeah, see how it's like he's not
He's
real
so
happy.
creepy.
Oh, he's so gross. But if you
Mhm.
look over here, it's all the same. He looks the same.
Mm-hmm. He's creepy as fuck.
But you have a tried and true pre-murder photo of the Gase. Now look at this. Check this out. Where'd it go? Son of a gun. Dude, why is my screen so big?
Oh,
where'd you guys go?
I see me. You're moving us over.
Whoa, we're here.
She's saying on her screen, I can see. I'm on my phone and I can see us.
I don't know what the problemo is, but okay, here. Let me show you this real quick.
I don't know what you're trying to show, so I can't see.
Okay, see the picture of him standing in front of the house over here?
All we see is my brother's picture still up.
God, every newspaper's like this now.
Yeah.
They want you to pay.
But we can't see it anyway because you have my photo still up.
What are you talking about?
You still have Tim's picture up.
Oh, well, I was trying to compare. I was just comparing, like...
I know, but it takes up almost your whole screen.
I know, because it's so awesome. I made it big like that on purpose. I love that photo.
Well, I'll send you a copy. Then you'll have one too.
Look at that. He changed his eyes, though. No, I'm just I'm just curious, like how he did his makeup.
A lot. He changed a lot.
He's a fucking weirdo, dude. Like, who does this?
Obviously, he's a weirdo. He killed a bunch of
I
people
know.
and stashed them under his
but
basement.
God, it's just so
I mean,
eerie.
this was early on days, so like, you know, he graduated with his looks of more. I feel like this one he looked a little happier, where like more normal, but these look more creepy.
I agree. Yeah.
Ooh, pull up his mugshot.
Okay. Where he's smiling.
Yeah, like who smiles in a mugshot besides Lori Day?
Yeah.
Gacy.
It's gross. I remember when he was in Joliet and he had a TV and everything. He was living large up in there.
He had a TV?
Oh yeah, they can have TVs. Lex's mom, and when she was in prison, had a TV. They're clear, but yeah.
Killer clown John Wayne Gacy refers to his victims as inhuman possessions.
What?
In chilling prison tapes.
Yeah, I watched those, Jay, that you told me to watch. Remember that night?
Yeah.
You it on Netflix?
Uh-huh.
I've never seen that before. And it was straight up like of his voice talking of all
it's
these
brand
things.
new. It was just released. I
I
don't know.
didn't finish it yet.
It's weird how these tapes are coming out, like Ted Bundy and now Gacy
Ed
tapes.
Kemper.
Your fave.
Yeah, my fave.
If we can say we have a fave, but
I have his sister on Messenger because I sent her the photo.
Gacy's?
Yeah, and she didn't delete me. Let's
Oh,
see when I
wow.
sent it to her. I sent it to her in That's where I just got the photo from, was from hers. July 31st, 2019. So that's when I found it. She was active 5 minutes ago.
Who?
His sister.
Oh, Gacy's sister, yeah.
Yeah, see?
No, because your big picture is there. No one can see you right now. Hold on. Let me remove Timmy.
I gotta see where my
I call him Timmy like I know his ass.
Yeah. See? Active 5 minutes ago.
Hold on. Where'd you guys go? I'm so confused now. All right. There you
What do
are.
you mean, where do we go?
Well, I have you on Melon, and then I also have you on, I'm on Streamlabs. There you are.
My
Okay,
phone.
so what are you showing us?
His sister's Facebook Messenger that I sent
Oh,
her, that she was active.
that's
5
right. You sent her this lovely photo.
Yeah. July 31st, 2019. And she messaged me back August 1st, 2019 at 8:36.
I'm cracking up.
Mm-hmm.
Board one. I'd rather see the video of Don on the pot than those Gacy clown pics. Oh, this is all Gacy. Wait, what's up with Maligator's screen, Heather?
I don't know. Why
Dude,
does
I'm
she look
tripping
like she's
out.
like
No. No,
What's wrong with my
hell to the
screen?
no.
you look like you're half Spider-Man, half you.
Oh my. What was
Why?
that?
What is that?
It went away. Did you guys see that? Did you see that shit?
What in the world? What did we conjure down here?
In the name of Jesus, Father, God, Lord, protect the Maligator.
Mel, I'm sorry, Mel. I love you, but
I'm gonna sage as soon as
good
we
luck.
Go hop in bed with Cutie Patootie. Close your eyes and don't look back.
I really do have sage in my drawer upstairs.
No, I'm
Well,
serious,
I
dude.
think
That
you're
was
gonna
weird.
need
I was
it.
like, ooh. Power everything down in that room and just give it a break.
All I see on the screen now is Summer Lou and Bella Rose camera over our faces. I can't even see us.
Oh, wait, what?
I can see you. And then Summer Lou and Bella
Oh,
Rose.
shit. My screen's all fucked up.
I can't see me or Heather.
How did that happen? Whoa. I think this is when it's time to go to bed and then edit in the morning. I won't be able to edit because it's too long. Shit. Videos
Look at my
over.
bed plan.
Video.
Sib.
What is going on here?
Oh,
Hold on, you guys. I got my shit all messed up. I don't know why it looks like this. I've got like puppy cam is all big. Look at YouTube, you guys. It's all jacked.
Oh my God. Shell sent me that. Why do I look like I have a streak through me?
Oh my God. Why would you send her that right now?
Half my face is like lit up.
Why are you sending her that, Shell?
Shell? She sent it to me and said, laugh my ass off.
Shell, you're staying up with her tonight. That's all I got to say.
Shell already said she wasn't going to bed. So
There we go. Why am I all big here?
Why,
hey.
We didn't get any dark comments at all.
Any dark?
On our thing.
What do you
Like
mean?
on our thing.
Oh, like mean?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean like scary?
Yeah.
Auntie, don't say that.
What'd she say?
What'd she say?
There ain't enough sage in that drawer, sweet Maligator.
Oh, great.
Oh, she's fine.
I have a whole brand new stack.
She's fine. Maligator's one tough cookie.
Yeah, me and
She
Lex
is.
go to the cemetery and play that thing all the time.
You what?
You're insane.
We go to
You
the
go to the cemetery and play Spirit Box?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't you ever video it?
I don't know.
That'd be pretty interesting.
And you know what else? When those little, like I was telling you earlier, so my grooming shop, the house behind it,
One time at band camp?
burnt down, and one of the kids was 14. He went to school with Lex, and one was 4. Well, I got an image from somebody sent to me, like all the fire department in my shop thing. And I was like, oh my God. Well, the house started on fire and the dad was in the basement. And when he came up, he couldn't get to the kids. So they had a ladder on the side and a big explosion. And the kids both burned and died.
Oh, my God.
This was
That's
2 years ago.
terrible.
And I used...
That was what?
2 years ago.
Oh.
So we pulled up with the box, me and Lex did, from work one day, because it's right out my back door. And his name was spelled different, like BRY, and it came up on my app. And then it said bones, burn, and fire. Those were our responses we got. That's creepy. Right? Is that... I hope someone screenshotted that. You look like... You look fucking Walking Dead.
I was possessed for a second.
Oh
yeah,
God.
wait, I need this.
But I use that necrophonic, and that I feel brings dark stuff, so I don't use that anymore.
Next thing, I'm telling you, I'm stroking out. I'm heading to the ER. I will see you guys live on the flip side from the ER. I need to go night-night.
Isn't this fun that we just start hanging out?
It is.
Chit-chatting it up.
Oh, shoot.
It's so funny because when they put me on calls, he's like, oh, I'm so excited you're home. I haven't seen you in 2 weeks. I was like, I know, because literally he's been working 10-hour days. So I was like leaving before he was even home. And he's gone before I wake up. And he's like, I can't wait. Can we watch a movie after you're live? And then he came down. He's like, good night.
Poor Steve.
I was like,
don't break my door, you fucking bitch.
I love you. And then he can hear.
We know what he was really saying, Alligator. It's okay.
Don't break my door, you fucking bitch.
I don't ever get to do anything. I did go see Tracy though. That was fun.
I know. I can't wait to get my cup. I'm so excited about my cup.
Yeah, she sent it.
Yeah, I'm really excited to get it. Hopefully, I get it tomorrow.
I thought she said Tuesday.
Tuesday. Okay. Well, listen, I got to get off here, dude. Heather, did you fall asleep?
Me, no.
Thank God.
She's ready to party.
Oh, my God.
No, my dog is walking around, so I didn't want you to hear him.
Oh, you're fine.
I still am freaked out about why my face looked like that.
I don't know. I want to take a closer look at that. That's kind of why I want to get off here. Because
You're
I've got
asking
things I want to investigate.
Great.
I have things to look at.
Did you see other stuff?
No, not that I noticed, but I wasn't looking the whole time. So I kind of want to look. Because that was
looking
weird.
at your lamp.
But could it be the webcam?
I didn't have that on until I just turned the light when I touched it. I'm using my regular.
You're using your Mac FaceTime?
When I went out and came back on, it clicked right over to my Mac.
That was weird. Hey, K Smalls.
So it wasn't my webcam.
Love you guys. Love you, Brandy. Everybody's like going to bed. They're like, their shenanigans over. Hopefully I can. How long have we been live?
A long time. Hopefully I entertained you guys for the last 4 hours.
Before I got home.
Weird. It says we've been live on my screen for 2 hours and 24 minutes. And we totally went live at 7 p.m.
Yeah.
Yeah, I wasn't home.
So I wonder if it...
Then, so
it's been 5.5 hours.
Oh,
you guys in chat are a bad influence. They're the ones that got us doing the spirit box. So it's all your fault. So if people watch us...
It's all Heather.
Yeah, and they're going to laugh at us.
They're going to probably think those girls look like they had a good time.
But you know what? It's organic. And we didn't plan it. It's all in good fun. This is all for entertainment purposes only.
Oh, Laura W. said she lived in Edison Park.
Snow stuck with us all night. Informer.
I know when we were going to end earlier, they're all like, no, don't go.
I know. Everybody stayed.
We're
all right.
Just having fun.
I'm getting really sleepy. So thank you guys for coming up.
You guys hit that like button on your way out.
Yeah, hit that like button like the spirits hit Maligator's lamp.
Yeah, that was weird as shit.
I know. I can't wait to do it again. So
yeah.
All right, dance it out, you guys. And
I'll download more apps and I'll buy a REM pod.
Damn, she's getting all. Oh, next thing you know, it's gonna be the Maligator wand session. All right. Good night, Heather, and good night, Maligator. I love you guys, and good night, Potato. We didn't get to give you a formal good night, but hopefully she is snoozing.
Yeah, usually I'm still up, and then she texts me, "Good morning. I know you're still awake."
Thank you, chat. Thank you, all the moderators. Thank you, members. You guys are the best.
Roberta,
love you all.
Dance that shit out and forget about all this nonsense. Just go to bed with a clear mind.
It wasn't creepy.
No, it wasn't. It was actually very benign. I love you guys. Look at all the hearts in chat. I think they loved him, Alligator and the Heathers.
They do. Give us a 1 if you want us to do this crazy shit again. Oh, I get that. It was creepy. Yeah. It's never done that. I've been in here a million times since I put it in here. It's never done that. No, I would have noticed it.
They can't hear us right now.
No, you don't look flushed. You look tan. You getting sick? Who?
Who?
I'll never call you back. 'Cause I ain't got time, I ain't got time. I don't give a damn. I don't really care about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. You talk way too much. I have heard enough about you and your problems. I don't give a damn. 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 You wanna be with me. You wanna feel something real, but I'm feeling differently. You're making plans to get to friends, but don't wanna face the fact